Chapter 201, Halls is awesome. The dispersion of the Slytherin team reduced the pressure on Yvonne every time he scored a goal. He only needed to throw off a chaser who was responsible for containing him and break through the goalkeeper's defense to score. After a period of hard training, it is not too difficult for Yvonne, whose flying skills are close to level 5. What's more, when training yesterday, Fred surreptitiously let him stretch the score as much as possible. Just in case, Yvonne started the experience card mode not long after he expended academic points. He deceived the goalkeeper with a fake action, and Yvonne was about to score again, but unexpectedly noticed Angelina, who was in a bad state. At this moment, she was being squeezed in between two Slytherin batsmen, and Yvonne knew at a glance that it was exactly the tactic he had encountered on the training ground some time ago. It's just that with his superior flying skills, the two Slytherins who chased him suffered a lot, but Angelina obviously couldn't reach that level of flying. Seeing that Angelina was about to be injured, Yvonne had a thought to calculate where the ball would fall, and after a sprint, the bat swung on the ghost ball. The Guy-Fay ball that was hit by a huge force was spinning in mid-air, and flew towards the ball frame not far away. The Slytherin goalkeeper couldn't get back the help, and he felt bitter. He lost 3 consecutive goals in less than 10 minutes. He felt that after the game, Captain Marcus was probably going to scold him to death. But what surprised him was that Ivan's hitting technique seemed to have failed this time. The fast-flying ghost ball hit the railing of the ball box and then bounced off. Not only him, but Jordan as a commentator off the court was also very surprised. Jordan was already ready to cheer for Ivan's goal again, but now he can only swallow it forcibly, which is a pity. Halls is only so close to scoring another goal, but when anyone makes a mistake, I think Halls is no exception. After Jordan defended Yvonne with a few sentences, he turned his eyes to Angelina, who was entangled by 2 Slytherin chasers, and said angrily. We can see the despicable Slytherin trying to knock Angelina off. How can you treat a lady like this? This is extremely bad behavior. Wait, what did I see? That was Guy Fawkes who saved Angelina. Halls is awesome. He made no mistakes at all. Jordan could not bear the excitement in his heart, and shouted directly. After all, the situation just now was not what he expected. A moment ago Angelina looked precarious under 2 Slytherins, but one of her Slytherins that surrounded her was hit by a ghost flying ball from the frame. Angelina was also able to get rid of the entanglement smoothly. Is it luck? Jordan doesn't believe that there is such a coincidence. There is only one possibility. Yvonne Halls was planning to rescue his teammates from the very beginning, so he played the ball on purpose. SHH. A sharp whistle sounded behind Jordan. It was Ms. Hodge who blew the whistle to warn that it is a foul to hit someone with a ghost ball. Jordan changed his speech as quickly as possible, and said quickly. Those just now are just my guesses. Just listen to it. In fact, the real reason is an accident. Halls didn't foul the rules. It was just an accident. Nearby, there was a blast of booze and abuse from the Slytherin seats, and some people even threw 2 big dung eggs on the stage. Fortunately, Jordan dodged in time, otherwise he would be recruited. Ms. Hodge glared at Jordan fiercely, and asked him to explain, don't always think about favoring your own academy. However, since Yvonne did not directly hit people with the ghost fly ball, it is not a violation in theory, so Ms. Hodge just blew a whistle and was not judged as a foul. Yvonne, thank you just now. Angelina flew to Ivan's side after successfully breaking through, patted her chest, and said gratefully. She almost thought she was about to be forced to fall off the broom by the 2 Slytherins. Yvonne nodded casually, and then took Angelina to continue the game. According to the tactics agreed before the game, Yvonne is responsible for grabbing and hitting the ball, while Angelina is the goalkeeper to contain the opponent, or to stop the Slytherin players who are trying to make trouble. With the cooperation of the 2, the Slytherin goalkeeper was struggling to deal with it, and even used a double 8 ring to fly, defending back and forth quickly around the 3 goal hoops. Even so, the scores of the 2 sides are still continuing to expand. Harry was in some trouble at this time. The Slytherins, who consciously couldn't stop Ivan's goal, could only make a desperate move. Before the gap was widened to 150 points, they kicked Gryffindor's seeker Harry off the field and allowed Malfoy to catch the golden snitch. This can be said to be their only chance to win. So after the failure to snipe Angelina, all the Slytherin team's energy was put on dealing with Harry. Fortunately, Harry's flying skills are superb, and the broom he is riding is only 1 generation behind the Smooth Wheel 2001, and his speed is not much different. Coupled with George being by his side, Harry's situation was thrilling, but it didn't hurt for a while. The 2 unwilling Slytherin batsmen combined their efforts to hit the roaming ball, trying to use the high-speed roaming ball to knock Harry off the broom. It was a pity that Harry leaned down and hung on the broom in time, and dodged the fatal shot sideways in a thrilling manner. The off-court commentator, Jordan, was about to applaud Harry's action, but saw the wandering ball making a 180-degree bend in the air and hitting Harry's head. Harry, be careful. George, who had been reminded by Yvonne before, quickly reacted and played his role as a batsman, intercepting the ball that flew to Harry halfway. Harry was in shock for a while, but before he had time to thank George, he saw the flying ball entangled himself again. George, who was already a little alert, immediately noticed that this roaming ball was wrong. www.mtlnovel.com dang even applied for a suspension of the game. No. Don't stop, hold on for a while, I see the snitch. At this moment, Harry shouted loudly. What happened on the court quickly attracted Ivan's attention. He turned his head and saw Harry who was being chased by a walker. Not far in front of Harry, Ivan's sharp eye faintly saw a golden ball looming. On the side George tried very hard to expel the roaming ball, but with little success. Not too far away, Ivan quickly predicted the flight trajectory of the wandering ball, and then shot the ghost flying ball in front of him. It's not possible to hit people directly with the ball, so he doesn't foul playing with the ball? Chapter 202, College Wars. Over the Quidditch field, under the attention of everyone. Harry dodges the wandering ball that hit him in a thrilling roll position, then leaned out hard trying to catch the golden snitch close at hand. Hurry up, hurry up. Harry muttered to himself, and at the same time increased the speed of the light wheel 2000 to the extreme, his fingers could even feel the wind caused by the golden thief waving his wings. Victory is here. However, at this time, the ghost fly ball that had just evaded attacked again, and it was already close to him in an instant. Catch the ball or dodge. In just 1 second, Harry's mind had already fought countless times between heaven and man, and his body continued to remind him to avoid danger, but the desire to catch the snitch had the upper hand. Because Malfoy, the Slytherin seeker, had already caught up, at this time, the recognition was undoubtedly giving way to the golden snitch. Just as Harry was preparing to resist a wandering ball attack and grabbing the snitch, a galloping black figure suddenly broke into Harry's line of sight, slammed into the wandering ball that was attacking him, and knocked the wandering ball to the side. Surprised, Harry caught the snitch in his hand, and there was a warm cheer on the Quidditch court. Harry smiled and turned his head to thank Ivan. He had already seen clearly that the shadow that had saved himself was actually a ghost ball. In his impression, only Ivan has such amazing ball control skills. But when Harry turned his head, what he saw was the wandering ball that had just been knocked away. Even the ghost ball ran into him out of control. The next moment, Harry felt a heavy blow to his shoulder and waist, and his body fell off the broom like a broken kite. The cheers on the Quidditch field stopped abruptly. Ivan, who was not too far away, rushed up on a broomstick for the first time and caught Harry so as not to let him fall directly to the ground. Landing on the court, Ivan looked at Harry, who was holding his shoulders with an expression of pain, with a helpless expression. He thought he would get the diary in advance, and prevented the secret room from being opened, and Dobby would stop a bit. Unexpectedly, the opponent still shot, and even controlled the ghost fly ball he hit in the past. Ivan had to admit that Dobby's care for Harry exceeded his imagination. Not long after Ivan landed with Harry, Wood and the others immediately surrounded him with concern. A large number of Gryffindor little wizards also left the academy seats and ran to the arena. Ms. Huochi descended from the sky on a broomstick. She was holding the wandering ball and the ghost flying ball that just got out of control in her hands. Her face was very gloomy. Mrs. Hooch, it must be someone from Slytherin, who secretly applied magic on the wandering ball and ghost fly ball. They must want to use this despicable method to win the game. George said angrily. Nonsense. We wouldn't do this kind of thing. Slytherin Captain Marcus retorted. I think it's Potter's bad luck recently. Malfoy said in a strange tone. A group of Gryffindor little lions, looking at Malfoy's gloating appearance, were tickled with anger, and at the same time they were even more sure that these Slytherins were doing the trick. Well, don't make any noise. Ms. Huochi watched the smell of gunpowder on both sides get stronger and stronger, and hurriedly stopped. In short, I will truthfully respond to your Dean and Principal Dumbledore on this matter, let them decide. Ms. Hooch's gaze stopped for a moment on Marcus. I have to say that when Wandering Ball and Guyfay Ball got out of control one after another, even she almost thought it was Marcus who had made a ghost. After all, if Harry, the Seeker, is smashed off the field, the Slytherin team will make the most profit. It's just that Hooch knows that the average little wizard can't put such a powerful confusing spell on the Wandering Ball, let alone controlling the ghost flying ball and hitting Harry together. Mrs. Hooch, I think the best thing we should do now is to send Harry to the school hospital. Yvonne couldn't help but interrupted. Oh, yes. Ms. Huochi then paid attention to Harry who was lying on the ground with an expression of pain. When she noticed that he seemed to be fainting, she said hurriedly. I will send Potter to the school hospital as quickly as possible. Get out. Get out. Could you please let the most professional people in? I'll treat Harry. You delay a while, and he will suffer more. At this time, among the crowd, Lockhart's hearty voice resounded. The dizzy Harry heard this sound and his spirits shook suddenly. He held Miss Hooch with his left hand that was still intact, and said in a hurry. Quickly, Mrs. Hooch, take me to the school hospital. Ms. Hooch's expression was a little weird, but she nodded her head, suspended Harry with a levitating charm, and then took him to the castle on a broom. "Where's Potter?" Lockhart finally squeezed out of the crowd, but he didn't see Harry, which was strange. "Ms. Huochi sent him to the school hospital, Professor." Yvonne pointed to the two who had flown far away. "That's really a shame, you know I have mastered some healing magic when I was traveling, and it only takes a second to make Potter heal," Lockhart said disappointedly. He felt that he had lost one opportunity to express yourself. However, the hundreds of little wizards on the field did not pay attention to him, but faintly divided into two camps, casting hostile glances at each other. Previously, because of the pressure of Ms. Hooch, the Gryffindor cubs were angry at Slytherin's hands and feet in the game, but did not dare to do it at will, but now it is different. On the other hand, the Slytherin students just lost the game and were slandered by their opponents, just as angry. The smell of gunpowder on the field is getting stronger. Only Yvonne is very clear that the person controlling the walking ball is Dobby the house elf. He just suffers from the lack of evidence and can't explain where he got this information. "What do you all want to do?" Lockhart keenly noticed that the situation was a little bad. www.mtlnovel.com and stepped back faintly. Lockhart's words were like a fuse, instantly detonating the audience, and for a while, colorful magic lights flickered on the Quidditch arena. "Except for your weapons. The tongue seals the throat." "Faint. Stop. Stop it." The court suddenly became extremely chaotic. Lockhart tried hard to maintain order, but unfortunately no one would listen to him. Even the scene became more chaotic. Chapter 203, I'll wake up when I think about it. "Stop. You guys don't stop, I'll have to do it." Lockhart felt his face was badly damaged, and after being nearly hit by a curse that flew from nowhere, he waved his wand and shouted, "Immobilis." Lockhart tried to use the fixation spell to restore his dignity as a professor. It's a pity that things went counterproductive. After shouting the spell loudly, Lockhart only saw beautiful fireworks ejected from the top of his wand. Then, there is no then. Lockhart was about to say something to hide his embarrassment, when a round irregular object hit the back of his head, exploded suddenly, and the viscous liquid poured down his head. A foul smell almost didn't faint Lockhart's. "Who?" Lockhart turned around, angrily about to see that the had lost it, but saw more dung eggs flying towards him. Lockhart once again held a fluke in his heart and released an obstacle curse, trying to block these big dung eggs. However, his curse went wild again, turning into a powerful blasting curse, causing all the big dung eggs flying in the air to explode, and the smelly yellow liquid rained down from the sky. Lockhart quickly took off his jacket and covered his head, fleeing the battlefield as quickly as possible, so as not to be affected. However, on the way to escape, Lockhart also saw Yvonne standing in the middle of the battlefield, with several magics, but standing still, and even able to counterattack again and again. Especially the gleaming ring on Ivan's right hand attracted Lockhart's attention. All petrification. Armor protection. Yvonne didn't know that Lockhart was watching him, waved his wand and petrified a Slytherin that was casting spells on him, and quickly blessed himself with armor protection. After his protection ring has resisted multiple spells in a row, it is temporarily unusable. Yvonne saw this unprecedented college melee and didn't know how to stop it for a while. The fights of a group of little wizards were already messy enough, and the joke toy goods Fred sold out immediately made the entire venue smug. I don't know who lit a few booming fireworks and threw them out, and the fireworks and explosions of sparks everywhere set off a wave of chaos. Seeing the conflict intensified, several senior little wizards even began to brew a lethal spell. The chaos escalated again, causing irreversible consequences. In desperation, Yvonne had to come to a large-scale clearing. Mending the iron armor curse on his body with magic power, Yvonne rushed straight into the Slytherin camp like a tiger into a pack of wolves. In the next moment, Yvonne activated the magic ring on his left wrist. A huge wave of magic power spread from Ivan's body to all directions. The large number of spells that were struck towards Yvonne were already wiped out before they got close, and a dozen Slytherin wizards were lifted off on the spot. This is the result of Ivan's control of the power. After Ivan's full shot, the Gryffindor wizard who had the upper hand instantly overwhelmed his opponent. In just 2 minutes, no Slytherin standing on the court could be seen again. While George and the others were celebrating the victory, Professor McGonagall's suppressed anger sounded behind them. "Who can tell me what is going on here?" McGonagall, who rushed over after receiving the news, saw the colorful spell light before entering the stadium, and when he got closer, he realized that the matter was more serious than he thought. There was a wailing little Slytherin wizard lying on the ground, most of them were cursed, and some of the unlucky ones were smashed in the face by a big dung egg and fainted. Professor McGonagall trembled with anger, waved his magic wand to relieve the various spells of the Slytherins, then turned his head to look at the trembling Wood and others, especially stopping on Ivan's body. In McGonagall's opinion, there are actually more Slytherins on the court than Gryffindor, but they were beaten like this. It was obvious that Yvonne did it. Professor McGonagall, it's like this. Yvonne took a step forward and didn't mean to hide it. I'll talk about Harry being attacked on the court just now, and what everyone suspected was Slytherin's secret manipulation. After all, there are so many people here, there is no way to hide it, so it's better to tell the truth directly. After explaining the cause, Yvonne paused, then continued. In short, because everyone has some conflicts, I am worried that someone can't control the power of the spell and cause casualties, so I took action to stop the chaos. Is this your way to stop chaos? Professor McGonagall looked at the Slytherins who had just risen from the ground, his mind a little confused. Yvonne nodded obediently, and knocked all the enemies down, wouldn't it be enough? Professor McGonagall glared at him fiercely, then looked at Wood and the others, and rebuked. You really disappointed me. Since I coached, Hogwarts has never happened to such a bad thing. Because you are fighting on the court, Gryffindor will be deducted 200 points. Professor McGonagall said coldly. 200 points. This is too cruel. Gryffindor doesn't have 200 points to deduct. Yvonne was suddenly speechless, and George retorted eagerly. Professor, it was those Slytherins who did the first thing in the Quidditch arena. Enough. Professor McGonagall interrupted aloud. Ms. Hodge had already mentioned this to me when she notified me. She clearly told me that a powerful confusing spell was cast on the walking ball. As far as I know, there is no such thing in the school, only a few little wizards can do it. Professor McGonagall wanted to say something more absolute, but when he glanced over Yvonne, he changed his words in time. If Yvonne could confuse the spell, and his level of polymorphism is as high, he can put the corresponding spell on the wandering ball. But Yvonne is from Gryffindor College www.mtlnovel.com and has a good relationship with Harry. It is obviously impossible to do so. Where is your Professor Lockhart? McGonagall looked around as if suddenly thinking of something. If she remembers correctly, Hodge said Lockhart was also on the court today, why didn't he prevent such a bad thing from happening? Professor Lockhart is over there. Yvonne reluctantly pointed to the lawn on the right. Professor McGonagall followed his direction and looked over, but saw Lockhart lying down on the lawn, covering his head with his gorgeous coat, seeming to faint. In fact, Lockhart was just pretending to be dizzy, because he hadn't figured out how to explain why he was unable to stop the dispute between the two colleges. When he thinks about it, he will wake up. Chapter 204, Do you want to be as strong as me? Professor McGonagall looked at Lockhart who had passed out, disappointed. Although she usually thinks Lockhart is a vain and mediocre liar, she never thought that Lockhart, as a professor, could not even control a group of little wizards. Professor McGonagall sighed and waved his magic wand to summon a basin of water to pour on Lockhart's face, trying to wake him up, but Lockhart remained motionless, no reaction at all. Yvonne, who was watching from the side, had a strange expression on his face, and he had some speculations vaguely. Professor McGonagall's face even darkened, but he didn't say anything. He directly lifted some of the little wizards injured in the melee with the levitating charm, and prepared to send them to the school hospital together. But because there are too many people injured, Professor McGonagall turned his head and said to Yvonne. You come and take the rest, and Professor Lockhart. Yvonne nodded and used the levitation charm synchronously to transport the rest of the people away. As for you. Before leaving, McGonagall looked at the little wizards in Gryffindor, pointed to the messed up ground around him, and said again. I will give you an hour to clean up everything here. And never use cleaning magic. Wood and the others were already anxious because of the deduction. Now they heard that such a large stadium would be cleaned up within an hour, and they couldn't use magic, so they wailed. George and Fred are about to collapse. They are very clear that the big dung eggs they made are not only unpleasant, but also difficult to remove. It is not clean at all in such a short period of time. But Professor McGonagall doesn't care about this. If she doesn't see a clean court when she comes back, then it won't be just such a simple punishment. The little snakes at Slytherin College are not doing well either, because McGonagall orders them equally to stay and clean. As for how many college points will be deducted for Slytherins gathering to fight this time, it will be up to their Dean Snape to decide. Yvonne was somewhat fortunate, because he didn't have to stay to clean up the big dung eggs, but could follow Professor McGonagall to transport injured students who were inconvenient to move to the school hospital. In the school hospital, Mrs. Pomfrey had just placed a patient. When she turned her head, she saw Lockhart floating in front with 7 or 8 little wizards carried by Yvonne and McGonagall with a floating spell. It is very conspicuous. Oh my god, what the is going on? Has there been an attack on the campus? Even Professor Lockhart was injured. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly greeted me and directed Yvonne to put the patient on the free bed. No, it's just a group of students watching football. As for Professor Lockhart, he may just be tired and want to rest. Professor McGonagall shook his head. Ms. Pomfrey, who is good at treatment, naturally quickly noticed that Lockhart was pretending to be dizzy, and immediately glanced at Lockhart who was lying on the hospital bed with contempt. turned to examine the wounds of a few little wizards and found that they were all skin injuries, which could be treated with a simple healing spell, and Madame Pomfrey was relieved immediately. "Mrs. Pomfrey, where's Harry?" Yvonne asked aloud. "I have dealt with Potter's injury almost, but he is still in a coma. I think he should be able to wake up after half a day of sleep," Madame Pomfrey gently explained, and then dealt with the other people's injuries. Professor McGonagall didn't stay too much. After sending the little wizards with disabilities to the school hospital, he turned and left without even calling Yvonne. She might think that Yvonne wants to be with friends here. Yvonne walked to Harry's hospital bed and looked at Harry, who was still unconscious, and felt that Dobby was really cruel. If the wandering ball and the ghost fly ball that ran away at that time were a little bit off, they might just hit the head directly. But as a house elf, Dobby can freely use magic similar to apparition in Hogwarts. It is not easy to catch it. Let Dumbledore worry about it. Yvonne shook his head, thinking that after the attack, Dumbledore would definitely talk to Harry. Then the old principal would know that there is a house elf doing things in the school, and he doesn't need to worry about him. Just as Yvonne was about to leave, Lockhart, who was lying on the hospital bed next to him, woke up with his head leisurely. "What's wrong with me? How come I am in the school hospital?" "Halls, can you tell me what happened just now?" Lockhart asked blankly. Yvonne paused, watching the performance of the other side quietly. However, Yvonne didn't expect Lockhart to wake up at this time, wondering about the reason in his heart, and replying freely on his lips. "Professor Lockhart, you should have been knocked out on the court." "Is that so?" Lockhart had a suddenly realized expression, but he kept staring at the ring and bracelet in Ivan's hand, and asked inadvertently. "I just saw you in the Quidditch arena. You released the iron armor curse without casting a spell. Is it because you have any magic items in your hand?" Yvonne looked at Lockhart playfully, knowing what the other party had done for him, and said straightforwardly. "Yes, these magic props are made by me using a lot of precious materials. For example, this protective ring only needs to input magic power to instantly cast a kind of magic similar to the iron armor curse." Yvonne talked about the effects of the protective ring to Lockhart, reading www.yunshu.com. Lockhart's heart was moved. This time, the chaos in the Quidditch stadium made him lose face. Lockhart urgently needs to do something to restore his reputation. For example, show off your excellent strength in public. But Lockhart still has some self-awareness, knowing that he has focused on gaining fame and glory over the years, and has abandoned the practice of magic. So much so that when I needed magic, I realized that I could make mistakes and runaways even when releasing a few simple spells. Such a level, let alone proves the strength, it is hard not to make a fool of yourself. So before on the Quidditch pitch, Lockhart had some ideas after seeing Yvonne using magic props to show off. "How about? Professor, do you want to buy a protective ring? I can help you make a luxurious gold version," Yvonne said seductively. In Ivan's mind, Lockhart is the local tyrant among the local tyrants. Apart from anything else, just this time when he took up the post of defense against the dark arts class professor, Lockhart forced all his students to sell the best-selling books, and he could earn tens of thousands of gold gallons. This ability to plunder money is simply exploding. Chapter 205, Dobby's Warning. "In addition to this thing, can you make other offensive magic items?" Lockhart couldn't help but asked. But then Lockhart realized that he was not too reserved, so he coughed slightly, and continued to speak as the conversation changed. "Of course. I couldn't use these gadgets because of my ability. Before coming to school, I used to fight a powerful black wizard to protect a group of horsemen. Although I finally defeated him by an overwhelming advantage, I accidentally hit the opponent's curse. This curse is very difficult and will make the curse I release very unstable, and there is often a risk of losing control." Lockhart said as he said, he even believed him, his face showed a little firmness, as if he had really fought a certain powerful black wizard to protect the horse tribe. In the end, I did not forget to remind Yvonne not to disclose the news, lest his fans are too sad. Yvonne rolled his eyes speechlessly. Lockhart's ability to make up stories and the thickness of his face were beyond his imagination. "No wonder I can write so many best-selling books to make money." This made Yvonne even more determined to make a fortune from Lockhart. Thinking of this, Yvonne solemnly said to Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, I deeply sympathize with your experience. I can make a set of magic items tailored for you, which can definitely meet your needs. As long as you have enough Jinjialong." Ivan's mouth twitched. Lockhart said without hesitation. "Money is never a problem." After negotiating with Lockhart about the custom-made props worth 2,000 gallons, Yvonne walked out of the ward contentedly. 2,000 gallons is not a small sum. The entire Hogwarts can easily come up with the money. Except for Dumbledore, whose property is unknown and can embezzle public funds, I am afraid Lockhart is the only one. The most important thing is that when Lockhart gets used to the strength enhancement brought by these props, he can't do without these things anymore. At that time, just doing after-sales service, you can earn a lot of Jinjialong. Thinking of this, Yvonne returned to the bedroom and wrote a letter, asking Doubt to buy some materials for making magic items and send it to himself. The cost was directly deducted from the share of the wolf poison potion. At this moment, Ron, who had just returned from the playground, was so dirty that he saw Yvonne in the dormitory and asked immediately. Yvonne, did you just come back from the school hospital? How is Harry? Is he okay? Harry's injury has been cured by Madame Pomfrey, but he hasn't woken up yet. He may have to spend the night in the school hospital, right? Yvonne explained aloud as he tied the letter to Macca's feet. It was released. Ron felt relieved, and then angrily scolded those Slytherins. Ron thought it must be their bastards. Late at night, in the Hogwarts school hospital, Harry was trembling with anger when he looked at the humble house elf in front of him. It turns out that you sealed the partition wall of the station, which prevented me from catching the train. Do you know that I was almost expelled from school because of this? Dobby. Dobby just wants to protect you, sir. Dobby shook his wrinkled head, stretched out his 10 bandaged fingers, and showed them in front of Harry. For this, Dobby had to burn his hands with an iron. Dobby said sadly. But Dobby doesn't care about this, sir. Dobby thought Harry Potter was safe now, but never dreamed that you actually took another road to school. Dobby's eyes were full of tears, his big ears flapped, and Harry looked at Harry blankly, as if he was sad that Harry had failed his kindness. Anyway, Harry Potter must leave this school immediately, immediately. Something terrible is about to happen here. Dobby screamed. Enough. It's safe here. Harry picked up a pillow and threw it towards Dobby, glaring at him angrily. Except you. Except you. Dobby knows, sir will definitely not believe it, so he will use the wandering ball and ghost fly ball. Dobby took a hard hit without dodge, although it doesn't hurt, but there is a crystal in the corner of his eye. Tears fell. Is like the protagonist in a drama of bitter love that does good deeds are never understood. But Harry didn't have any sympathy. On the contrary, he was almost mad, wishing to choke the house elf in front of him. It turns out that you moved your hands and feet to the walker. Do you want to kill me like that? Harry's anger suddenly surged. It wasn't that you killed you, sir, why did you think that? Dobby shook his head frantically, shaking in horror, and trembling slightly. Dobby just wants to save your life. Even if he is seriously injured and sent home, it is better than staying here, sir. Dobby only hopes that Harry Potter will be slightly injured and sent home. Dobby opened his big watery eyes and pulled a sheet with his hands to hide his thin body with only a rag hanging from it, looking very pitiful. Why? Why would you rather let me leave Hogwarts if I broke my bones and was sent to the hospital? Guess you wouldn't tell me, would you? Harry said sarcastically. Harry couldn't understand the other party's words. He said it for his own sake again and again, but he almost damned himself both times. This is called being good for yourself? If Harry Potter knew what he meant to us humble, enslaved little people, he would definitely not think so. Facing Harry's sarcasm gaze www.mdlenovel.com Dobby picked up the pillow that Harry had thrown on the ground, and more teardrops fell in his eyes. He murmured to Harry that the house elves used to be tragic experience. Then Dobby cried again and thanked Harry for his feat in defeating the Dark Lord. Because of this incident, their house elves had a much better life. Harry was silent for a moment. He didn't know what he should say, but Dobby's words did not stop, and he continued excitedly. When Dobby was at home, he heard his master say that he sold that thing to a little wizard at Hogwarts. That thing was left to the master by the Dark Lord, very, very evil. At this point, Dobby was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that he had said something that shouldn't be said, then grabbed Harry's water jug on the bedside table and slammed it on his own head. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby said as he smashed. Dobby touched the jug with his head, and made a crisp sound, which hurt Harry just by listening to it. When Dobby mentioned the Dark Lord, Harry suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter, reached out his hand to grab Dobby's arm, stopped his self-harm, and asked quickly. Tell me, what exactly is that thing? Who was it sold to by your owner? How do you know that the other party brought that thing to school? Chapter 206, You couldn't beat him, so you came to beat me? Who is your master? Tell me. Harry grabbed Dobby's wrist and said loudly. Dobby can't say it, sir. Stop asking poor Dobby. Dobby blinked his eyes the size of a copper bell, looked at Harry pitifully, and muttered. Dobby can only tell sir that this school will become very dangerous, because Dobby saw the little wizard open the dangerous thing with his own eyes. Is by Mr. S side. Dobby wanted to the dangerous thing from him, but Dobby was just a poor, weak house elf, not his opponent. Dobby couldn't help screaming. So, if you can't beat him, come and beat me? Kick me out? Harry rolled his eyes, had to endure Dobby's unpleasant scream, and asked loudly. Then tell me who the little wizard is. Dobby hesitated whether to say, after all, in his opinion, it was the master's plan and should not be revealed. The concern for Harry Potter finally prevailed. Dobby opened his mouth and prepared to speak. But the next moment, it seemed as if he had sensed something. Dobby snapped his fingers with a pop and disappeared in front of Harry. Harry stretched out his hand to catch him, but caught him empty. When there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, Harry lay down and pretended to be asleep. Click! The door of the school hospital was opened, and Harry's eyelids opened a gap. When he saw that it was Madame Pomfrey who came in, he guessed that the other person might have been attracted by the sound just now. In fact, it was the same. Madame Pomfrey walked to Harry's bed, looked strangely at the pillows and jars that had fallen on the floor, sorted them out, and left again. Harry opened his eyes sharply and called Dobby's name in a low voice, but no one responded for a long time. The next day, early. When Yvonne stepped into the large exhibition hall, he saw a large number of people around the scoring pool. After a glance, I found that Gryffindor's scoring pool was completely empty. But this is also normal. It hasn't been long since the beginning of school. Professor McGonagall has deducted 200 points at one time. Naturally, they have all deducted and lost a lot of points. This may be the first time there has been a negative score since Hogwarts was founded. Yvonne thought so, and to his surprise, the scoring pool of Slytherin College next door was also empty, and it was obviously deducted. Professor Snape is so willing to deduct points from Slytherin College. Yvonne said strangely, remembering that Snape was quite short-handed. Ron, who was eating hot porridge, raised his head and said gloating. Of course, I heard that Snape was knowing about those Slytherins, and we had a vicious clean-up on the Quidditch pitch. It was almost irritated. It turned out to be like this. Yvonne suddenly understood that Snape guessed it was angry that Slytherin lost to Gryffindor in the melee before deducting points. George and Fred also leaned in at this time and said grinningly. Anyway, you were so handsome yesterday. We all saw you rushing up, and a dozen Slytherins were lifted off at once. If you hadn't been there, we wouldn't have been able to win. It's okay, that's it. Yvonne said casually. In his opinion, it just knocked down a group of little ghosts, there is nothing to be happy about. Hermione couldn't help but interjected at this moment. You should be able to calm down yesterday, instead of fighting Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch without understanding the situation. Otherwise, we would not be deducted by Professor McGonagall a full 200 points. Now we will definitely not get the Academy Cup this semester. Hermione seemed very angry. Originally, when she and Yvonne worked hard to get points, Gryffindor's Academy points already led Yayo. If nothing happens, this semester we'll be able to get the Academy Cup safely. Now that this thing happens, it's mostly out of play. The biggest profit from this event is probably Ravenclaw Academy. They immediately surpassed Gryffindor, which was originally ranked first and second, and Slytherin, to reach the top. George and Fred didn't dare to speak, and they deducted the Hogwarts Academy all of a sudden. Even if they are usually mischievous, they were a little guilty when they mentioned it. Yvonne doesn't care. After all, he is at Gryffindor College. Points are too many. Whatever you deduct. Anyway, Dumbledore will add it back by the end of the semester. Yvonne thought so, but soon realized that this year's OSS Tom Riddle was already under his control. Harry has lost a thrilling adventure, Dumbledore can't seem to find a reason to give him extra points. Is it possible that you really want to lose the Academy Cup this year? Yvonne scratched his hair, and there was no solution for a while. After eating breakfast, Yvonne packed up and went to today's defense against the dark arts class. In the middle of the journey, Yvonne noticed that Harry seemed a little absent-minded, but he didn't care too much, thinking that maybe Dumbledore had come to him for a conversation. After class, Lockhart stood on the stage as always, performing the book story with Neville. Today's content is how he subdued a vampire hiding in the crowd on Halloween. However, the little wizards below cast distrustful glances at him, and some even talked loudly about Lockhart fainting on the Quidditch pitch, which immediately attracted bursts of cheerful laughter. www.ndlenovel.com. The classroom was filled with joy for a while. Lockhart tried to explain that he was only in poor condition yesterday, but unfortunately it attracted more ridicule from the crowd. This time even Hermione was unwilling to help him to defend him. Lockhart appeared calm and composed, but behind his back he was restless. He really couldn't bear this kind of life, so after the course, he found a reason to bring Yvonne to his office. Lockhart locked the office door with his backhand, then turned his head and said anxiously to Yvonne. "Hals, when will you be able to do all the things you said?" "It will take a month at the earliest. My materials have not yet been shipped," Yvonne said helplessly. "But I can't wait for a month." Lockhart paced around the office anxiously, almost fainting Yvonne. "Then add 500 gallons, I will think of a way and try to finish it in 2 weeks." Yvonne hesitated and said. "Okay, 500 gallons, 2 weeks." Lockhart nodded without hesitation. Seeing Lockhart's promise so readily, the corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. It seems that he still underestimated Lockhart's financial resources. He had known that he should add more. Chapter 207, Krypton Warrior Lockhart. After getting 500 gallons from Lockhart's hands again, Yvonne became extremely busy in the next few days. Except for the strange characters given by the daily class and the continued inquiry system, the rest of the time is spent in the responsive room to study the new magic text arrangement formula. A protective ring with an instant iron armor curse would certainly not meet Lockhart's needs. Fortunately, although time is tight, the funds are extremely abundant, allowing Yvonne to try and make as much as possible, putting all the ideas in his mind into action without worrying about the loss of materials. In just a few days, Ivan's alchemy has advanced again by leaps and bounds. The sound of the increase in proficiency sounded in Ivan's mind every once in a while. In addition, the other good news is about magic trick workshops. The Academy war between Gryffindor and Slytherin a few days ago actually launched an advertisement for George and Fred's joke merchandise. So for a time their big dung eggs, skipping candy, smoke and fire, and automatic quill pens were very popular. George and Fred were so busy all day long that they couldn't stop at all, and even discussed with Yvonne about expanding their manpower. Hire some people to help? That's not bad. Yvonne considered for a while, and did not refute their proposal. Big dung eggs and skipping class candy are just simple magic gadgets, and the difficulty of making them is not high. As long as you tell the method, a senior little wizard can easily be made. In addition, there are some students in Hogwarts, which is easy to pass, and it will not cost a few jinjialong at the end of a school year, which is much cheaper than transforming a corresponding magic machine. As for the leakage of the production method, the three of them don't care about it. As long as some high-end knowledge is protected, it is impossible for ordinary people to steal business with them. Furthermore, for a joke shop, the most important thing is to be able to continuously launch new and creative products to maintain novelty. At this point, few people can compare with George and Fred. After discussing with the two about manpower expansion, Yvonne bluntly said that he is currently working on some magic items, so he may not be able to help them. George and Fred were very curious. Yvonne didn't reveal much news, only that they knew it in the first half-month. 2 weeks passed in a flash. While staying in the responsive room, Yvonne looked at the gloves, cloak, and ring in front of him, and he was relieved, and finally finished these things before the agreed time. Ding! After a period of practice, your alchemy proficiency has improved, the current level 4, 2710/4000. Looking at the long progress bar of alchemy's proficiency, Yvonne only felt his scalp numb, and he didn't know when he would be able to upgrade his alchemy to level 7 and make the Philosopher's Stone. Although alchemy has not been upgraded, the magic formulas that have been researched these days are real. It just seems too cheap. Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin and looking at the 3 ordinary magic items in front of him. This is really not what a 2000 galleon thing should look like. Thinking of this, Yvonne continued to reform. For example, a layer of gold paint is plated on the surface of the ring, and a large sapphire is added in the middle by the way. Although this does not improve the effect of the item, at least it seems to be more valuable, doesn't it? Yvonne nodded in satisfaction, and then remodeled the cloak again, making it the golden red color of the bag, and added some fancy lines on the surface of the glove. After finishing all this, Yvonne took these things to find Lockhart. After entering Lockhart's office, Yvonne discovered that the other party was writing something on the paper with a quill pen. Yvonne glanced closer, and read the title on the parchment. Duel Club. Yes, it's the Duel Club. Lockhart threw the quill pen and blew the ink that hadn't dried up, and said triumphantly. It was hard for me to convince the old skater Dumbledore to give me a platform to show my strength. Oh no, I mean the opportunity to teach you. Lockhart changed his words in time, then turned his head to look at Yvonne, and said with a hint of anticipation in his eagerness. Halls, are all the things you made for me finished? Of course. Yvonne nodded and threw a golden ring to Lockhart. Yes, it fits my temperament. Lockhart put the ring on his hand, looked at the big red cloak and the gloves painted with gorgeous patterns, and said with satisfaction. What's the use of these things? Lockhart looked at Yvonne. The ring, cloak, and gloves were cured with a disarming curse, an iron armor curse, and a petrifying curse. Yvonne opened his mouth to explain, and then added. You only need to enter the magic power to release it, saving you the trouble of chanting. Lockhart suddenly felt his eyes light up. In that case, if he pretended to be good enough, wouldn't he be able to say to the outside that he would have high-end curse-free casting skills? Lockhart tried to point his wand to a porcelain bottle in the distance, and a grey-white magic light flashed, and the surface of the porcelain bottle instantly solidified and petrified and turned into a weird grey. This is the effect of the petrification spell. Seeing this scene, Lockhart's heart was excited for a long time. In the past few years, he hasn't released a magic freely for a long time. Every time, due to unknown reasons, the effect of the magic deviated from his vision, and the often used Oblivion curse became stronger and stronger. This strange situation also made Lockhart puzzled. He even asked some professionals, but the other party could not give an accurate answer. He could only guess that it was because of his lack of magic practice. Lockhart didn't believe it. Many people neglected to practice magic. He was the only one who would have this weird situation. www.mentalnovel.com. And for Lockhart, increase the time to practice magic is impossible. He is very busy all day long. Not only does he need to reply to his fans, but he also has to constantly collect adventure stories, publish books, and maintain his popularity. How can he have this time? Now these magic props produced by Ivan are undoubtedly a perfect solution to the problem of his inability to release magic. But why are there 3 kinds of spells? Lockhart slammed his lips, and said disappointedly. He felt that as a master of defense against the dark arts, he would not have to play dozens or hundreds of spells in the upcoming duel club, and he always felt that he was detrimental to his style. Chapter 208, A Little Wizard Like You, there must be many wonderful stories, right? It's as if you can use these magics at ordinary times. Ivan raised his eyebrows, and said in dissatisfaction. Before I was cursed. Lockhart started to talk about the story made up before, but Ivan interrupted directly. If the professor is not satisfied with you, this transaction can be voided. No, I'm still very satisfied. Lockhart shook his head in a jealous manner. He will host a duel club tomorrow. If Ivan terminates the trade at this time, his previous plans will be ruined. And Lockhart also knows that high-end magic items are not so easy to make, especially this kind of magic items that can directly improve wizards' combat effectiveness. The big families with inheritance cherish their own brooms, and rarely have relevant knowledge passed on. So most of the magic items circulating on the market are auxiliary types. Professor, where is the remaining Jin Jialong? Ivan said directly, not wanting to waste time with Lockhart. Don't worry, I'm already ready. Lockhart took out a bag from the drawer in the office and put it on the table. Ivan stretched out his hand to take it and opened it to take a look. The extension curse was cast in the bag. The space inside was huge, and the golden ones were all Jin Jialong. It seems that there are a lot of them. Ivan put the wand on the table and knocked it, and the Jin Jialong in the bag bounced one by one, and 50 were piled on the side. A total of 30 sets of 1,500 gold gallons. Adding the 500 gallons of deposit given by Lockhart at the beginning, and the other 500 gallons of overtime, it was just enough. Lockhart watched Ivan wave his wand easily, and put Jin Jialong back into the bag, and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. To be honest, this is the first time that I have seen a little wizard so powerful to you. I can earn so much Jin Jialong from me at a young age. An unusual little wizard like you must have some interesting experiences, right? I heard a lot of rumors about you in school. Lockhart asked with a smile on his mouth and asked with interest. Tao. Since Ivan was slumped at the beginning of school, Lockhart collected Ivan's information purposefully after coming to Hogwarts. The collected content exceeded Lockhart's expectations. According to a little wizard named Seamus, Ivan killed a 20-foot, 12-foot, tall monster at the beginning of school. Then he drove a fire dragon to rescue Hagrid as a guard in the Forbidden Forest, and at the end of the semester, he eliminated the last defense against the dark arts professor. According to the gossip, the professor named Chino was in contact with the mysterious man again. Lockhart couldn't believe it when he heard the news. He didn't dare to write it like that in his published storybook. Lockhart soon guessed that Ivan might be the same kind of person as himself. I was so enthusiastic about expressing myself in school that I fabricated these stories in some way and made people believe them. Until before on the Quidditch pitch, Lockhart had witnessed Ivan's use of magic items to show off, and then changed his mind. These legends, maybe some of them are true. In Lockhart's eyes, the little wizard in front of him was undoubtedly a treasure boy. My stories? Of course there are many, but I don't think you want to know. Ivan immediately became vigilant when he heard Lockhart talk about this, but the surface was still calm. Shook his head and said. That's really a shame, you know I like to hear stories from others. Lockhart sighed regretfully. Lockhart tied the golden red cloak to his body, and looked at the mirror on one side sulkingly. After 2 glances, he turned his head and said to Ivan, who was about to leave. By the way, can the protective cloak you gave me automatically resist the curse? No, it doesn't have that effect. You have to actively stimulate it. Ivan shook his head, put away the bag full of Jin Jialong on the table, and turned to leave. 1, 2. Ivan counted silently in his heart. The moment I walked to the door, I heard a slight noise in my ears, and Ivan's wand had been pointed at him in advance. Armor for body protection. Just as Ivan chanted the spell, Lockhart's voice rang in the next moment. Forget it all. A white light hit Ivan's body at an extraordinary speed, and the line of defense constructed by the armor body resisted for a while before it was disintegrated. But as the protective ring on Ivan's left hand lit up, the second magical barrier blocked the white light and bounced it back. Lockhart was so surprised that he didn't even have time to escape. Fortunately, At the moment Bai came to his body, Lockhart hurriedly activated the effect of the protective cloak, and the same magical barrier lit up on his body, deflecting the white light to the side wall. Lockhart subconsciously slapped his body in horror, and after a while, he found that he was fine. Only then did I realize that the forgotten curse that bounced back was blocked by the protective cloak I bought from Ivan. At this time, Ivan's voice rang in the office. Professor, did you intend to use the forgetting curse on me? Ivan said in a playful expression that he was also a little surprised by the strength of Lockhart's forgotten curse. He was able to break through the iron armor curse he released. No wonder so many powerful wizards were hit. Of course not, how could this happen? I just want to try if the things you gave me work so well. Lockhart waved his hand and wanted to refute. Just seeing Ivan's increasingly impatient expression, Lockhart knew that the other party would definitely not believe it, so he simply admitted. Well, I'm planning to use the forgetting curse on you, so no one will know that I can use these gadgets to perform magic. But although you now know this www.mtlnovel.com, you will soon forget it, just like other wizards. Lockhart said confidently. Are you sure? Ivan's expression is very strange, he thinks Lockhart always has an inexplicable self-confidence. Is it possible that people have been touted too much, so you really think you are a master of magic? After all, these things you made for me seem to be better than yours, don't they? Lockhart raised his eyebrows, walked a few steps forward, pressed a switch, and continued briskly. Said. In addition, I forgot to tell you that the soundproofing of this office is good, and you can't get out. Just as Lockhart pressed the switch, Ivan keenly discovered that the door was locked. Obviously it was not so easy to open. Chapter 209, Are you going to use what I gave you to deal with me? I have to say that the gadgets you made surpassed my expectations and were able to withstand my Oblivion curse. You must know that the iron armor curses released by some adult wizards can't do this. Lockhart said with appreciation. He originally thought that Ivan would be like other wizards, and part of his memory would be erased by him unsuspectingly. But I didn't expect that Ivan would be able to detect and resist his attack in advance, and even cast a spell to reflect his forgotten curse, which Lockhart hadn't expected. But fortunately, the curse-preventing cloak he had bought with a lot of money before was more useful than he thought, and it resisted the bounced forgotten curse. This went beyond Lockhart's expectation, and at the same time made him realize that he is not the liar who was incapable of casting spells before. So you plan to use what I gave you to deal with me? Ivan asked. I think when you were making these things, you definitely didn't expect to have this day, right? Lockhart looked very proud, but looking at Ivan's calm complexion, his face suddenly changed. Chan smiled and took 2 steps back, and said tentatively. Could it be that you have left what back door? I don't know how to do this kind of thing. Ivan shook his head, his alchemy level has not yet reached the point where he can leave the back door at will without being discovered. Lockhart was about to breathe a sigh of relief, and heard Ivan continue. But you think, why don't I make a magic item for myself? Isn't it lack of money? Lockhart said strangely. Of course not. Ivan's face was completely darkened, with a gloomy face, and he continued with his wand. Now I'll teach you a lesson. The real powerhouses in the magical world are not piled up on crooked things. I remember you said that the soundproofing here is good. Lockhart raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding what Ivan meant. Shenfeng Wuying. Ivan whispered softly, launching the Shenfeng Wuying curse that had been blessed by the enhanced magic text. Several invisible waves of magical power cut through the air, making strange noises. At the moment the tip of Ivan's wand lit up, Lockhart's face suddenly changed, and his hair exploded. He vaguely remembered a dark wizard he had encountered in the Romanian jungle. The powerful destructive spell of the other side made him almost die there. But even so, the threat that the curse brought to him was not as strong as this time. There are many obstacles. Lockhart knew it was useless to dodge, gritted his teeth and released the obstacle curse. Lockhart's potential burst out in the face of danger caused the magic to run away again, turning into a deep blue fireball, whizzing and flying forward. Lockhart has never been fortunate that his magic lost control, but this time it was an exception. This represents his vitality. However, it was in the gaze of Lockhart's expectation. The dark blue fireball that he had high hopes for was cut in half almost instantly, and was cut into smaller pieces by invisible things in the air, and was directly wiped out. The expression on Lockhart's face froze, and it turned to fear. He couldn't see what Ivan did. There was nothing in front of him. But this is what makes the fear spread to the whole body like a vine. Fast, too fast. Lockhart felt that death was approaching and activated the protective cloak at this critical moment. The magic barrier rose again from around Lockhart. There is also a sense of security that also rises, but all of this is torn to pieces in the next moment. The sturdy magic barrier, this time like paper, was easily pierced by the invisible blade. The buzzing vibration sounded in Lockhart's ears, and his cheek seemed to be cut by something. Just as Lockhart felt desperate, the feeling of death suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lockhart was stunned. In the next second, the table behind him was cut into 2 pieces along the center, and fell to the ground with a dull sound. The mirror further behind was covered with cracks, and the head of the petrified wood carving was directly cut off. Even the photos hanging on the wall are no exception. The Lockharts in the photos hid elsewhere early, leaving only the blank photo frames cut in 2. Lockhart turned his head dumbly and looked at this scene, taking a breath. Lockhart turned his head and looked at Yvonne. He threw away his wand very spinelessly. He opened his mouth to say something, but he heard Ivan's voice again. Fuchsia. The protective cloak that had just been hit hard did not shelter Lockhart this time, which made Lockhart's body overturned uncontrollably. He mistakenly thought that Yvonne was about to do something to himself, and suddenly shouted in panic. Stop, stop. You can't kill me. I am the recipient of the Merlin Medal of Level 3, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Alliance, and a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who has won the Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Lockhart's nonchalant gibberish, even the idioms he used to introduce himself. No, you are just a liar who only uses the forgetting curse. Yvonne knelt down and pointed his wand to Lockhart's nose. I'll give you 500, no, 1,000 gallons. Lockhart shouted as the wand in Ivan's hand glowed with dazzling light. 2,000. Yvonne increased the price. Yes. Lockhart nodded without hesitation. Yvonne was depressed for a while, and it seemed that he had once again underestimated Lockhart's financial resources. However, in Ivan's estimation, 2,000 gallons should have stepped on Lockhart's bottom line. If there is more, Yvonne is worried that the other party will feel sorry for not giving money in the future, and what will happen? After all, this is Hogwarts, Dumbledore's territory. Yvonne knew very well that he could expose Lockhart's identity as a liar, could beat him up, but could not kill him at will. Yvonne waved his magic wand www.ndlenovel.com to dispel the magic and put Lockhart down. Lockhart got up from the ground shivering, and subconsciously wanted to pick up the wand on the ground. But without touching his hand, Lockhart was worried that Yvonne might be misunderstanding, and immediately took it back. Instead, he held up his hands to show that he was harmless to humans and animals, and there was still a little fear on his face. The powerful Shenfeng shadowless curse completely shattered Lockhart's unrealistic thoughts. Lockhart wanted to understand what Yvonne said. The small wizard in front of him is warning him that even if he possesses these seemingly powerful magic items, he cannot pose a threat to him. As long as the opponent has this idea, the effort of lifting the wand can defeat everything he depends on. Chapter 210, It doesn't matter if you can't remember, your injury will make you remember. Don't forget about 2,000 gallons. Yvonne looked at Lockhart's horrified look, and was lazily intimidating him, and cut the door lock with the Shenfeng shadowless curse. In addition, I am not interested in debunking your identity, but I don't want to have a similar thing for a second time. Yvonne opened the door, and after one last glance at Lockhart, he closed the door and left, leaving only a word that echoed in the messy office. It doesn't matter if you can't remember, the wound on your face will help you remember. After Yvonne left, Lockhart couldn't hold on and sat down on the ground. Only then did he feel a bit numb and itchy on his face. Lockhart reached out and touched it, and found traces of blood on his hands. Lockhart suddenly looked at the broken mirror, fragmented himself, with a shallow wound on his face. At the same time, Yvonne in the corridor is also reflecting on his behavior. The 3 magic items made for Lockhart this time almost pit him himself. Yvonne had no choice but to use the strengthening magic text once every 6 hours, blessing Lockhart with the Shenfeng shadowless curse, so as not to keep this guy from asking for trouble all the time. It seems I have to take time to learn the forgetting curse. Yvonne sighed. Whether it was in Hermione's bedroom last time, or the conflict with Lockhart just now, if he could forget the curse, he wouldn't have to be so troublesome at all, just clear their memories for a while. It's just that there are so many things he has to do recently, so he has never had time to learn. Lockhart happened to be the master of forgotten curse, and Yvonne wanted to simply wait for Lockhart to prepare 2,000 gallons next time, and then find him to learn it by the way. I just don't know how Lockhart would explain his messy office. The things that were destroyed by the Shenfeng shadowless curse were not so easy to repair. However, after only one day, Yvonne realized this little trouble, and he couldn't help but Lockhart, who was good at rhetoric. Because suddenly there was a rumor in Hogwarts. Lockhart, their Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, was studying a highly destructive magic in his office yesterday. During the experiment, he accidentally cut the office desk in 2. Ron, who was eating lunch in the large exhibition hall, almost sprayed the juice on Harry's face after hearing the news, and couldn't help but vomit. Lockhart is starting to brag again. I guess he must think that if this news comes out, we will continue to pay attention to him. Hermione interrupted without waiting for Ron to finish. No, this should be true. When Professor Lockhart asked Filch to move the table yesterday, I saw it with my own eyes. The table was cut in half in the middle. The cut is as smooth as a mirror, and the picture frames, wood carvings, etc. have been cut. It must be a very powerful spell. Hermione was chirping, and Ron and Harry rolled their eyes. Do you still believe in the liar Lockhart? If he was as good as he himself said, he wouldn't have passed out last time at Quidditch. Ron shook his head and retorted. I didn't say that he was not a liar. Hermione glared at him angrily, and then continued. I just told you what I saw, I didn't lie to you. Then maybe Lockhart fooled you in some way, such as sawing these things with a saw, pretending to be magical. Harry guessed. Yes. Everyone knows that Lockhart is a little better than the dumb gun. If he knows magic, why not just use the healing spell to repair these things? Ron also talked freely. Seeing the three people quarreling on this topic, Yifan shook his head and did not participate in their discussion. He couldn't say that he actually cut it with the Shenfeng Shadowless Curse, right? Yvonne was a little curious that after hearing the news, Snape would guess something from it, then went to Lockhart's trouble and asked him how he learned his magic secretly. Hermione's attitude towards Lockhart also went beyond Ivan's expectations. He remembered that Hermione was Lockhart's diehard fan, and this time he bluntly said Lockhart was a liar. It seems that Lockhart's reputation in the school has been completely ruined, no wonder he would be willing to pay a high price for the magic items he made. After lunch, a few people went to today's spell class together noisily. In the afternoon, Yvonne went to the library to look up information about characters as usual, and Hermione also went with her. Yvonne, are you looking for something lately? Hermione asked curiously. She had noticed that Yvonne seemed to be distracted recently, often looking for something in the library. Do you know this kind of characters? Yvonne thought for a while, and felt that Hermione might be able to give herself some help, so she wrote a few of the characters on a piece of paper. Hermione took the paper and looked at it twice, thinking hard for a while. How? Do you have a clue? Yvonne asked. No, I don't know this thing either. Maybe it's some kind of magic text or symbol. Hermione stuck out her tongue and said with embarrassment. Yvonne was somewhat disappointed, but didn't care too much. It was normal for Hermione not to know that he had no clue after searching for so long. Taking advantage of the afternoon break, Hermione took the initiative to help find clues to these characters. Yvonne went to the shelf to pick up a copy of Symbol Riddle, and wrote the remaining characters on the paper, comparing them one by one. He felt that the shapes of these characters were referring to something, such as a place or something. However, I went through the entire Symbol Riddle and found nothing similar. Yvonne sighed and returned the book to his place, holding the paper with the characters on it, and preparing to leave. When he reached the corner, he bumped into a little witch. Yvonne stepped back a few steps and nothing happened. www.mentalnovel.com But the other party slammed into the shelf, and the book in his hand fell to the ground. Sorry, are you okay? Luna. Yvonne said apologetically, and then was stunned again. The figure in front of him was Luna, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The oddly dressed little witch shook her head gently, her silver-grey pupils stared at Yvonne for a long time, and the palms of her hands were showing some shape, and then she nodded herself. Yvonne was confused and didn't know what the other party was doing. He leaned down and picked up the book that Luna had dropped. When I was about to return it, Yvonne discovered that this turned out to be a book related to transfiguration. The page that opened was introduced by Animagus. Chapter 211, Duel Club with New Clues. Transfiguration, a little story you didn't know. Seeing the title of the book and the passage about Animagus in the book, Yvonne glanced at Luna with a guilty conscience. Could it be that the other party guessed something? How else do you read this kind of book? Luna's silver-grey pupils were still staring at Yvonne. Just when Yvonne was a little overwhelmed, the little witch suddenly frowned and whispered with a trace of depression. You haven't delivered the letter for me last time. I'm not a real owl, but I don't have a mail delivery service. Yvonne said helplessly, admitting his identity. There is no way to not admit it, Luna clearly identified him. And it seems that the other party didn't tell Professor Flitwick or Professor McGonagall, but helped him conceal it. Otherwise, Professor McGonagall would have come to him angrily. So that owl is your Animagus. Luna stretched out her hand again and gestured, then looked at Yvonne, her eyes full of inquiry. Yes. Yvonne nodded. This time he understood Luna was making gestures. It was the outline of an owl. Then Yvonne asked curiously. How did you find out? There should be no flaws in my deformed owl. Animagus is a very advanced transformation technique. Once the transformation is completed, even a wizard who is proficient in the same transformation technique can hardly find the clues. Because a real owl can't other people's letters or read newspapers, can't they? Luna tilted her head, her tone light and flirty. Yvonne was speechless for a while, and it seemed that he had acted a little too outrageously. Coupled with the fact that his deformed owl was very concerned about the headlines of the Devil, no wonder Luna can easily guess his identity. Yvonne quickly thought of the flaws in his transformation. It's just that Yvonne always felt that Luna lacked common sense and was keen to pursue some weird things. Maybe he could accept a special owl. Unexpectedly, the other party is much smarter than he thought. Ivan shook his head and handed over the book in her hand. Luna reached out and took it, but her gaze stopped for a moment on the paper in Ivan's hand. Did you write this? A passage. Luna said suddenly. Ivan's movements paused, and he looked at Luna in surprise, grabbed her wrist and asked. This is what I saw from other places. There are some secrets hidden in these characters. Can you understand them? No, I don't understand, but I think it should be a paragraph. Maybe it's a compliment to someone. Luna's voice was a little erratic. Intuition? The flame of hope that ignited in Ivan's heart cooled down a lot. The prompt given to him by the system is the key, which may be the key to unlocking a certain place, obviously not in line with what Luna just said. After Luna got her book back, she was not talking with Ivan though, and walked towards the library for herself, muttering, that paragraph must not have been left by Ms. Ravenclaw. Yes, she is not so narcissistic. Ivan vaguely heard Luna's whisper, but he didn't know what the other party was saying. However, Luna's behavior was strange, and Ivan couldn't guess the other party's thoughts, but suddenly remembered that she hadn't asked her why she could understand owl language. Ivan thought for a while, and finally gave up the idea of going over to inquire, and walked to Hermione who was flipping through the book on the resting seat. Hermione, have you found a clue to the characters? Ivan asked. No, I checked ancient Egyptian magic text collection and magic symbol collection, but I didn't find any relevant clues. Hermione was very lost and covered the book in her hand. Having said that, Hermione hesitated for a while, pretending not to care, and asked aloud. Who was that girl just now? Is she this year's new student? She was Luna, from Ravenclaw College. She happened to meet her, so she just asked if she could understand these characters. Ivan explained casually. The result? Hermione became nervous for some reason. Luna said this might be a compliment to someone. Ivan said. Can she understand? Hermione was surprised, and then a little depressed. Obviously, I have read so many books, but none of the Ravenclaw girls who have just entered school understand much. Luna guessed it by intuition. Ivan said uncertainly. He remembered that Luna's instinct seemed quite accurate in the original time and space, but he didn't know why he made such an unreliable judgment this time. Intuition? This is also okay? Hermione was speechless for a while, and she was not cold with intuition and the like, which seemed to her to be no different from guessing. Ivan and Hermione stayed in the library lounge for an afternoon, and until it was almost time for dinner, they walked together towards the large exhibition hall. When I reached the door, Ivan saw a new parchment on the bulletin board in the hall. A small group of people gathered around, reading the words written on the parchment, and Ron and Harry were among the crowd. Oh my god, Ivan, come and have a look. There is a duel club in school. It's at 8 o'clock tonight. Ron turned his head and saw Ivan, waved at them excitedly, and said excitedly. What duel club? What's that for? Hermione leaned in curiously and glanced at it. It should be a course to teach us how to duel. After all, this knowledge will come in handy one day. Ron imagined in his heart that he could one day be like the protagonist of a biography and fight a powerful enemy for 300 rounds. Ivan had known the news a long time ago, so it was not surprising at all. I even admire Lockhart's resilience. I was shocked by myself yesterday, but today I'm cheering up again. Amazing. When Ivan was thinking about it, Harry and Ron who were discussing turned their heads happily and said to him. Ivan, would you also go at night? Of course I am also very curious about this duel club. Ivan nodded, he couldn't wait to see Lockhart's performance. At 8 o'clock in the evening, when the four of them came to the large exhibition hall together, they found that this place has changed a lot compared to before. The long tables of the four colleges placed here have all disappeared somehow, replaced by a gilded stage with hundreds of candles floating above the stage, illuminating the surroundings very brightly. Almost all Hogwarts students who received the news came, and gathered around the gilded stage to discuss this unusually special new course. Chapter 212, I have locked the door, none of you want to leave today. I don't know who will teach us today, Hermione squeezed all the way to the forefront, curiously guessing. I heard people say that Flitwick was a duel champion when he was young, maybe he came to teach us how to do it. Duel. Harry thought it might be Professor McGonagall to teach. I thought you could guess who belonged to this gilded stage. Ivan ruthlessly gave them a head blow, shattering their fantasy. Did you mean? Looking at the gold inlaid stage, a figure appeared in Harry's mind, swallowed, and asked with a hint of luck. No. Ron was also a little desperate, he felt that he shouldn't have come. Yes, it's Lockhart. Ivan nodded, and then pointed to the door of the large exhibition hall. The three of them cast their gazes over, and they saw Guidro Lockhart as expected. It's just that Lockhart today seems to be a little different from the past. In addition to the purple-red robe, he also has a large golden cloak on his back, and there is also a rectangular magic tape on his side. Hello everyone! Lockhart stepped onto the stage enthusiastically, waving at the little wizards around him. At the same time as he raised his hand, the gold ring with sapphires on Lockhart's finger was exposed in front of everyone, but because of Lockhart's usual sassy temperament, it would not arouse people's suspicion. With Lockhart on the court, there was a boo in the audience. Lockhart didn't care, just as if he hadn't heard, he cleared his throat and said loudly to himself. Come around, everyone get closer. Listen to me. Yes, your principal Dumbledore specially allowed me, your defense against the dark arts class professor, to start this duel club. The purpose is to fully train everyone so that when you need to defend yourself one day, you can use the knowledge I teach you. While Lockhart was talking on stage, Marcus of Slytherin interrupted impatiently. Professor, can we leave now? I think I might as well stay in the bedroom and play wizard chess. There are many little wizards who have the same ideas as Marcus. After learning that the duel club was run by Lockhart, everyone had no hope for it. No, not. I must tell you that it is extremely humiliating to avoid a duel in the magic world. Lockhart shook his head. Then Lockhart pointed to the door and said loudly. So in order to prevent someone from leaving a mark of shame, I have locked the door of the hall, and no one wants to leave until the class is over. A group of little wizards turned their heads and looked at the closed door of the exhibition hall. They were speechless for a while. How could he do this? Ron said dissatisfiedly. But Yvonne knew that Lockhart had already made a desperate move and was ready to use the opportunity of this duel club to redeem his reputation in Hogwarts. In order for this grand performance to have more audiences, Lockhart certainly will not let anyone leave. Hey! Just when everyone was making noise, a dazzling red light rushed into the sky from the top of Lockhart's wand. The light of the spell touched the ceiling and exploded, bursting with brilliant sparks, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. Although what he wanted to release just now was not the curse, but luckily it achieved the same effect, didn't it? Ahem, now I will teach you the duel skills, and I will choose a person to be my assistant to demonstrate to everyone. Lockhart's gaze flicked across the stage, thinking about who to choose to complete his debut. This goal can't be too weak, so it can't be a freshman in the first year, but it can't be too strong, or he can't beat. Lockhart's gaze paused briefly on Ivan's body, vaguely remembering the scene where he was almost alive yesterday, and he couldn't help but shudder. Finally, he turned to a Slytherin student and confirmed his goal. You. That's right, you don't need to look at others, it's you, Marcus. Lockhart pointed his finger at Marcus, who had attacked himself before. Me. Marcus was at a loss, but thought that Lockhart was a silly professor, so he stepped onto the stage graciously. Yvonne was very surprised that Lockhart didn't ask Snape to do the demonstration. Could it be that this guy has learned well? Quick! Look, the cloak behind Lockhart is actually broken. Ron said with a sneer. After Lockhart turned around, Yvonne also noticed this, and there was a big gap in the golden red cloak. After Yvonne thought about it, he understood that this should be a protective cloak. In the activated state, he forced a shot of the enhanced version of Shenfeng, causing some damage. This does not hinder the normal use of the protective cloak, but the protective effect may be weaker. Okay. Let's officially start. Lockhart on the stage gestured loudly, holding his wand. Now bow first. Lockhart made a garish bow and motioned to Marcus on the opposite side to do the same as himself. Marcus's movements were very perfunctory, but he lowered his head slightly, and eagerly clenched his wand eagerly. Marcus felt that he would soon be able to knock down a teaching professor under the spotlight, which was enough for him to brag for several years. And Lockhart is still teaching everyone how to hold the wand during a duel, and let everyone rest assured that this is not a real duel, and he will not take Marcus's life. Even if he can do it easily. Professor, can you start? As Lockhart belittled himself in front of everyone, Marcus's face suddenly darkened. Of course, Lockhart looked at Marcus, who was impatient, raised his eyebrows, made a dueling posture, and counted. 1 2 3. Tarantella dance. Marcus had already shot the moment Lockhart uttered the last word. The curse of galloping is like a red lightning. www.mdlenovel.com passing through the air. Lockhart on the opposite side seemed to have not had time to react, and a smile appeared on Marcus's mouth, his face even more contemptuous. Marcus seemed to have seen Lockhart dancing a funny dance on the stage in horror, which is why he chose this spell. The next moment the curse came, Lockhart's face was still calm, he pretended to point his wand at himself, and the curse immediately bounced back. The red light hit Marcus faster than before, and Marcus's body danced a funny dance uncontrollably. Apart from Marcus's horrified yelling, there was sudden silence. Chapter 213, Lockhart in the Limelight. I bet that Lockhart will definitely make a fool of myself later, or I will just eat all my wizard chess. At the moment when the two sides were fighting, Ron turned his head and vowed to say, but he turned his head and was immediately dumbfounded when he saw the result. Then your appetite is really good, Ron. Yvonne vomited at the right time. What happened just now? Harry was confused. He only saw Marcus cast a spell, hit Lockhart, and was bounced back. Not only Harry, but the little wizards in the audience couldn't believe their eyes. All this happened so quickly. It's an iron armor curse. Professor Lockhart bounced Marcus' magic with the iron armor curse. Hermione said aloud at this time, and judged from the effect that it should be an iron armor curse. Impossible, I hadn't heard him chant the iron armor curse just now. Ron didn't believe it at all. In fact, it is possible to cast spells without chanting. Powerful wizards almost have no spell-casting skills. Yvonne explained aloud. Not only that, if you can understand the principle of a magic spell, even a young wizard can do it after a period of practice. Just like in the original Time and Space, the 6th grade Harry once used the knowledge left by Snape to release the fuchsia clock without curse. A powerful wizard? Are you sure you are talking about Lockhart? Ron's expression was very strange. I didn't say that. Yvonne shrugged. Yes, I just used the iron armor curse. Miss Granger adds 10 points. Lockhart, who heard several people whispering, turned his head and clapped loudly. And Mr. Halls? Lockhart looked at Yvonne, then spoke. He guessed that I am a powerful wizard who can cast spells without spells. I will add 10, no, 50 points. Add 50 points? The little wizards in the audience were stunned for a moment, and Hermione was also hesitant to speak. Why did she add 10 points? Yvonne scratched his head, not expecting Lockhart to come out for himself suddenly. But soon, Yvonne realized that Lockhart was planning to please himself. Adding 50 points at a time, it really does not spare any effort. Professor Lockhart. Can you help me untie the curse first? Marcus, who had been forgotten for a long time, yelled at this time. Marcus regrets it very much now. He really can't understand why Lockhart is so powerful all of a sudden. And the feeling of tap dancing in public was uncomfortable, so Marcus had to put down his face and ask Lockhart to release his magic. No hurry. Lockhart smiled and shook his head, looking at everyone in the audience. Now I will teach you how to effectively subdue your opponent and make him lose the ability to fight back. As he spoke, Lockhart flicked his wand randomly, accompanied by a dazzling flash across the air. Marcus, with a frightened expression, was instantly knocked out by a huge force, hit the wall behind, and slowly fell to the ground. The magic wand in Marcus's hand also came out and fell into Lockhart's hand, spinning in the air. Lockhart was pretending at this time, introducing the disarming curse he released with the help of magic props to everyone. This is the disarming curse. As you can see, this Slytherin was easily taken away by me. Of course, generally speaking, if you want to use the disarming spell, you need to recite the spell except your weapon. After saying this, Lockhart wittily blinked at the little witches below the stage, and the high voice echoed continuously in the large exhibition hall. After all, there are not many magical masters like me in the entire magical world. As Lockhart's voice fell, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Some little witches screamed and called Lockhart's name, and some even cried excitedly. They were originally Lockhart's fans, but Lockhart's successive embarrassments over the past few months really disappointed them. Especially after the Quidditch War, it is well known that Lockhart was a liar. If someone publicly expressed their admiration for Professor Lockhart in Hogwarts, it would definitely attract scorn and ridicule from everyone. So these die-hard fans have had a very difficult time during this period. They were ridiculed and accepted. The most deadly thing is that their faith has collapsed. But now it's different. Lockhart has shown his amazing strength and extraordinary spell-free spell-casting skills under the attention of everyone. This makes them rekindle the fire of hope. How can they not be excited? The other little wizards faintly couldn't believe it, because Lockhart's transformation today was too great. It's just that Lockhart casts spells without curse twice in a row, and his easy and freehand energy has fooled most people. When is Lockhart so great? Ron muttered to himself with his mouth wide open. He even wondered if someone used the compound decoction to pretend to be Lockhart. Hermione was also extremely surprised, her brown pupils widened, and she was very surprised by Lockhart's sudden eruption. Yvonne noticed Hermione's reaction, and it was a little strange. He thought that Hermione would be just as excited for Lockhart's show-off like those other little witches who admired Lockhart. At this time Lockhart was enjoying the long-lost cheers, and the whole person was a little fluttering. Fortunately, he did not forget about the class. After clearing his throat, he said to everyone in the audience. Then now who wants to come up and make gestures? Seeing no one was on stage for a while, Lockhart Chiron said again. I believe that you have accumulated a lot of contradictions in normal times. Now it is a good opportunity to vent. You can designate who you want to challenge. Anyone can. As soon as Lockhart's voice fell, Malfoy jumped up from the stage. Good job. Malfoy, you are the first person to have the courage to come up. I can't believe that you are a Slytherin. The Sorting Hat should let you go to Gryffindor College. Loha especially praised. I don't want to be assigned to that stupid college, I would rather drop out of school and go home than go to that kind of place." Malfoy's face turned black, and said arrogantly. The lion cubs in the audience looked irritably at each other, but Malfoy didn't care. His eyes were fixed on Yvonne, and his mind was full of memories of having eaten away on each other's hands since going to school. Ha! Thinking of this, Malfoy wanted to call Yvonne up to fight with him, but for a while, he thought of Yvonne on the Quidditch pitch and knocked down more than a dozen Slytherins in one go. He trembled and turned. And said loudly. Harry Potter. Chapter 214, Key, Snake Whisper, The Secret Room. Harry was stunned. How could he suddenly call himself when he saw Malfoy staring at Yvonne? Yvonne was also a little surprised. He was ready to take the stage just now. Potter. Come up. Lockhart shouted loudly, grabbing Harry's hand and pulling him onto the stage. Okay, now facing your opponent. Bow. Lockhart glanced at both of them. Harry's expression was somewhat tense, his right hand held the wand tightly. Malfoy was relatively relaxed, thinking in his heart how to make the other person embarrassed. However, the two of them are extremely stubborn, and neither mean to bow. That's how bowing is. Come, I'll teach you. Lockhart took the trouble to correct the irregular movements of Harry and Malfoy, forcing them to bow face to face, making Harry and Malfoy twisted for a while. Then Lockhart intervened in the spell used by the two in the duel, let Malfoy use the disarming spell, and Harry used the iron armor curse to defend. Considering that the two are only in the 2nd grade, Lockhart personally showed them how the magic should be released. Accept your weapon. Lockhart pointed his wand forward, and a red light flew from the top of the wand to the distance. Lockhart turned his head to look at Malfoy. You are going to do this, Malfoy, do you understand? Malfoy was confused. Just as he was about to say something, Lockhart had already turned his head to look at Harry, and instructed him how to use the iron armor charm. Armor protection. Lockhart pointed at himself with his wand, and an illusory magic barrier emerged around him. Harry? Do you know how to release it? Armor protector. Harry also followed it several times stupidly, pointing his wand at himself, but it had no effect at all. Professor. Harry looked at Lockhart anxiously, wanting him to teach a few more times. Now, start. But Lockhart ignored him and urged Malfoy to attack with a disarming charm. Accept your weapons. Malfoy shouted. Harry also hurriedly chanted the spell of the iron armor charm again. The two moved face to face, but nothing happened. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Yvonne almost laughed madly when he saw it underneath. The disarming curse and the iron armor curse were magic spells that were only learned in high grades. It usually takes a long period of practice to master it, but not knowing that the light spell can be released, but also the correct gestures to assist in the casting. Lockhart is a half-hearted person himself, and he can use these two spells by cheating with magic props, so the method taught is not right at all. It is really that Harry and Malfoy can use magic. I think Professor Lockhart must have a problem. He must have used something else to cast the spell. Hermione, who had learned the iron armor curse as early as last school year, looked suspiciously at Lockhart, who was commanding blindly on stage. Said suddenly. Hermione turned to look at Yvonne, who was squeezing a smile. Yvonne, you must know something, right? No, I don't know anything. Yvonne shook his head quickly. Since the money was collected, of course he would not deliberately dismantle Lockhart. It was just Lockhart's various show operations that made Yvonne quite helpless. If this foolishness continues, Lockhart will be dismantled again soon. After Harry and Malfoy on the stage waved their wands stupidly for a while, they also realized that Professor Lockhart's things had no effect at all. After the two sides looked at each other, they reached a consensus in the dark, disregarding Lockhart, who was yelling next to him, and reacted almost at the same time. Grin. Tarantella dance. The light of the red and green spells collided in midair, and then turned to the sides, bringing up an arc-shaped aperture. Malfoy lowered his head to avoid the magic that hit him, and shouted again. Oolong out of the cave. A flash of light exploded from the top of Malfoy's wand, and a long black snake rushed out of the black mist, and fell heavily on the floor of the duel arena. He raised his head high and hissed letter in his mouth. I remember I asked you to use the disarming curse, Malfoy. Lockhart said dissatisfiedly. He raised his wand and released an anti-curse to make the black snake disappear. However, his spell went wild again. After being hit by his spell, the black snake quickly swelled and turned into a giant python. The little wizards on both sides screamed and retreated, for fear that the black snake would slip to the stage, and the field would suddenly be in chaos. Lockhart loudly told everyone not to panic, he came to protect everyone's safety. All petrification. Lockhart remembered that he had another magic, so he used it. The black python was hit by the curse and shuddered all over, struggling to shake off all the debris, looking extremely painful. At this moment, Harry made a hissing sound in his mouth, and the python turned its head painfully to stare at him, and made the same sound, as if one person and one snake were communicating. The communication did not last long, and the black python gave up struggling and collapsed on the floor, turning into a serpentine stone sculpture. Yvonne watching this scene from the audience, at the moment Harry uttered the snake language, there seemed to be a message in his mind that suddenly exploded. Inexplicably sounded the words Luna and herself had said before, as well as the prompts given by the system, connecting them together. A paragraph, someone to praise, the key, the snake language, the characters. Yvonne had a vague guess, but he still needs to find someone to confirm it. Yvonne looked at Harry who was speaking snake language on the stage. He didn't know it. After thinking about it, he shook his head. When Yvonne decided to go back, he asked Tom to try it out. After all, I might still need to learn this language. If you find Harry, it is not convenient to keep it secret. Due to the chaos caused by Harry and Malfoy duel, this farce called the Duel Club soon came to an end. Oh my god, Harry, you are a snake-like voice, you have been hiding from us before. On the way back to the bedroom, Ron lowered his voice and couldn't restrain the shock in his heart. Snake voice? What do you mean? Do you mean talking to snakes? Harry said blankly. He didn't understand why Ron was so excited, but he still talked about what he had communicated with a snake from Brazil before going to school. Let me talk about it. I think there must be a lot of people in schools that can do a little bit, right? Harry said with a glimmer of hope. No, this is not an ordinary skill. Ron shook his head, and told Harry that he was almost hooked up with the Black Wizard in the magic world. In fact, it is not so bad. It is said that the founder of Hogwarts can speak snake language. Yvonne said comfortingly. Chapter 215, It's the first time I have seen a little wizard as difficult as you. The founder? Which founder? Godric Gryffindor? Harry asked hurriedly, eagerly hoping that there is a great man in history who has the same skills as himself. It's Salazar Slytherin. Yvonne extinguished the illusion in Harry's heart. That's terrible. Harry wailed. Although there were no rumors in Hogwarts that Slytherin's heirs opened the Chamber of Secrets, even so Harry didn't want to have anything to do with the legendary founder of Slytherin College. Yvonne shook his head and ignored Harry's complaints. In fact, if it weren't for the influence of Voldemort Horcrux, snakemanship is still a good ability, at least Yvonne would want it now. After returning to the bedroom, Yvonne avoided the sight of Harry and Ron and found the Horcrux diary he had kept for a long time. As soon as I opened it, black ink appeared on the blank page for the first time. Halls, what have you done these days? The handwriting was very sloppy, and Yvonne even felt a bit of resentment from it. After smiling, Yvonne explained it in the diary with a pen. I joined the Quidditch team, and I have been busy doing training with my teammates and participating in competitions recently. Anyway, I have been too busy recently. Yvonne complained about his current situation and some daily troubles in his diary, which was filled with pages. Tom also responded patiently to Ivan's distress, without being impatient at all. For a time, the two regarded each other as their close friends, and even exchanged some little secrets with each other. Yvonne realized that the heat was almost over, and then wrote a character in the diary, by the way, Tom, do you know this thing? The full pages of the diary were broken up into a series of words. Where did you see it? I discovered this by accident. What's wrong, Tom? Is there anything wrong with these characters? Yvonne asked instead, ignoring the process of obtaining the characters. Tom was silent for a while, and just when Yvonne was a little impatient and thought that the other party would not speak, new writing appeared in the diary again. This is snake language, or this is a text created by Salazar Slytherin based on snake language. It has a peculiar power. Looking at the words in the diary, Yvonne fell into deep thought when he learned that these characters were related to snake language. Yvonne faintly realized that what he was looking for might involve Salazar Slytherin, one of the Big Four. The origin of blood with a long history, will it be left by Salazar Slytherin thousands of years ago? Various thoughts flashed through Ivan's mind, and the movements of his hands did not stop. Yvonne was very cautious and asked Tom to learn snake language. Do you want to learn snake language? Why? Tom was puzzled. Didn't you say that it is a text created by Slytherin himself and possesses peculiar power? Of course I want to learn. Yvonne replied casually, and then asked back. What about you, Tom? Why can you understand snake language? Because the blood of my ancestors, the great Salazar Slytherin, is flowing in my body. Snake language is not something ordinary people can learn, only people with special blood can master it. On the blank pages, black ink converges into words. Even if there are only words, Yvonne can feel the pride of Tom Riddle from his heart. However, Yvonne did not believe Tom's remarks. According to his understanding, Dumbledore could also speak snake language. The old principal was not a descendant of Slytherin. As long as I can learn something, no matter how difficult it is, Yvonne has the confidence to learn it, so he will not give up and let Tom teach himself again. Tom responded quickly this time. Yes, but I just have a memory that has no power, can't pronounce it, and it's not easy to teach you. Can you find a creature to come over and kill it? I need to use this to cast spells. For example, your owlkin. Guku-Maka, who was dozing off in the cage, shuddered suddenly, looked around in horror, and Ivan stretched out his hand to appease him. Sorry, Maka is my best friend, I won't hurt it. Ivan rebuffed decisively. Then other creatures are fine. Rats? Spider? Snake? Tom said that he is not picky, he eats everything. Ivan was caught in hesitation. He knew the details of the Horcrux diary, so he didn't dare to let it absorb vitality and restore power. Are you hesitating? Do not you trust me? We are best friends. Tom's words appeared clearly on the blank paper, printed very deeply, and the pages of the book were trembling slightly. Ivan was keenly aware that his hesitation seemed to have made Tom suspicious, so he hurriedly remedied it. Of course I believe you, Tom. However, the dark magic you mentioned looks like dangerous, I am afraid, and. At this point, Ivan deliberately showed a hint of timidity, and continued. Mum once told me that it's better not to believe in anything that is self-conscious, you must understand me, right? Tom? We are best friends. Ivan, who is familiar with various routines, knows very well that when his opponent plays an emotional card, the best way to respond is to respond with another emotional card. As my best friend, I believe in you, and you have to understand me. Tom Riddle had a headache. Ivan's words made him really not sure how to answer. This was definitely the most difficult little wizard he had ever seen. Seeing that Tom was silent for a long time and was not replying, Ivan's heart moved and wrote in the diary. Let's do it, or I will take you to Professor Dumbledore and ask if he has the magic to restore your power. The diary began to shake violently. In less than a second, the 2 pages of white paper that were opened were covered with ink. www.mtlnovel.com. It looked crooked and scribbled. No, don't go to him. Halls, don't be fooled by your madness of the principal, he is not a good guy. Ivan didn't expect him to mention Dumbledore a little, and Tom would have such a big reaction. Just as he was about to appease each other, the many ink marks on the diary finally came together again, forming a series of paragraphs covering 2 pieces of paper. The thick handwriting occupied Ivan's sight. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it myself. Chapter 216, Don't be fooled by appearances. Halls. Look. What do you think? Ivan was stunned, and then he remembered the scene where the Horcrux sucked Harry into his memory in the original time and space. Sure enough, the next moment, the diary seemed to be blown by the strong wind. The pages of the diary were smashed and turned to the first page automatically. The black ink was connected together into a scribbled word. Ivan glanced at it, that was the beginning of a story, and then the white light exploded, a suction pulling his body. Ivan subconsciously operated a clemency, and that feeling disappeared again. Perhaps I felt the barrier, and the endless black mist gushed out from the diary. Ivan became vigilant, but the black mist did not mean to approach him, but spread to all directions. When everything stabilized, Ivan found that the surrounding area had become a dark space, completely composed of thick black fog, and all the tables, chairs, and beds in the bedroom disappeared. Ivan was somewhat flustered. Seeing the black mist, he vaguely remembered that when he fought Voldemort last school year, the opponent had also used a black mist that could devour the essence of life and corrupt the shadow of the unicorn. Fortunately, Tom's black fog is not so strong under Ivan's perception, and it is not difficult to break through the space formed by this black fog. Thinking of this, Ivan felt a lot more relieved, quietly waiting for Tom Riddle's action. Before Ivan was allowed to wait long, in this pitch-black space, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, and then the figure spoke. Hello, Halls, meet for the first time, this is Tom Riddle. Ivan turned his head and looked over and saw that beside him was a handsome black-haired boy who was 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing a Slytherin Academy robe with a bright prefect badge on his chest. Ivan's pupils shrank slightly, and he was surprised. He did not expect that Tom Riddle, as a Horcrux, still retains the power to manifest his body. Hello, Tom, I have to say, you are much more handsome than I thought. Ivan quickly sorted out his emotions and said with a chuckle. I don't know how Tom will disfigure himself in the future. Is this the price of power? Ivan kept spitting out in his heart, and at the same time stretched out his hand, intending to shake hands to confirm the status of the other party. Tom stretched out his hand to grip Ivan's hand. Ivan felt that what he was grasping was not an entity, as if he could crush the opponent's hand with a strong force. This made Ivan's heart feel a little calm. Judging from the performance of the original time-space opponent in the secret room, it should be incapable of directly hurting people. Tom, what is this place, what are you taking me here for? Ivan asked. The person who made me put magic on the diary so that I can meet you here, this is the world of my memory. Tom explained, and then waved his hand, and the dark space suddenly changed. The billowing black mist kept surging, combining black and white to form a scene and a figure, and this monotonous world suddenly became agile as if being splashed with multicolored paint. Yvonne stared around and found that it was an orphanage. Standing in the center, was a short, black child. Tom Riddle started his own narration with a trace of nostalgia. It's a long story. I grew up in a Muggle orphanage and never met my parents. In fact, most of the other children there are like that. Once, I was friends with them happily, and my intelligence made the dean admire. I thought I would keep going like this, waiting for a family willing to adopt me and start a new life. Following Tom Riddle's words, the surrounding scenes began to change continuously. Realizing everything he told, Yvonne silently watched the scenes, and did not reply. Tom's tone suddenly became high. It may be hard for you to imagine that there are disputes in that little orphanage. Delicious snacks and toys are always limited, and there are always children who will get together to bully others and have some fun. And I soon became the alien being rejected in their eyes. It all started from that day. The black mist that constituted the scene was reorganized again and transformed into an outdoor scene. Yvonne looked around. It was in the courtyard next to the orphanage. In the distance, the little boy with black hair was arguing with several children of the same age. While pushing each other, a slender black snake suddenly sprang out of the grass. The children present were all startled and screamed and ran away, but one of the small fat peers in the crowd was tripped. Fell to the ground. The black snake seemed to be frightened too, with the ferocious hair, rushed to Xiao Pangdun's body. At a critical juncture, the black-haired boy made a hissing noise in his mouth, and the black snake immediately slumped down, but the little fat guy was still scared to pee his pants. The scene continues. Because of his ability to talk to snakes, the black-haired boy obviously feels that other children are becoming more and more repulsive to him. This is not the worst. Because the black-haired little boy quickly showed more magical qualities. When the mood fluctuates, he can smash the cups, kettles, or fetch objects next to him. This ability sometimes accidentally hurts others. This makes the black-haired boy isolated by almost everyone, but the black-haired boy is not sad because he has a new playmate, the black snake. I don't know how long these days have been. In Tom's narration, another turning point is soon reached. A couple is preparing to adopt a child in an orphanage. Most of the children expect that they can be adopted by this family, because they know from the dean that after being adopted, they can live a better life in the future. So when the man in suit and leather shoes arrived at the orphanage with his wife, all the children were trying hard to please them, and Tom was no exception. Not only that, he is handsome, intelligent and very organized, and he quickly emerged from these ordinary children. The couple are extremely satisfied with him. The dean of the orphanage and all the employees also tried their best to speak for him. Seeing that everything is about to be achieved www.mdlnovel.com. When the little Pangdun was eating, he inadvertently mentioned that Tom likes to be company with a snake and often communicates with it. In the picture, the couple's complexion immediately changed, the dean's complexion also became ugly, and immediately reprimanded the little fat man not to talk nonsense. Look, I once saved him, he treated me that way. Standing next to Yvonne, Tom looked at this scene with a sarcastically smile. That little fat guy is too bad. Yvonne tried his best to say as a child, your dean is a good man. It's good to me? Are you sure? Tom Riddle smiled happily, then his face suddenly became gloomy and whispered. Don't be confused by appearances. Halls. Chapter 217, The Strong Can Make the Weak Succumb. Yvonne frowned slightly, and he didn't quite understand what Tom meant. Do you know? The director of the orphanage actually feared me too. He thought he was hiding well. Tom smiled. I was deceived by them at first, but later I learned that these people were trying to promote me, just trying to drive me away. So no matter if it is the dean or the other employees, they are the same. Tom seemed to be suppressing something, reaching the edge of the outbreak. As Tom's mood changed, the black mist space shook, and soon stabilized again, and Yvonne fell into silence. He didn't expect Tom Riddle to be hit like this in his childhood. What about that little fat guy, what happened to him? Yvonne suddenly asked aloud. He was taken in by the couple because he was the one who would please them the most besides me. Tom said with a sneer. In short, after experiencing this, I realized that what I did before was wrong. Tom said again. In the picture, the story continues. In Ivan's sight, the black-haired little boy changed his previous style and began to use his special abilities to take revenge on those who had bullied him one by one. Such as grabbing their favorite things, occupying all delicious snacks, etc. This makes little Tom feared by children of the same age. But the good thing is that no one dares to bully him anymore. Yvonne is also keenly aware that little Tom seems to have begun to like this feeling of taking, and being above others. Even faintly enjoy the expression of others' fear. Yvonne saw everything in his eyes, but said nothing. In this way, the days in the orphanage lasted until I was 11 years old. I met your current principal Albus Dumbledore. Tom Riddle was lost in thought and memory. He waved his hand to reproduce the scene. In the orphanage, 11-year-old Tom has adapted to living alone. In private, there are still people who talk about him quietly and say bad things about him. Even if little Tom uses various means to retaliate back, it will not change the status quo. What worries little Tom even more is that the dean of the orphanage and the employees there often ask some psychiatric doctors to do some checks on him. It seems that I want to send him to some special places. Just one day when little Tom was worried, a mysterious man in a fuchsia velvet suit broke into his world and came to his room. He lit his cabinet with a spell, showing him a miracle called magic. "He is your current principal, Albus Dumbledore," Tom murmured in the burning flames. It was also the first time Yvonne saw such a young Dumbledore with his own eyes. He didn't look middle-aged, with the auburn beard, and his actions were quite determined and tough. After discovering that Tom's cabinet was full of trophies taken from other children, this young version of Dumbledore forced Tom to return everything and apologize to everyone here. When things got here, Tom suddenly smiled sarcastically. "Yes, I must apologize for them, for every child there, for the dean and for the employees there. Just because of me Tom Riddle brought them a lot of trouble," Tom said mockingly. And when did the deans and employees who had squeezed him out and were going to send him to the insane asylum to apologize to him? At that time, who had interfered? Tom paused and continued with emotion. "Of course, I don't hate him. Professor Albus Dumbledore taught me a valuable lesson on the day he arrived. The strong can bring the weak to submission." Yvonne looked at Tom, who was calm with a trace of madness next to him, and remained silent for a long time. He had seen all this from Dumbledore's perspective in his previous life, and now it is a completely different feeling to substituting Tom's perspective. Perhaps Tom has chosen to conceal some things, but what impressed Yvonne is that Tom of all ages in various scenes in his memory has never cried once. Even when people are squeezed out or targeted, they are calmly thinking about plans for revenge. After realizing the difference between himself and others, he chose to actively exercise his extraordinary abilities. Because of this, the young Tom was able to honor the management of the children in the entire orphanage, and even adults such as the dean and employees dare not intervene in his actions at will. In contrast, Harry's childhood was much weaker. He was bullied by a group of bear kids, and he never thought of actively motivating or even exercising his abilities. This kind of contrast made Yvonne marvel at Tom's adaptability, coupled with his extreme personality. No wonder he could grow into the future Dark Lord. After that, I went to Hogwarts to study and entered Slytherin College. Tom Riddle didn't know what Yvonne was thinking, and he still told his own story. Under Dumbledore's guidance, the young Tom began his study at Hogwarts and quickly demonstrated his magical talents. Because of his handsome appearance and good conduct, the professors and staff in the school were all love him very much. Even the principal of Hogwarts at the time, Armando Dippet, also liked him very much. Except for Albus Dumbledore. He has always had a deep prejudice against me. No matter what achievements I make, I can't get his approval. Tom's expression was very gloomy. And in the dark fog space, Yvonne showed his study career in school. He made a lot of results. www.mtlnovel.com. All subjects are full marks. Slytherin has joined him for almost a year, can get the Academy Cup every year. Even so, Dumbledore is still very wary of him. "Tom, you already got the likes of most people at that time, isn't that enough?" Yvonne asked. He was puzzled why Tom was so persistent with Dumbledore. "Of course not enough." Tom shook his head, grimly, and said again. "Dumbledore is special, he is the one who led me into the magical world, and he is also an extraordinary and powerful wizard. I have seen him cast spells many times in school. At that time, I knew that his magical abilities far surpassed other professors in the school, and the principal of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, couldn't compare with him. More importantly, I want to understand his powerful secret. I need to find the answer." Tom whispered. Chapter 218, Dumbledore's Source of Power. "Did you find the answer?" Yvonne asked curiously. "Yes. But it's very difficult. I have tried to talk to Dumbledore about this. He told me the accumulation of knowledge and the power of belief are particularly important, the two are indispensable." Said this, Tom cannot help but after laughing, he continued. "It sounds like something to fool a child, doesn't it? But I was still young, so I believed him. It wasn't until I followed the footsteps of the great forerunner Salazar Slytherin and deciphered many clues left by my ancestors, that I found this somewhere." Tom snapped his fingers, and a black mist surged in the air, converging into a book. Yvonne suppressed his excitement and forced himself to calm down. The cover and name of this book were very familiar to him. It was The Origin of Blood. The Origin of Blood revealed to me everything that Albus Dumbledore had hidden. It also made me understand the truth of the magic world. Tom did not notice that Ivan's expression was slightly wrong, and said with emotion. "What does this book say? Why is it called Origin of Blood?" Yvonne asked knowingly, wanting more information. Tom glanced at him and introduced Yvonne to the content of the book. starting with the history before the Wizarding War. It is important to mention that in this ancient history, some wizards have taken the innate power of powerful creatures through various means. The Dumbledore family is also one of them. The fusion is the blood of the phoenix. You should have seen Dumbledore's phoenix. Tom turned to look at Yvonne. Yes, it looks beautiful and powerful. Yvonne nodded. That's proof. Tom raised his eyebrows, and said grimly behind him. Although the Slytherin blood I inherited is also very powerful, it is a pity that my father is a poor muggle. He has tainted the blood of my ancestors, so that I can't fully obtain the power of the blood. Having said that, Tom clenched his fists tightly, and the black mist beside him was also disturbed. But this situation only lasted for a while, and Tom was calm again. The calm was a little scary, and he continued to talk. In short, I found a way to restore the integrity of the blood in the book The Origin of Blood, but this book is not complete. The most critical part was deliberately torn off, which caused me a lot of trouble. Trouble? I have always suspected that it was your current principal Albus Dumbledore who did this. Because according to the description in the book, the inheritance of blood will proceed in a diminishing manner. But more than 1,000 years passed, and the power of the phoenix blood showed no signs of diminishing here. Dumbledore was still strong enough to summon his own phoenix, even infecting the guards of the gods into the appearance of a phoenix. So the kind principle in your eyes may not be what you think. Dumbledore is probably afraid of those talented little wizards, worried that someone will become stronger than him. I think this is why he has always been wary of me. Tom looked at Yvonne sincerely. You are very similar to me, Halls. We are all extremely talented little wizards, and Dumbledore will start targeting you sooner or later. Yvonne nodded nonchalantly, and did not answer. Tom didn't care, and said to himself. I put the book in the Forbidden Book area. You can find it in the 12th column of the 7 rows of bookshelves in the Forbidden Book area at midnight tonight. I set up some interesting little magic there to prevent this book from being obtained by the mediocre. I believe this will not stump you. Tom's voice became weaker and weaker, as if he was very tired. Ivan's face was a little weird, because he had already got the book The Origin of Blood, and of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say it directly. Most of Tom Riddle's words were in Ivan's expectation. He had long suspected that The Origin of Blood might have been hidden by Tom in the Forbidden Book area and had something to do with Salazar Slytherin. The only thing that surprised Yvonne was that Tom said that the Origin of Blood he got was missing from the beginning, and guessed that Dumbledore might have torn it. If this is the case, why did Tom say that he found a way to complete the bloodline? Yvonne has read that book, and there is no mention of relevant content in it. The blood fusion medicine he made is exactly the formula given by the system. In addition, there are many questions surrounding Ivan's heart. For example, why did Tom leave such a book in the banned area and set up numerous obstacles instead of taking it away? Yvonne opened his mouth and was ready to continue asking for more details, but Tom's original solid figure suddenly dispersed again. Immediately afterwards, the entire space trembled violently, and finally shattered into an endless black mist, converging towards the center, and being involved in a whirlpool. After everything dissipated, Yvonne found himself back in the bedroom again. The tables, chairs, and beds were still placed in their original places. What happened just now was like a dream. Only a diary with a black cover was quietly placed on the table. The pages of the book seemed to have lost its luster, and the paper was slightly yellowed. It also recorded the story just told in the form of words. It took a long time for Yvonne to recover. After thinking about it, he wrote in the diary with a quill pen. Tom, are you okay? Ivan's inquiry was quickly answered, and black ink appeared on the diary. Very bad. In order to tell you these things, I have consumed too much power. I am afraid I can't talk to you for a while. In short, after you get the book and read it, let's talk again. So miserable? Isn't it? Yvonne curled his lips. In his opinion, Tom created such a black fog space to talk to himself. The cost is not small, but it will never hurt the roots. Tom said so, nothing more than expecting him to grab some creatures to absorb life force, so that he can regain his strength. The bait thrown out is The Origin of Blood. If you change to another little wizard, you will feel sympathy after hearing Tom's tragic childhood experience, follow his advice and go to the restricted book area to get The Origin of Blood, confirm Tom's remarks, and finally believe in him. While digesting the huge amount of information that Tom Riddle had said, Yvonne closed the diary. Put it into the pocket of the wizard's robe and carry it next to your body. I have to say that the black mist space created by Tom Riddle really scared Yvonne. If Tom came and fooled Harry, Ron, and Neville by taking advantage of his absence, where would he cry? Chapter 219, Everyone thinks I am the master of magic. Yvonne sighed, just in case, he had to change Tom's place to live. Although he once made a cover for a diary that could be used to limit Tom Riddle's power spillover, it is obviously not the time to use it. No way, Tom Riddle is really smart. Yvonne is sure that if he dares to do this, Tom will be 100% aware of it, which will cause the relationship between the two parties to deteriorate extremely. He still has many questions for the other party to answer for the time being, so now is not the time for a complete fight. Strange, when did Tom take the initiative? Ivan touched his chin. Tom revealed a lot of information in this exchange. It even showed him some childhood memories, which is not like Tom's usual style. What Ivan didn't know was that after Tom Riddle was locked up by him for 2 months, he could no longer hold back. He was afraid that he would be forgotten in a certain corner again. This is an urgent need to show value. If I didn't understand it, Ivan left it behind and checked the system's mission update. Task, The Mystery of Bloodline. Mission, find a way to integrate multiple bloodlines. Current task progress, 25%. Task reward, legendary value *1. Or is it only increased by 10%? Ivan was a little surprised seeing the progress of the task before he reached a quarter, but after thinking about it carefully, he came to understand. Tom Riddle seems to have said a lot, but there is not much content related to the mission, and I don't know whether it is true or not. These improvements are good. Thinking of this, Ivan was rather helpless and fell into a brief hesitation. Thinking about whether to find a spider, cockroach, or something, let Tom regain a little strength so that he can learn snake language and get more information along the way. Otherwise, Ivan estimates that Tom will not reveal any useful information to him. The next morning, Ivan, who was eating breakfast in the auditorium, kept yawning. Last night, he believed Tom's nonsense and became an animagus. He wandered around in the Slytherin lounge, trying to find the clues left by the legendary Salazar Slytherin. In Ivan's opinion, the place where Salazar Slytherin is most likely to leave a clue is there. It's a pity that the whole night was wasted in the end, and nothing was found. I don't know if those clues were eliminated by Tom. Ivan sighed, his choice was missing. Originally, Ivan was expecting to find some breakthroughs from other places, but now it seems that it is mostly useless. As Ivan was thinking about things, Harry and Ron, who were not knowing what they were discussing, suddenly turned their heads and asked. Ivan, are you going to the duel club next Friday night? Ivan was stunned, but soon realized what they were talking about, and suddenly wondered. Duel club? Is Professor Lockhart planning to have the second issue? Ivan couldn't help being a little strange. If he remembered it correctly, the duel club created by Lockhart in the original time and space was only held for one period, and it was quickly withdrawn. Could it be that Lockhart decided to hold the duel club forever because there was no embarrassment yesterday, but a show of limelight instead? I think the duel club is pretty good, it's much more interesting than class. Ron said carelessly. Ivan smiled and didn't say anything. He was not surprised that the duel club would be so popular. After all, the little wizards at Hogwarts had finally learned all kinds of curses and defensive magic in the school, but there was nowhere to use them. This was almost the resentment of all the little wizards. The duel club hosted by Lockhart solved this problem well, so how can it be unpopular? Hermione also added enthusiastically at this time. I heard that Professor Lockhart also invited Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout to join the class this time, and of course, and Professor Snape. What about Professor McGonagall? Ivan asked strangely. Since Lockhart has invited the deans of the 3 major colleges, why not invite Professor McGonagall? Lockhart is going to teach us Gryffindor himself, so Professor McGonagall was not invited. Harry sighed helplessly. Ivan didn't expect Lockhart to have such a big battle, and he was not afraid that he would not be able to hold back then and reveal his stuff. Professors like Snape and the others were not as foolish as ordinary little wizards, and it was easy to see that Lockhart was an empty shelf. In fact, Lockhart already regretted it. So after the last class in the morning, Lockhart found Ivan, who had not yet returned to the bedroom, and took him to his office. Click. Lockhart locked the door for the first time, took out a large bag of Jinjialong from the office cabinet, and threw it on the table. This is what you want? Ivan didn't take it for the first time, but looked around. Lockhart's office was already very different from when he came last time. The full-length mirror erected in the corner of the wall has been changed to another style, and the photos on the wall are all taken down. In addition to letters from fans and a large number of autobiographical books, there are a few more books on the slightly messy table. Textbooks such as Standard Spells and Magic Theory. I thought you were either busy replying to fans every day, or busy showing up. I didn't expect you would still read some magic books. Ivan said with some surprise. No way, a true master of magic cannot know nothing. Lockhart shrugged. Ivan did not reply, opened the bag with Jinjialong on the table, waved his magic wand to count, and quickly stopped because the number was wrong. Ivan immediately turned to look at Lockhart. There are 5,000 gallons in it. I hope you can do me another favor. Lockhart said in a sincere tone, and moved the bag containing Jinjialong to Ivan's body. Next Friday night, I will host the second duel club. At that time the deans of the other 3 academies will come. And I, a real master of magic, cannot and should only use 3 kinds of magic. But you are not a master of magic. www.mtlnovel.com, just a famous liar. I advise you to do it in moderation. Ivan ruthlessly exposed Lockhart's true face and let him be well. Sober up. Yes, I know. Of course I know. But the problem is that so many people witnessed my easy non-spell casting in the duel field last night, and successfully stopped a chaos. Lockhart was pacing back and forth at the desk, with an indescribable excitement on his face. He muttered to himself. Everyone is talking about this now, they think I am the master of magic. You may have misunderstood, no one would think so except your fans. Ivan murmured silently in his heart. Chapter 220, It doesn't matter, I have faith in you. I think you can help me, can't you? Lockhart looked at Ivan expectantly. You have such strength at a young age, you must have some skills to quickly improve your strength. Does talent and hard work count? Ivan raised his eyebrows and said hesitantly. When making the 3 magical equipment for Lockhart before, Ivan had expected Lockhart to get stuck in a trap after adapting to the rapid increase in strength brought about by this kind of props. This is also a trap he set up specially in order to empty Lockhart's wallet. Unexpectedly, Lockhart not only jumped in, but also not satisfied with this. Thinking of this, Ivan shook his head and said. Professor Lockhart, I believe you should understand that there is no way to easily become a master of magic. In such a short time, I want to make a few magic items for you to enhance your strength. Ivan spread his hands and said that he could do nothing. What should I do then? I have already met with a few deans, and at the next duel club, I will show the students of Hogwarts what a real wizarding duel is. Lockhart said in a panic. Hearing this, Ivan rolled his eyes involuntarily. Looking for a duel with the 3 chiefs? You are so capable and brave and still need my help? Professor Flitwick is the champion of the duel, and Snape's combat power is also top-notch. Professor Sprout may be slightly weaker than the 2. But anyway, Professor Sprout can also serve as the dean of the academy. Even if Lockhart uses magic items, he can only be beaten. He will be revealed in one hand. I told you before, let you keep a low profile. Ivan said silently. It's not entirely my proposal this time, it was made by Flitwick first. Lockhart was rather helpless. He didn't want to agree to it at first, but there were too many people at the time and he really couldn't bear to refuse. Lockhart thought with a frown for a while, suddenly as if thinking of something, staring at Ivan with bright eyes, and then said abruptly for a long time. How about Halls, you play for me? It will take at least a month to make the compound decoction. Ivan rolled his eyes. Of course he knew what Lockhart was playing, and said suddenly. Add 1,000 gallons, this is one of my few savings. Lockhart gritted his teeth. Ivan hesitated, seeing that he had touched Lockhart's bottom line, he agreed. Since this is the case, it is not impossible for me to play for you. In Hogwarts, there are not many opportunities to fight against several professors in the school for a legitimate reason, even if it is not for those Jin Jialong, Ivan will consider agreeing. But didn't you just say that it takes a month to make the compound decoction? Lockhart wondered. He thought Ivan would find another way to help him. For such useful things as compound decoctions, we always have to keep a little spare. Ivan casually explained. He made a big pot of compound decoction last time to explore Hogwarts mission all the way, but because he learned animagus, he only used it once, so there was a lot left. The corners of Lockhart's mouth twitched, so his 1,000 gallons were in vain? Lockhart felt very distressed. His money was not from the wind, but from the hard work of writing books. In order to collect all kinds of good story materials, he used the forgotten curse, and even risked being beaten to death. Risks of. But remembering that the wound on his face hadn't healed yet, and still faintly hurting, Lockhart wisely swallowed the words that came to his mouth. By the way, Professor Lockhart, I won't guarantee that I can win by then. Ivan was vaccinated in advance. Ivan couldn't be more clear about his strength. Without counting blood magic and props, he is at best equal to an ordinary adult wizard, and there is a clear gap with several professors. It doesn't matter, you just want to let them deliberately without letting the water go, I have confidence in you. Lockhart patted Ivan on the shoulder and said confidently. He has personally experienced Ivan's strength. He has seen many famous wizards who can't use such powerful magic. Ivan's expression was very weird, and he opened his mouth to explain, making Loha especially hope for himself. But thinking that he still needed this strength to deter Lockhart, Ivan could only helplessly shut up. Ivan came out of Lockhart's office with a headache, reflecting on whether he had acted too much in front of Lockhart recently. That makes Lockhart think that he is a powerful wizard who can keep his hands on the 3 principals of Flitwick, Snape, and Sprout. I'm not Dumbledore. Ivan sighed and went to the House of Requests as usual. When I reached the door, Ivan's face suddenly changed. There is a dirty stain on the wall in front of the House of Responsiveness, which does not look very obvious, but Ivan, who has been here many times, can clearly perceive the difference. Has anyone been here? Ivan's complexion became very ugly. He turned around the door 3 times, opened the door and entered the potion storage room, and then rummaged inside. Since the black mist space displayed by the Horcrux made Yvonne vigilant, the Horcrux was temporarily transferred to the potion storage room in the responsive house. Yvonne is very worried that the person who may have entered the responsive house is for the diary. However, it didn't take long for Yvonne to find the diary with a black cover from where it was originally placed. Confirming that the Horcrux was safe and sound, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time guessing who might have been here? The Horcrux was not lost because the other party did not find it, or did the other party not come for this at all? Yvonne didn't believe there was such a coincidence. www.mtlnovel.com. He looked at the Horcrux in front of him, hesitated for a while, and quickly became firm again. Never wait any longer. Originally, Yvonne was still hesitating whether he should agree to Tom's proposal and help him restore his vitality. After all, this might cause unknown consequences. Now Yvonne has made up his mind to learn the snake language as soon as possible, obtain a method to fuse multiple bloodlines, and then immediately destroy the Horcrux. Lest rebirth change. Thinking of this, Yvonne placed the Horcrux diary on the ground, took out a jar from his pocket, and inside it was a spider half the size of his palm, and then buckled it upside down on the cover of the diary. A faint black mist suddenly floated out of the cover of the diary, and the spider in the jar seemed to have noticed something wrong, and frantically flowed in the jar. Chapter 221, Secret Chamber and Snake Language. It's a pity that the entire jar is only so big, and it didn't take long for it to be filled with black mist. The spider in the jar had nowhere to escape, and was soon eroded by the black mist. When everything returned to its original condition, there was only a dry shell left in the jar. Yvonne watched all this quietly. His left hand gently turned the ring capable of releasing fierce fire, and his right hand had already squeezed the wand, ready to deal with possible accidents. According to his assumption, the vitality of a spider could not restore Tom to much power, and Tom, who had absorbed Ginny's vitality in the original time and space, could not even release magic. Because of this, Yvonne dared to take this risk, and making some preparations was just in case. After sucking a spider into an empty shell, more black fog emerged from the diary, and the figure of Tom Riddle reappeared in the illusory space. Tom, are you okay? Yvonne looked at Tom in the Slytherin robe in front of him, feeling that he seemed a little firmer than before. Thank you for your trust, Halls. I have recovered a little bit from the previous consumption, so I can see you again, although it only lasts about an hour. A smile appeared on Tom Riddle's face. After a pause, he said again. How is it? Did you get the book? The magic I left didn't cause you any obstacles, did it? A confusing spell and an unknown magic that hides things, right? It really took me a while. Yvonne said bitterly. He couldn't help but remembered how he went to search for the origin of blood under the guidance of the system during the last school year. If he was lucky enough to knock down a black magic book, he happened to crack the confusion curse left by Tom. How long? Your movements are faster than I thought. I thought it would take you at least 2 or 3 days to crack the magic I set. Tom was very surprised. The confusion spell was carefully laid and set. It is very clever. Even if ordinary people stand there with wide-eyed eyes and look carefully, they will not find anything wrong. Tom even thought that Yvonne could not crack it, so he would come back for help. Before I thought Yvonne would crack it in less than a day, which made Tom more and more afraid of the little wizard in front of him. I have read that book, and the most critical part as you said was torn off. The result looks like a boring history book. Yvonne shook his head regretfully. As I said before, that should be your headmaster Dumbledore's handwriting. Tom's mouth curled up slightly, and then continued to comfort him. But you don't need to worry. When I was in school, it took a long time to find a way to complete most of the content and put this part of the information in a secret room. It just needs snake language to open it. Are you so kind? Yvonne rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that Tom would be kind. Want to induce him to go to the secret room, and then pit himself to death is almost the same. He knew that there was only one basilisk staring at everyone in the secret room, and if he rushed in with a Horcrux, he would not end well. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, he noticed the task progress of the mystery of blood. When Tom Riddle spoke of the secret room, it instantly increased to 30%. Yvonne was stunned, which meant that there was probably a way to fuse multiple bloodlines in the secret room, and no matter how bad it was, he had corresponding clues. What's the matter? Halls. Tom Riddle said suspiciously. Nothing. It's just a little strange why Hogwarts has a secret room that needs snake language to open. Did you make it specially, Tom? Yvonne changed the subject. Of course it's not my handwriting. I don't have the ability to open up a secret room in Hogwarts. Tom shook his head and explained. That is Salazar Slytherin, a place specially created for experimentation and research on blood fusion. Yvonne subconsciously thought that Tom was deceiving himself, but immediately realized that this possibility did exist. If the book The Origin of Blood was really written by Salazar Slytherin, it means that Slytherin has a deep understanding of this aspect, and it is likely that he has engaged in this aspect of research. It is normal to establish a special place to carry out research work. As for the basilisk placed in the secret room, it may be the creature that guards the place, or it may be the object of research. There are countless kinds of rare and magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Could they be kept here for the convenience of research? All kinds of conjectures flashed through Ivan's mind. If he remembered correctly, the symbol of Slytherin College was the snake. Voldemort, as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, was born to speak snake language. Could such an obvious inheritance feature be because Salazar Slytherin had merged the blood of the basilisk and passed this power down? When Ivan was thinking, he heard Tom Riddle continue. Anyway, I put everything in the secret room. It is absolutely safe. Even Dumbledore can't find it. Just use the snake language to open it. Then you told me so much, you will definitely teach me snake language, right? Tom, we are best friends. Ivan said expectantly. Of course I am willing to teach you, but snake language is not something that everyone can master. Tom Riddle replied arrogantly. Tom Riddle was about to say that taking him in would solve this problem, but Ivan interrupted first. Snake language is really so difficult? Maybe I can learn it, maybe. I only need a little time to master a lot of advanced magic. Snake language is different. Tom Riddle frowned and looked at Ivan's firmness. He knew that I would not give up if I didn't try it. I had to be patient and teach it a few times. www.mdlnovel.com hiss. Just as Tom spoke the snake language, Ivan decisively entered the learning acceleration mode of the experience card, vaguely aware that the snake language seemed to contain magic power, and it vibrated at a strange frequency, affecting the entire black fog. Space. Ivan had a clue and understood the reason why it is difficult to learn snake language. He tried to recall everything he had just felt, tried to imitate, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. How? Do I need to teach it again? Tom Riddle said impatiently. He didn't want to waste time on such things. But soon Tom Riddle's complexion changed. Because the weird snake language sounded again in the black fog space, although it is still a bit rusty, Tom Riddle is very sure that it is snake language. Chapter 222, Our plastic friendship broke down today. How is this possible? Tom Riddle was in shock and confusion. He saw that snake language was an innate talent given to him by blood, which could not be mastered by others. His Ivan was still trying to adjust his tone to match Tom's previous voice, and soon became more and more alike. How about? Tom, is my pronunciation still standard? After learning a few times, Ivan turned to look at Tom and asked aloud. Tom was still in a daze, and after a long time he came back to his senses. His eyes revealed complex colors when he looked at Ivan. He nodded, and said reluctantly. What you said is pretty good. That's good. It seems that the snake language is not as difficult to learn as you said. Ivan sighed with relief. He was always worried about whether the snake language had a special doorway. Now that Tom, the snake language master, confirms that he can rest assured. Immediately, Ivan turned to ask again. Tom, what do you mean by the snake language you just taught me? That means death. Tom Riddle explained aloud. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but uttered again. Hals, have you ever been exposed to snake language before? Who are your parents? Has he ever tried to talk to snakes? Tom Riddle is really hard to believe that Ivan can master snake language, and he learned it too fast, right? He just demonstrated it a few times. Ivan shook his head, saying that there was nothing special about his birth, just that his learning ability was relatively strong. Then, Ivan hurriedly urged Tom Riddle to teach him the next word. Tom Riddle relentlessly taught a few more words and sentences, and finally completely confirmed that Ivan does have a talent for learning snake language. This discovery made Tom Riddle more regretful. The reason why he revealed so much important information to Ivan was to let the other party take him to the secret room. After devouring the flesh and soul of a spider, Tom can barely take shape in the real world. Once he returns to the secret room, he can control the basilisk and kill Ivan. For so many days, Tom's patience has been exhausted, and he has no hope of controlling the little wizard in front of him to serve him. Instead, he wants to break away from the opponent's control and look for the next target that is easy to bludgeon. That's why he actively threw out the concept of blood fusion, and explained that after completion, he can greatly improve his strength and talent. Tom knows very well that Ivan, a little wizard who is keen on studying magic and power improvement, can never resist this temptation. However, he had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Ivan could easily master the most critical snake language. This means that the little wizard in front of him has the ability to abandon himself and go alone to find clues to the secret room. So, after teaching a few simple words and sentences, Tom stopped looking ugly. What's the matter? Ivan was quickly filling up his snake language vocabulary, and seeing Tom suddenly no longer pronounce it, he was suddenly a little strange. That's it for today, my strength is still weak, and there is no way to maintain this state. Tom sighed and said, taking back all the black fog and preparing to return to the diary. He needs some time to be quiet. Quiet? Ivan was confused, but fortunately, he came over, he let Tom's abacus fall to nowhere. Of course the other party could not teach himself as hard as he could. Then we will learn again tomorrow. Ivan nodded, did not force Tom Riddle, just casually mentioned. By the way, you haven't told me where the entrance to the secret room is? Are there traps and traps there? Are there any other dangers, or wait until I learn snake language and take you with you when I enter the secret room? Tom Riddle, who was about to return to the Horcrux, stopped and looked at Ivan in a daze. Then he remembered that besides Snake Whisper, he had another card to play. That was the entrance to the secret room. Thinking of this, Tom Riddle gave birth to hope again. However, Tom was vaguely aware of something wrong, but he couldn't understand it. He just felt that the timing of the little wizard in front of him seemed a bit too coincidental. Okay, then I'll teach you tomorrow. Tom nodded with a weird expression, agreed and turned into a black mist and got into the Horcrux. Seeing Tom nodded, Ivan's heart that had been hanging down so that he was finally fooled. But thinking about the black stains that appeared at the door of the responsive house, Ivan frowned again, put the diary in the pocket of the wizard's robe and carried it next to him. It seems that he has to pay more attention these days. In the next few days, while learning snake language with Tom Riddle, Ivan did not forget to check the situation in the responsive house from time to time. Hope to find someone who sneaks into the responsive house while he is away. However, after a few days, Ivan didn't notice anything, and the bait deliberately placed in the responsive house was not lost, and there was no sign of anything being turned over, as if the previous smudge was just his illusion. This makes Ivan even more puzzled. Is it really an accident? Ivan was depressed for a while. Fortunately, after a few days of learning snake language, he finally cracked the characters given by the system. As Luna guessed, it was just a sentence. Tribute to the great forerunner Salazar Slytherin. Ivan recalled the meaning of the characters in his mind. www.ndlenovel.com. His complexion was very strange. He remembered the words Tom said when he opened the basilisk in original time and space. It seems that this password is also used to open some place, and the content of the password is also in full compliance with Salazar Slytherin's narcissistic style. When Ivan checked the task progress of Blood Mystery again, he found that after cracking the characters, the current task progress had reached 45%. What's lacking is to find the place where the password needs to be opened. Ivan guessed that that place is probably the place where Salazar Slytherin did the experiment, and most likely it is somewhere in the secret room. Hals, what you want to learn, I have taught you, can we go to the secret room? The diary book placed on the table turned over by itself, and black ink appeared on it. Ivan quietly looked at the Horcrux diary, but did not reply. In the past few days, Ivan has used various reasons to prevaricate Tom Riddle's requests several times. The relationship between the two parties has dropped to a freezing point, and it is not far from a complete breakdown. So that Tom Riddle stopped answering any of his questions, only asking him again and again like the repeater when he could take himself to the secret room. In view of this, Ivan is not pretending to be pretentious, and has not done anything with the Horcrux for the time being just because the other party still has the last bit of information. Chapter 223, Tom Riddle, I have worked so hard, but you are so. Ivan did not reply for a long time, and Tom Riddle knew that Ivan was going to violate the previous agreement, and asked angrily. Why? Ivan sighed, silently picked up the quill on the side, and wrote in the diary. Tom, you have always been a good person. So can you help me one last time? Tell me, where did you put those materials? I just get it myself. Ivan asked sincerely that everyone is a friend. If possible, Ivan doesn't want to use some drastic means to get the information he wants. Tom Riddle was very angry for a while, and at the same time he became more confused. Words quickly appeared on the white paper, covering the entire page. You don't trust me, why? I clearly teach you all kinds of magic so hard. With your heart? But there are at least 29 mistakes and omissions in the magic knowledge you told me. Ivan was also lazily arguing with Tom Riddle and directly retorted. Tom Riddle was stunned. He didn't expect that Ivan's previous small actions were quite clear, and it was a bit embarrassing for a while. Perhaps thinking this is why Ivan didn't trust him, Tom quickly explained it. Halls, you misunderstood. I'm just the memory of a 16-year-old student. It's normal to have some omissions, and I don't mean to deceive you. Really? That memory also needs to be restored? When you devoured the flesh and soul of that spider, I could see clearly. Ivan said sarcastically, unsparing Tom's disguise without mercy, and then spoke again. You never told me the truth, did you? Tom? Of course I have no reason to believe you. I also know that you have never regarded me as a friend. Ivan's words hit the soul every word. Tom Riddle was completely annoyed, and the diary on the table trembled automatically. Enough. Halls. Don't you forget. When you study various magic problems, who helps you solve them? When you are in trouble while studying alchemy, who is helping you? I spent so much time helping you, but what about you? Halls? You deceived me as soon as we met, you are a Slytherin student. I asked you about the current state of the magic world and asked you who Harry Potter was who defeated the Dark Lord. You tell me that you don't know much. I believe you. The results of it. You are Harry Potter's best friend. Large sections of characters leaped on the paper, and every sentence revealed Tom Riddle's deep anger. From birth to now, Tom Riddle feels that he has never been so good to other people, and he has worked so hard to gain the trust of the other person. The results of it. Yvonne Halls did not trust him from start to finish. Tom Riddle is almost mad. At the same time, Tom also recalled the places that felt wrong when he was with Yvonne before. Now Tom wants to understand everything. The other party has always been teasing himself. Tom's heart is full of resentment and doubts. Is there anything he didn't do well enough to be so guarded and targeted? Don't say that, Tom, I'm just a little wizard who just entered the 2nd grade. Don't just slander me. It's obvious that you used the mind to spy on my memory first. Yvonne looked at the diary. The text said not very embarrassed. When Yvonne talked about contemplation, Tom Riddle stopped talking at all. He didn't expect Yvonne to even know this. Tom Riddle vaguely feels that the development of the situation is beyond his control. Seeing Tom fell into silence, Yvonne spoke. Let me say it again, tell me, where did you put those materials? Or where is the Slytherin research room in the secret room, and how do you open it? I don't have that much patience. Tom. Yvonne pulled out his wand and pointed at the Horcrux in front of him, threatening. Do you think you can hurt me? Just rely on the magic you learned? The ink on the diary was revealed again, and the words were full of sarcasm, and then endless black mist spewed out from the diary and swept towards Yvonne. Although he is only in the state of remnant soul, he has absorbed the flesh and soul of a spider before, and he is not completely incapable of resistance. However, Yvonne activated the ring of fierce fire on his left hand at the next moment, and a heart-pounding flame floated from the tip of the wand. All the black fog was so scared that it was recovered in the diary again, and everything just now seemed to have never happened. Fighting fire. Tom Riddle's horrified voice was heard in the diary. There are not many things that can destroy Horcrux in the magical world, but fire fighting is one of them. Yes, it's fierce. Yvonne nodded, and he tried his best to ask for this ring from Asia, which was used to destroy the Horcrux from the beginning. You only have one chance to speak. Yvonne said indifferently, and leaned the Li Huo floating on the top of the wand towards the Horcrux. Without my help, you will never get what you want. The diary trembled, and the handwriting appeared on the pages of the opened book. The secret room is so big, who do you miss? I can't do it all over again. Yvonne frowned, not sure whether Tom Riddle said it was true or not, but he still said disdainfully. Then you go. After displaying this line in the diary, you read www.yuyuganshu.com is automatically covered. Like a real diary, it doesn't move, even if it's fierce, it doesn't care about it, quietly waiting for death. Ivan's movements stopped at the last moment. Tom Riddle's calm attitude made him very uneasy. It is possible that there are special conditions for activating the Slytherin research room. Or the thing is not in the secret room at all, but it has been transferred by Tom? Only one step away from the completion of the task, Yvonne does not want all the efforts made before to fall short. Thinking of this, Yvonne stopped the effect of the ring of fierce fire, and instead found something in the drawer. Tom Riddle breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had won the bet. He knew very well that if he was completely worthless, the little wizard in front of him would definitely burn the Horcrux without hesitation, and if he insisted not to say it, there would be a glimmer of life. Although his strength is still very weak, he can overflow a little. When Yvonne relaxes his vigilance, there may be a chance to fight back. However, Tom, who was planning what to do, soon saw Yvonne take out a white cover from the drawer. The magic text engraved on it Tom is very familiar, because it is the isolation magic text he taught Yvonne a few months ago. Chapter 224, You are a good person, Tom. I kindly handed you the use of isolating the magic text, so you would use it against me? Tom broke down. He didn't expect that Yvonne Halls, a bastard, would actually use the knowledge he taught him to deal with himself. So I always say you are a good person, Tom. It's a pity that you don't want to be any better. Yvonne said sincerely, and while sending Tom Riddle a good person card, he put the cover up. At the same time, just in case, Yvonne turned on the system to check the status of the Horcrux. Magic item, Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. Magic, strong. Special status, isolate magic. Explanation, this is a Horcrux made by Tom Marvolo Riddle when he was 16 years old. It is covered with a cover made up of an isolated magic text sequence. Without being opened by anyone, it is a Horcrux safe. Seeing the display in the system description, Ivan was finally relieved. He always worried that the power of the Horcrux diary would be too strong, causing the isolation magic text to fail. In that case, the cover he worked so hard to produce to restrict the Horcrux would be useless. Fortunately, the effect is as he expected before. After putting away the Horcrux, Ivan began to think about going to the secret room to find a way to fuse multiple bloodlines. The thing that worries Ivan the most is naturally the basilisk in the secret room. Although he can speak snake language, and the basilisk will not come out automatically without being summoned, he still has to consider the good and the worst, right? What is the basilisk most afraid of? It seems to be the of a rooster. Ivan vaguely remembered the information mentioned in the original book, and it seemed that he had to go to Hagrid to steal a few chickens just in case. It's not impossible to use the transfiguration curse to change a few, but I don't know if the cry is used or not. Things should not be too late. Ivan started his own actions that afternoon. While Hagrid was away, Ivan sneaked into the farm and tied all the roosters there. And left a few gold gallons in the chicken coop, so Hagrid would buy it by himself. However, how to place these roosters next made Ivan a difficult time. Keeping them in the dormitory is weird, maybe people will guess something. If you are raised outside, you are worried about running away or starving to death. For this reason, Ivan had to use transformation curse to transform these roosters into owls, and then change them back when needed. Just when Ivan had taken care of everything, Harry and Ron happened to come back from the door, and the first thing they saw was the strange group of owls underground. They twisted and walked in the dormitory one by one, and a few of them didn't adapt to this body temporarily, and fell directly to the ground. An owl headed up suddenly raised his head and sang loudly, but the whole chicken was shocked when he opened his mouth. This is not its tone. Staying in the cage of Maca, stretched out his head curiously, and looked at the strange-looking kind underground. Ivan, what are you doing with so many owls? Harry asked suspiciously. Used to deliver letters, you know, I often receive letters from some fans recently, so I borrow a few owls to help temporarily, Ivan said casually. I feel like you are almost catching up with Lockhart. Ron shook his head, then looked at the group of owls on the ground and spit out. By the way, why do these owls of yours look so strange? They just came today, maybe they haven't adjusted to school life yet. Ivan also noticed that this was a bit weird, so he quickly made a cage and put the roosters that turned into owls in, lest they run wild. At the same time, Hagrid, who had returned from regular inspections of the Forbidden Forest, returned to his hut and looked at the empty chicken coop with only a few feathers left. The smile on his face suddenly became sluggish, and he roared angrily. Where is my chicken? Saturday evening. Ivan, who was ready for everything, carefully avoided all eyes and stepped into the abandoned girls' bathroom. Two weird-looking owls were standing on his shoulders, walking with him. At the center of the girls' bathroom is a circular sink made up of a large number of bath basins. Ivan successfully found a serpentine mark on the copper faucet of one of the bath basins. After looking at Ivan carefully, I discovered that the serpentine engraving also contains smaller characters, densely packed like snake scales. Ivan, who has learned a lot of information from Tom Riddle, is very clear that these tiny characters are the characters created by Salazar Slytherin based on the snake language. Perhaps this is the reason why the mechanism can be opened by the snake language. What are you doing here? No one will come here usually. A voice suddenly sounded beside Ivan. Ivan turned to look over, and a ghost wearing thick glasses and Ravenclaw costume floated towards him. Are you looking for something here? Myrtle's illusory figure floated by in front of Ivan, looking at him curiously. Ivan frowned and was about to explain, but Myrtle's face suddenly changed. She screamed. Or, you are here to mock me just like them. Ivan's words to his lips stopped again, and then he followed Myrtle's words. www.myrtlenovel.com. Yes, that's it, I heard some legends, they said there is a short, fat, ugly, acne-stricken, crying soul, so come and take a look. So? You see it now? Do you think I'm the same as what they said? Myrtle said sobbing, but her eyes kept staring at Ivan, desperately hoping that the long and good-looking boy in front of him could say something different. Now I think Ivan glanced at Myrtle and nodded very confirmingly. They are right. Ah. Get out. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Myrtle covered her face, screamed and rushed into the innermost compartment, hiding in the toilet there. Vaguely I can still hear the crying from inside. Ivan shook his head, and after silently saying sorry in his heart, he looked at the bathtub again. While Myrtle was hiding in the stall crying in the cubicle, Ivan spoke the snake language to the snake shadow on the bronze dragon head. Hiss. The snake shadow on the copper dragon head suddenly lit up, and then the dozen or so bath basins in front of him began to rotate quickly. A part of it sank into the ground, while the rest spread out, exposing a thick pipe in the center, enough for a person of Hagrid's size to get in easily. There is darkness in the water pipe, and it looks bottomless. Chapter 225, Enter the Secret Room with the Hungry Basilisk. Holy Guard. Ivan waved his magic wand. The white mist gushes out from the top of the magic wand and turns into an illusory white unicorn. After happily walking around with its hoofs, it plunges into the deep pipe. The patron saint is usually the best choice for pathfinders, but it can also be used as a light in a dark place. Controlled the unicorn one step ahead, and Ivan no longer hesitated and jumped down. The surrounding pools slowly merged together and restored to their original state. Ivan felt like he had fallen into a slimy slide, and was falling all the way down the of the pipe. The two owls on his shoulders retracted into Ivan's arms in horror. It's dark and dark, no light can be seen, and only the shadow of a unicorn with fluorescent light flowing around not far away can barely illuminate the road ahead for him. I don't know how long it took, and when Ivan felt that he was about to be stunned by the winding pipes, he suddenly found that the in front of him began to gradually become flat. Ivan suddenly understood that he was coming. Sure enough, the nozzle in front of it got bigger and bigger, and Ivan quickly slipped out of it and fell to the ground. Ivan climbed up from the ground grinning, and patted his clothes covered with mud and dust. The two owls also fell from his arms to the ground in a dazed manner. Clean up. Ivan simply cleaned up with the dust removal spell, and looked around. Here is a straightforward tunnel, which looks very wide, the ground is wet, and the sound of running water can be faintly heard in the distance. Ivan walked forward quickly, in the darkness and the fluorescence of the patron saint, went straight through the tunnel. To his surprise, he did not see the basilisk molting. But when you think about it carefully, the basilisk hasn't been released yet. Where's the skin? Ivan actually saw the bones of many creatures on the ground. Most of them were rats in different sizes. They broke when they stepped on them. It seems that they have been piled up here for a long time. At the end of the tunnel is a sturdy wall with two snakes entwined with each other. The eyes of the snake are shining with weird green light under the dim fluorescent light. Hiss, open. Ivan spoke again. The two snake shadows on the door seemed to be alive, and they squirmed quickly. The stone wall cracked in the middle, opening a path. Ivan enters into it, and inside is a huge space with many towering stone pillars, on which are engraved with coiled snakes, standing on both sides like guards. Right in front of is a wide platform with a statue that reaches the ceiling at the end. It was a statue of Salazar Slytherin. Ivan had to look up to see the huge face of the statue, where the basilisk was sleeping. Ivan didn't intend to disturb the other party. He searched for himself in the secret room, and tentatively read the sentence in front of each stone pillar engraved with the serpent. Tribute to the great forerunner Salazar Slytherin. The strange snake language kept echoing in the secret room, but all the big snake stone pillars did not respond, and Ivan tried unwillingly to find other clues in the secret room. After a few hours, I finally found the text left by Slytherin somewhere, a string of strange characters. After the translation, it was such a sentence. Come to my statue, speak to me, and offer your highest respect. Remember, close your eyes. At the same time, beside the strange character, there is a strange picture. It was a figure standing in the middle of the platform, with his mouth open as if he was muttering something, and a huge snake in front of him was coming out of the statue's mouth. Ivan frowned. If he didn't know that this was Slytherin's secret room, he would have thought it was a sacrifice ritual made by an evil wizard when he saw it. He didn't come here to summon the basilisk. If there is no need, he doesn't want to provoke the big snake that can kill with his eyes alone. However, Ivan did not find Slytherin's research room all afternoon. Thinking of Tom Riddle's previous words, Ivan became eager. Maybe, he should call the basilisk out for questioning? This terrifying idea came to Ivan's mind. This was undoubtedly the next step. He couldn't be sure how powerful the basilisk was. Once he made a mistake, he could defeat the opponent. However, by contrast, Ivan was even more reluctant to go back and continue to wrangling with Tom. It was almost endless. Even Tom Riddle placed some backhand in the secret room. Ivan didn't dare to bring him in. Instead, he used the isolation magic text to restrict him and stayed in the trunk of the bedroom. Under the circumstance that the responsive house may be discovered, only the bedroom is relatively safer. Ivan hesitated again and again, but still cruel, determined to give it a try, walked in the center of the platform, imitating Tom Riddle's movements in the original time and space, and uttered a snake language. His hiss, talk to me, Slytherin the greatest of the big four at Hogwarts. In Ivan's eyes, above, the huge stone face of Slytherin moved, and his mouth opened wider and wider, revealing a huge round hole, enough to easily walk into a person. Ivan quickly closed his eyes so as not to look directly at the basilisk that came out. Fortunately, closing his eyes, Ivan can also see everything in front of him through the shadow of the unicorn, but it is not clear whether the scene seen through magic will affect the main body. If he remembers correctly, the direct death effect of the basilisk's eyes is not effective on everything. Phoenix, which is also a top-level magical creature, can be directly immune. The mirror and water reflections will also weaken the direct death effect. Petrify the viewer. One was thinking. Vaguely, Ivan felt a rustling sound coming from above, as if something was slipping out of the mouth of the statue. The two owls who were brought by Ivan lay on the ground and shivered. www.mtlnovel.com. There were cooing sounds in their mouths. Ivan became vigilant, and if he fails to communicate with each other in snake language, he is ready to change the two roosters back to their original form at any time. Sizzle, hungry so hungry. The clear voice of a snake came from the mouth of the statue. The next moment, the huge giant snake came out from there, and the heavy body fell on the stone slab with a muffled noise. It approached Ivan step by step, and the latter squeezed the wand tightly. The light of strengthening the magic text had been illuminated, and the Shenfeng shadowless curse was ready to be sent. Through the eyes of the patron saint, Ivan clearly saw the appearance of the basilisk in front of him. The whole body was green with scales like old bark growing on its body, and the flat big head was covered with ferocious granular protrusions. What shocked Ivan the most was the sharp teeth like a saber, and the faint, weirdly fluorescent eyes. Chapter 226, Slytherin's Research Room. Seeing the light bulb-sized eyes of the basilisk, Ivan vaguely felt his body become cold. Fortunately, there is no sign of being petrified, and the shadow of the blood magic unicorn is also not affected in any way. This proves that his previous guess is correct. Even so, Ivan didn't relax at all, because the huge basilisk had snaked its body and came in front of him, and the cold breath was spitting out on his body, making Ivan almost nauseous. Basilisk opened its big mouth full of fangs, but did not launch an attack. Both eyes fixed on the owl who was lying on the ground and groaning, and his mouth made a hissing sound. Hiss, hungry. You gave it to me? Before Ivan could reply, the basilisk suddenly opened its mouth, tore the two owls into its mouth, and swallowed directly. Ivan, who witnessed everything through the patron saint, couldn't help but twitched. The he was about to deal with the basilisk was so cold. Ivan was slightly relieved that the basilisk did not intend to attack him directly. This means that both parties can communicate. Thinking of this, Ivan followed the basilisk's whisper just now and said, "Yes, this is the gift I brought you. Do you know where Slytherin's research room is? It is where your master often goes when he is here." Ivan added. Not enough food. Hungry. The basilisk ignored Ivan's words, winding his huge body around him, spinning around restlessly, staring at him with two large light bulb eyes, stretching out from time to time. The tongue was testing his smell. Ivan became nervous again. At the same time, Ivan is also very depressed. How does this basilisk behave like a foodie? Is it true that every time he is summoned? Then Tom Riddle opened the secret room several times, and what did he feed him? Ivan was very worried that the basilisk would consider attacking himself if he was too hungry, and couldn't help but remember the information he had checked in the Forbidden Book Zone before he came to the secret room. The above shows that the recipe for basilisk is very mixed. Mammals, birds, reptiles, and insects eat almost everything, but the favorite food is spiders. Ivan said with an idea. You tell me where is that place? I'll take you to eat the eight-eyed giant spider next time. Eight-eyed giant spider. The basilisk spit out the letter and whispered in a low voice. It doesn't know what the eight-eyed giant spider is, but from the meaning expressed by Ivan, it should be a very big spider, which should be able to satisfy its own appetite. This special name reminds the basilisk faintly of the tempting smell it smelled in the castle the last time it awoke. It is certain that it must be a very delicious spider. It is a pity that not long after that, the person who drove it forced it to sleep. Noting the basilisk's reaction, Ivan settled and said again. It's a very special kind of spider, it's very big, I believe you will like it. As for now, you should take me to your master's research room first. Eat the eight-eyed giant spider. The basilisk whispered and waited, then suddenly turned his head and meandered away in the direction where he came, seeming to want to return to his lair. Ivan is a little strange, why did the other party suddenly run away? But soon Ivan thought of another possibility, and hurriedly ran forward and grabbed the basilisk's tail, letting it take itself. Basilisk also let Ivan's movements go, and followed the open mouth of the Slytherin statue, sliding in the passage. Ivan, who was lying on the basilisk's tail, also followed the basilisk into the statue. The shadow of the unicorn surrounded him, illuminating the surroundings. After walking through the passage, Ivan found himself in a big place. This should be the basilisk's lair. I don't know how long it has not been taken care of, and it smelled of mold. The walls around are engraved with murals, on which are recorded various magical creatures. The last painting is the basilisk. The real basilisk, after bringing him in again, hovered in the corner, stepped aside, and revealed a door. On both sides of the gate, there are two stone guards. The swords in their hands are crossed to block the way to the gate. Ivan suddenly understood that that was what he was looking for. Salute to the great forerunner Salazar Slytherin. Ivan tried to read the key the system gave him. Rumbling. The two stone guards suddenly moved, retracted their weapons, opened the door, and then leaned over and knelt down, as if they were welcoming the master's servant. Ivan couldn't help but spit. Salazar Slytherin really likes to engage in the ritual sense of these curves. Stepped into this room, the surroundings suddenly became bright, and the ceiling was full of dots of magic lights. Perhaps it is the magic that is set to automatically turn on when someone comes in. What is rare is that it has been over 1,000 years and has not expired. Basilisk stayed outside and didn't dare to come in, and I don't know if Slytherin had given it any instructions before. This made Ivan finally opened his eyes in peace, and cancelled his patron saint. There was always a weird feeling that his eyes and body were out of sync. Ivan walked forward and soon found that he had stepped on something. www.mtlnovel.com stopped, picked it up, and found that there were a few yellowed and wrinkled paper sheets. Said it was a page of paper, but in fact it was not made of any material. It felt like a licorice skin, and Ivan felt a little familiar. After looking at what was written on it, Ivan's face turned black. Tom, you really are a liar. Ivan gritted his teeth with anger. After comparing the content, he was sure that this was the missing page of The Origin of Blood. Tom had been fooling him before this thing was taken away by Dumbledore, but he was still dubious at the time. And these missing pages, just as Ivan had originally expected, recorded the method of fusion of blood, that is, the formula of the blood fusion potion that the system rewarded him last school year. Sure enough, my previous guess was correct. Ivan was not surprised. After learning that The Origin of Blood was written by Salazar Slytherin, he guessed that the rewards the system gave him were not something out of nothing, but something that already existed. In addition to these, the missing page also details the existence of the secret room and how to get there. Ivan thought, and it seems that what Tom said to him was not all false. Tom probably, as he himself said, found a clue left by Slytherin somewhere in the castle, found the origin of blood, and then went to the secret room according to the prompt. Chapter 227, The Mystery of Blood and the Limit of Fusion. If not, it would be hard for Ivan to imagine how Tom discovered the entrance to the chamber. You must know that the entrance to the secret room was built in the girls' bathroom, and this bathroom was in normal use until the death of Myrtle. Without precise guidance, Tom Riddle sneaked into the girls' bathroom for no reason and found the snake shadow carved on the bronze faucet. Unless he has the habit of peeping at girls in the bathroom. Ding, the mystery of the mission bloodline, progress update. The sudden system sound interrupted Ivan's thoughts. Ivan opened the mission log and found that the mission progress of the mystery of bloodline was close to 80%. It seems that what he is looking for is in this room. Ivan put down the leftover pages in his hand and walked to a table in front of him. The table was messy with many sundries, most of which were some parchment rolls. On the sheepskin scroll closest to him, the handwriting is already a bit blurred, and Ivan carefully identified it. The title reads Number 12 Fusion Plan, Failed. There is a circle around the title, indicating the reason for the failure. The black stone powder and the moon white stone conflict with each other, and the mandala grass should not be added. In addition, Ivan also found a line of small words at the bottom, saying that the higher the degree of fit between the selected magical creature and itself, the higher the probability of successful blood fusion, and vice versa. Is that so? Ivan muttered to himself, feeling scared for a while. When he was fusing the blood of the unicorn, he didn't know that there was such a statement, so he blindly performed the first blood fusion without confirming the degree of fit. Ivan can't help but sigh that he has good luck. The unicorn he has chosen should have a high degree of fit with him. After reading this sheepskin scroll, Ivan's curiosity soared. He pulled aside the dusty chair, cleaned it up at random, and then sat at the table to check the remaining sheepskin scrolls. I don't know whether special magic has been applied to these, so that after thousands of years, I can barely distinguish the general content of the writing. Most of these records are the development process of the blood fusion potion, and dozens of schemes are listed on a table full of sheepskin rolls. Each is tested with special potion materials as the core. Although there are only a few failure summary at the end, Ivan can imagine how much Salazar Slytherin would have to put in to get these lessons. Among these dozens of schemes, 5 schemes were confirmed to be feasible by Slytherin. However, most of the schemes are aimed at one kind of creature. Only the last kind of blood fusion potion developed with hemolysin as the core is compatible with all magical creatures. Hey! Seeing this, Ivan exhaled and murmured. Is this what the Forerunner means? Ivan understood why Salazar Slytherin claimed to be a great pioneer. Slytherin may not be the first wizard in the magical world to start studying blood fusion, but it is probably the most in-depth research at the time, and he can indeed be regarded as a pioneer in the field of blood fusion. The most important thing is that Salazar Slytherin's ambition is not only there, after he has made a fusion potion that can fuse all bloodlines. The rest of the contents of the sheepskin scrolls are all studying another topic, the method of fusing multiple bloodlines. Even the corresponding potion has been improved, but it has never been able to perfectly solve the conflict caused by the fusion of multiple bloodlines. So while giving the method, Salazar Slytherin wrote on the parchment to remind the successor not to try lightly before finding a way to resolve the conflict. And based on previous fusion experiments, Slytherin also made a bold guess. Even if a wizard can fuse multiple bloodlines, it must have an upper limit. And this maximum limit is likely to be 7. It took Ivan several hours to read all the information. I have to sigh, although Salazar Slytherin is a bit narcissistic, he always adds greatness as an adjective to the password to open the door. But this research result alone is worthy of his usual boasting. Ivan put down the last chapter of the parchment scroll, and 2 system prompts sounded in his mind one after another. Ding, after a period of study, your proficiency in potions has been greatly improved, first level 4, 1512/1600. Ding, the mystery of the mission bloodline, progress update. Mission, find a way to integrate multiple bloodlines. Current task progress, 100%. Task reward, legendary value *1, distributed. Seeing the system's prompt message, Ivan was not surprised. After checking the process of Slytherin's potion experiment through the text on the sheepskin scroll, Ivan felt that he had benefited a lot, and the improvement in potion proficiency was reasonable. Not to mention completing the task of the mystery of the bloodline, this was his purpose. Seeing that his legendary value has reached 4 points, Ivan is very happy, as long as he gathers the last legendary value, brews the fusion potion, and tries to fuse the second bloodline. This means that his strength will usher in a substantial increase. As for the magical creature with blood fusion this time, Ivan has decided to be the basilisk outside the door. Since Salazar Slytherin guessed that a wizard, there is a limit to the blood that can be merged, Ivan certainly hopes to merge a few top-level magical creatures. The basilisk is undoubtedly one of them, and the direct death effect of the snake's eyes makes Ivan extremely excited. If luckily inherited this ability of the basilisk, wouldn't he be able to stare at anyone? Thinking of this, Ivan suddenly felt that the basilisk outside the door didn't seem so hideous anymore, but felt inexplicably cordial. Slytherin was really good to his heirs, nothing to say. He couldn't help but provide a fusion plan, and also raised the most suitable top-level magical creature basilisk here. After all, the people who can open the door are the compatibility of Snake Liao Qiang and Basilisk's blood. www.mtlnovel.com Of course, except for him who learns the Snake Liao Qiang through experience cards, he has a systematic protection mode. His requirements for fit are not so high. Ivan sorted out these materials, put them all together, and walked straight out of Slytherin's research room. The 2 guards guarding the door closed the door automatically, and the swords crossed to restore the original appearance. Hiss, 8-eyed giant spider, eat. The basilisk dragged its huge body around, spitting out the snake letter, spinning around Ivan. Ivan had already understood the origin and responsibilities of the basilisk in the records of the sheepskin scroll, and knew that it could not hurt people without an order, so he was not afraid of it, and directly commanded in snake language. Hiss, now, send me out. Chapter 228, Witness a Cut Owl. The basilisk hesitated for a moment, leaned down, and Ivan jumped directly on top of its head, grasping the bulge on the top of the basilisk to stabilize his figure. The basilisk seems to have become accustomed to this, and took Ivan to walk away from the interior of the statue, crossing the hall of the secret room all the way, walking through the complicated pipeline, and returning along the road when Ivan came. Ivan stayed on top of the basilisk and passed through this long pipe again, but he was much more comfortable than before. Ivan learned from the information in the research room that in addition to being treated as a test subject and pet by Salazar Slytherin, the basilisk is often used as a transportation tool and elevator. After all, the statue at the entrance of the research room was built too high, and the pipe was too long. Only creatures like basilisks can come and go freely. More importantly, standing on top of the basilisk's head and walking back and forth, there is more aura. Perhaps this is the real reason Slytherin raised the basilisk. After walking through the pipe for about 10 minutes, a little bit of light shone through from above, and Ivan knew that he was about to return to the ground. Saying open again in snake language, Ivan soon saw the brighter and brighter stars above, and the faint vibration sound came from above. In the bathroom, the circular pool formed by a large number of wash basins turned again, revealing the circular pipe underneath. A huge flat snake head came out of the hole, followed by a small half of the long snake body, and the dark yellow bulb-sized eyes looked at everything that was familiar and unfamiliar around it. Ivan jumped off the top of the basilisk, then closed his eyes and turned his head, and said to the basilisk. Hiss, go back to where you should be. Hiss, eat, 8-eyed giant spider. The basilisk was very restless and wanted to get out of the pipe completely, but was stopped by Ivan's rebuke. Be obedient, go back to your lair, next time. I will take you to eat the 8-eyed giant spider next time I come again. The basilisk looked at him hesitantly, then slowly turned his body, swimming and crawling back from the pipe. Ivan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he sensed that the basilisk had obeyed his command. Although the snake language was originally a weapon specially made by the wizard to control snake creatures, but the basilisk, such a powerful magical creature, can hardly be succumbed by snake language alone. Fortunately, according to the information left by Slytherin, after the blood of the basilisk is fused, the power of the snake language will be greatly enhanced, and then he may be able to use the basilisk as a pet to drive it. Thinking of this, Ivan was even more looking forward to it. The entrance to the secret room slowly closed, and intermittent crying came into Ivan's ears. Ivan looked at the innermost toilet in the bathroom and shook his head. Myrtle can really cry. It's been a while, and her emotions haven't calmed down yet. But that's not bad. He used to worry about being seen by Myrtle when he came out. Now he doesn't have to worry. Ivan walked to the bedroom while sorting out his harvest. Ivan, something has happened. When they arrived at the Gryffindor lounge, Harry and Ron, looking flustered, suddenly ran towards him. What's the matter? Ivan asked strangely, and at the same time faintly felt something wrong. Harry and Ron didn't reply, but eagerly pulled him and ran away. Ivan didn't resist. When the door opened and arrived in the dormitory, Ivan understood why they were so anxious. In Ivan's sight, the huge bedroom was in a mess, and the books and clothes were turned over and thrown on the ground. The strange-looking owls he raised had run out of the cage for some reason. Maka hid on the pillar beside the bed in horror, and rushed over after seeing Ivan. Ivan stared at an open suitcase with an ugly face. He was worried that he could not find a clue in the secret room, and temporarily saved Tom's life. When he went to the secret room, he sealed the Horcrux and locked it in the suitcase and stuffed it under the bed. So the invaders are undoubtedly coming towards the Horcrux. Ivan hurried forward to check it, but he couldn't find the black-covered diary. Ivan was immediately confused as to who would want this Horcrux. Except for old Malfoy, no one else should know that this thing is right here. And since he got the Horcrux, he has carried him close to him most of the time, and has been properly kept for the rest of the time. Tom Riddle has no chance to seduce other people. Thinking of someone who might steal the Horcrux in his mind, Ivan suddenly turned his head and stared fiercely at the chubby mouse lying by the window. Shaban was gnawing at a multi-flavored bean in a leisurely manner. Even if there was a mess in the dormitory, it was nothing to do with him, and it had nothing to do with him anyway. But after being stared at by Ivan, Scabbard felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. Even the multi-flavored beans in his hand were not fragrant. He jumped into Ron's arms as fast as he could, and then shivered in. Lost Ron's pocket. Ivan withdrew his gaze. Since Shaban still has the guts to stay here, it means that most of the Horcrux matter has nothing to do with him. Ivan, is there something important for you missing? Harry noticed something wrong with Ivan's expression, and asked aloud. It's just a notebook for taking notes, it's black, it's not an important thing. Ivan hesitated and said. Ivan didn't want to involve Harry and Ron, so he just described what the Horcrux looked like and asked if they had seen it. Harry and Ron both shook their heads. Where were you before? Did you see who did it? Ivan suppressed the anxiety in his heart and asked again. Ron and I stayed in the lounge to lower the wizard flag in the afternoon, and when we came in, we found that it was like this in the bedroom. We checked our own things and didn't lose anything, so we came out to find you and Neville. Harry explained aloud. Which is so troublesome to steal a useless book? Ron said angrily, soothing the restless speckles in his pocket. Ivan frowned, this was troublesome, he couldn't even think of who would want to get this Horcrux for a while. There were no witnesses besides Scabbers. When Ivan was suffering from a headache, Maka flew to his shoulder, pecked at his face, and yelled Coco. Maka? Yes, I almost forgot, you should have seen it, I can still ask you. Ivan was stunned first, and then he realized with joy that in addition to the spots in the bedroom, his owls are also the same. Is an eyewitness. Chapter 229, It turns out that you are also an owl. Although Ivan doesn't understand owl language now, as long as he becomes an animagus form, he can communicate with Maka without obstacles. Soon I learned from Maka who stole the Horcrux, and then took the Horcrux back and destroyed it. The Horcrux disappeared for only a few hours now, and Tom shouldn't have time to do anything. Thinking of this, Ivan ran out of the door with Maka in his arms, planning to find a place where there was no one to transform and ask. Staying in the bedroom, Harry and Ron looked at each other and didn't quite understand what Ivan was going to do. Do you want to ask this owl? At the same time, Ivan took Maka into the training room of the responsive room. Suddenly in the new environment, Maka seemed very excited, fluttered his wings and flew around in the training room. When he returned, he was horrified to find that Ivan's body suddenly shrank quickly. But soon Maka was stunned, his round eyes dully watched Ivan change from a person to an owl. After adjusting to his new body, Ivan flapped his wings and flew to Maka's side, intending to ask what happened in the bedroom just now. Cuckoo, so you are also an owl. Before Ivan had time to ask, Maka cooed cutely, and licked his cheek closely with his beak. Hearing this, Ivan's face turned black, and he almost fell out of the air. He has only temporarily become an owl. Don't make trouble. Ivan waved his wings and slapped Maka, and then asked about business. Maka, what happened in the bedroom just now? Maka didn't disappoint Ivan either. Although his expression ability was inaccurate, he still spoke intermittently. Soon after he left, an ugly strange creature about the height of a table suddenly appeared in the bedroom. Then after the strange creature came in, it turned around, searching for something, making the bedroom a mess. Faced with this situation, Maka naturally couldn't tolerate it, so it released a few kind in the cage and let them fight the strange creature. It's just that those kind were not strong enough to get rid of the intruder. In the end, the intruder took something from Ivan's suitcase, and then disappeared. The table is so high, the ugly strange creature? Can it suddenly appear and disappear? Dobby. Ivan muttered to himself. The only thing that met this condition was Dobby. But why? How could Dobby be bold enough to steal the Horcrux directly? You must know that Dobby has never stolen the Horcrux in Ginny's hand in the original time and space. As a house elf, Dobby is unlikely to directly undermine old Malfoy's plan. It was because of this that Ivan had never thought of Dobby before. When Ivan was thinking about it, he felt his cheek rubbed against him, and turned his head to look over and found that it was Maka who was leaning towards him. Cuckoo Maka made a burst of unclear notes. Wait, what do you want? Ivan faintly felt that something was wrong, and he suddenly remembered that Maka seemed to be a female owl. Ivan was so frightened that he quickly changed back to his original appearance. Maka blinked her eyes dumbly, not understanding how Ivan suddenly changed back. Ivan looked at the cute owl in front of him, very helpless. It seemed that he had better not deform randomly in front of Maka in the future. After learning that Dobby was the one who stole the Horcrux, on the way back to the bedroom, Ivan kept thinking about how to catch the other person. In terms of strength, Dobby is not weaker than the average adult wizard, and it is not easy to deal with. More importantly, this house elf's whereabouts are uncertain, and he can use apparition at Hogwarts at will. Not to mention trying to catch the opponent, it is difficult to find it. Even so, Ivan is not without help. His animagus form can communicate with all the owls in the school, these kind in a sense are his eyeliners. In addition, Ivan also knows an important piece of information that can be used. That is Dobby pays great attention and care to Harry. As long as a suitable game is set, the opponent can be automatically hooked. I just don't know if Harry will agree. When Ivan returned to the dormitory, Harry and Ron helped him clean up the mess that was thrown away, and even the few owls running around were locked in a cage by them. Harry, Ron, thank you. Ivan said shamelessly. He had forgotten to help clean up when he left in a hurry. Harry and Ron shook their heads to show that they didn't care. By the way, Ivan, have you figured out who messed up our bedroom? Ron asked curiously. It's an ugly strange creature as high as a table. I think it's probably a house elf. Ivan nodded and said. Harry's face changed and he exclaimed. It's Dobby. What? Which Dobby? Was it the guy who hurt you with a walker last time? Ron didn't think of it at first, but he quickly reacted. After the previous Quidditch game, Harry once told him that it was done by Lucius Malfoy's house elf Dobby. Even when school started, they missed the train, and it was this house elf who was almost expelled from school. Had it not been for Dobby, how could he have received a roaring letter from his mother in the public, and his face was completely ashamed that morning. It turned out to be that again. Ron tickled with anger, wishing Dobby hang up and smoke. But soon, Ron asked curiously. Did you really get news from your owl? He watched Ivan rushing out with an owl before, and when he asked for a place to question, he thought Ivan was crazy. You know, Maka has always been smarter. Ivan shrugged and didn't explain much. Ron really wanted to complain. What he actually wanted to ask was how Ivan communicated with an owl. Anyway, I thought of a way to bring Dobby out. You may need to cooperate with Harry. Ivan turned his head and looked at Harry. Harry was caught in a brief stupefaction at this time. He remembered Dobby's words when he had a secret conversation with him in the school hospital. After Ivan called him several times, Harry came back to his senses. Ivan reluctantly repeated what he had just said, and Harry said in surprise. Do you have a way to catch Dobby? That's great. Ron was equally excited. Yes, it's just that you might have to sacrifice a little bit. This plan is a little bit risky. Ivan looked at Harry and was vaccinated in advance. Chapter 230, Plan to capture Dobby. What? Let me be chased by a stray ball on the Quidditch stadium 2 days later. Harry said, crumbled after hearing Ivan's plan. This is called a little risk? He was almost smashed by a walker last time. I will release the confusion curse this time, I will adjust it, and it shouldn't hurt you. Ivan said uncomfortably. But is this really useful? Harry was very skeptical. Of course, we just have to wait. The news that you have encountered an attack again on the court spreads. I believe that after a while, Dobby will take the initiative to explain to you. Ivan explained. Ivan knows Harry's place in Dobby's mind very well. After Harry killed the mysterious man, he greatly improved the difficult situation of the house elves. For this reason, Dobby was very grateful to Harry and regarded him as his savior. It is precisely because of this that Dobby will come to Hogwarts to help Harry at Hogwarts without hesitating to violate the rules and self-harm. So Yvonne is certain that once Dobby learns that Harry Potter, which he most respects, has encountered the same attack on the Quidditch pitch as before, and suspects that it did it, he will definitely come forward to clarify. At that time, he only needs to use the compound decoction to become Harry's appearance, and when Dobby is unprepared, he can easily catch the opponent by direct sneak attack. Apart from this, Yvonne couldn't think of a better way to draw out the mysterious house elf. After listening to Ivan's overall plan, Harry doubted Dobby's claim that he was particularly concerned about him. But Harry hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth and agreed. He happened to have something to ask Dobby to ask clearly. Then it's settled, we will exchange identities with compound decoction after the game. Yvonne clapped, and at the same time gave Harry an apologetic look. In fact, during the game, he can also use the compound decoction and Harry to identify each other, so that Harry does not need to be chased by the stray ball again. But considering that Harry could not learn his pitching skills, Yvonne might be more skeptical than revealing flaws, so he finally dispelled the idea. By the way, Yvonne, what does Dobby spend so much time asking for your notebook for? Harry hesitated for a while and asked aloud. Yvonne shook his head, and was about to say something to fool him, but was suddenly interrupted by Harry. Because that thing has something to do with Voldemort, right? Voldemort? Mysterious man. Ron was taken aback, looked at Yvonne in surprise, and stepped back unconsciously. Ivan's face changed and he looked at Harry puzzledly, not sure how he knew it, and so sure. Dobby told me, he said that old Malfoy once sold an item related to Voldemort to a little wizard at Hogwarts, and he opened the dangerous thing by my side. Harry started to explain. There are not many little wizards in Hogwarts who meet this requirement. In addition, this time Dobby broke in inexplicably just to steal one of Ivan's items, and Harry confirmed that the little wizard Dobby was talking about was Yvonne. Yvonne frowned. What he didn't expect was that Dobby knew about it and told Harry about it, so he had no choice but to explain it aloud. That's right. Old Malfoy visited my magic shop during the summer vacation and sold a black diary. At that time, he told me that it could help me learn and answer some questions for me, so I kept take it with you. Later I found something was wrong with that thing, and a lot of the knowledge passed to me was wrong, so I planned to destroy it, but I didn't expect to see it today. Yvonne naturally threw the pot on old Malfoy, saying that he was just an innocent second-year wizard who was deceived. Oh my god, how can you believe Malfoy's father's words? You don't look at how bad Malfoy is usually, neither of them is a good thing. Ron said with a hatred of iron and steel. Harry nodded in agreement, and then asked instead. How about we tell Professor Dumbledore about this? When it comes to Voldemort, Harry didn't dare to care. He hadn't mentioned this to Dumbledore before because he couldn't be sure whether Dobby was saying true or not, but it was different now. It's better to wait until we catch Dobby. Yvonne shook his head. If not necessary, Yvonne didn't want to seek Dumbledore's help, especially because he didn't want Dumbledore to know that he had contact with Voldemort's Horcruxes. Even if it can't be concealed, it is best to destroy the Horcrux before handing it over to Dumbledore, lest Dumbledore learn something unfavorable to him from Tom. More importantly, Yvonne has always wanted to think about the contradiction between Dumbledore and Asia, and whether his father's death is related to the old principal. 2 days passed in a flash. During this period, Yvonne transformed into an animagus form more than once, wandering throughout the castle, instructing some talkative owls to help him find Dobby, and to pay attention to possible abnormalities in Hogwarts. Among them, the secret room entrance of the girls' bathroom is the most critical spot to watch. What makes Yvonne breathe a sigh of relief is that in the past 2 days, the school has been extremely calm, and there has been no basilisk attack. This represents Tom Riddle, who has not succeeded in bewitching Dobby the house elf. But Yvonne thinks this should happen sooner or later. After all, Dobby seems to be not very clever. So he needs to get back the Horcrux before that. Yvonne, your confusion spell shouldn't be a problem by then. Harry asked secretly in the Gryffindor locker room before the game. He is very worried that he will be hit by a walk-in ball and lose the game, so Wood will probably be sad. Don't worry, the roaming ball will fly slower this time, and you can dodge it no matter what. Yvonne said comfortingly. It really took him a lot of effort to impose a confusing spell on the walking ball. Last time after Harry was attacked, Mrs. Hodge increased the protection of these balls, and she would check it carefully a few hours before the game, and Yvonne managed to hide it. She was. In short, you can play Harry normally in this game. We are already a lot ahead. Even if we lose the snitch, it will not affect us to win the championship. Yvonne added. This is the last Quidditch game this year. After a previous match with Slytherin, the Gryffindor team had another match with the Hufflepuff team. As long as the game against Ravenclaw goes smoothly, you will be able to win the Quidditch championship of this school year. His legendary value is just a little bit close to the protection mode of the exchange system, and the next bloodline is merged. Maybe after winning the championship this time, he will be able to gather it together. Chapter 231, Gryffindor's Pitching Machine. Goal scored. This is Gryffindor's 25th goal today. Yvonne Halls once again set the record for the highest goal scored in a single game ever at Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Quidditch. Jordan was carrying out the explanation of the Quidditch game passionately under the heavy rain. The cold rain hit his cheeks, soaking his clothes, but the enthusiasm in his heart could not be quenched. No way, Ivan's play this time is too violent. He almost used the speed advantage of Light Wheel 2001 to the extreme, and easily broke through the heavy obstacles of the Ravenclaw team. He could play every 2 or 3 minutes. A ghost fly ball was scored into the ring. So that the players on the other side of the match, the Ravenclaw Academy, are desperate to watch the crazy increase in the points of the Gryffindor team. How can they play? There is a gap of more than 200 points, even if it is their seeker, it is useless to catch the snitch now. After all, a golden snitch only adds 150 points. I haven't given up the resistance yet, I just hope that it won't be too ugly to lose. At this time, the little wizards outside the court watching the game suddenly exclaimed, and several professors sitting in the front row suddenly got up from their seats. Walking the ball. Once again. Who did this? Madame Hooch's face became extremely ugly, and she shouted angrily. Just in the eyes of everyone, the ball went out of control on the field again, and it quickly slammed into Harry. No one would think that this was an accident, because this is not the first time this has happened. Harry, who had been prepared for a long time, turned sideways and dodged in time. He was not injured as a result, and he even let out a sigh of relief in his heart. This means that he can finally catch the snitch and end the game. Go on, leave me alone, the game continues. It was inevitable that Mrs. Hooch stopped the game because he was being chased by the stray ball. Harry yelled loudly while avoiding the stray ball in the air. The little wizards of Gryffindor actually squeezed Harry's sweat for Harry. Madame Hooch tried to stop a few times, but she forcibly endured it. Harry also lived up to expectations, while avoiding the wandering ball in a thrilling manner, while looking for the golden snitch in the heavy rain. Finally succeeded in grabbing the Ravenclaw seeker and held the snitch. Seeing this, there was a burst of cheers from the Gryffindor seats. Awesome! We won! Good job, Potter, I know you can do it. Yvonne Halls, the strongest chaser. Harry Potter, the fearless brave. At the moment when the game was announced, Mrs. Hooch waved her magic wand to intercept the running ball. Yvonne rode a broom to watch this scene quietly in the distance, feeling somewhat apologetic. It's impossible for Mrs. Hooch to find anything, because he handled it very cleanly. Ding, a new legendary event has been generated. In Ivan's mind, the system prompt sounded. Yvonne was stunned, and then he checked with joy. Although he had guessed that after Quidditch won the championship, he might get the corresponding legendary value, but that was just a guess, and he was not sure about it. Yvonne opened the status bar, and he realized that his legend value had increased to 5 points, and a new event appeared in the legend bar. Legendary title, Gryffindor's Pitching Machine. Legend, 1. Legend event, you broke the Hogwarts highest scoring record several times in the second-year Quidditch arena, using amazing pitching skills and excellent flying skills, which made a lot of fans talk about it. Note, although you frequently use the experience card to cheat during the game, fortunately, this matter is not known to others. Pitching Machine? What the is this title? Yvonne was originally happy because he got the new legend value, but after seeing the title, all that was left was Tuco. Can this broken system be replaced with a better adjective? And he bought the student registration points of the experience card, but he earned it from the hard work of answering the questions in class. Is completely exchanged by ability, how can it be said that it is cheating? Yvonne shook his head speechlessly, turned off the system bar, and flew off the field with the other Gryffindor players on a broomstick. You are really great! Wood was very excited and greeted him, warmly hugging each team member. Harry, you should have suspended the game in time just now. What if you get knocked down like the last time? Anyway, we are ahead of so many points, and we will definitely win the championship. Hermione couldn't help but said. Rebuked. Harry didn't reply, he just looked at Yvonne and smiled. Due to time constraints, they hadn't had time to tell Hermione about the plan to capture Dobby. The little wizards of Gryffindor who rushed down from the stage quickly surrounded the Quidditch players of Gryffindor. Then, Yvonne and Harry, the heroes who won this championship, were gathered in the middle, lifted up and threw them into the sky. Harry continued the game with the chase of the walking ball just now, and successfully grabbed the feet of the snitch, making every lion watching the game excited. Yvonne, needless to say, the 4 Quidditch games of this school year. www.mtlnovel.com. The Hogwarts single game scoring record has been repeatedly refreshed, which directly established Gryffindor's victory. Fred, who made a lot of money from the Quidditch competition, this time he generously provided dozens of bundles of fireworks for free and distributed them to every little Gryffindor wizard for celebration. Just frolicking and having dinner, everyone stopped a little. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief, and took the opportunity to wink Harry. Harry nodded knowingly, and the two walked into the dressing room together. Let's get started. I've filled this kettle with compound decoction, you can take a sip every 2 hours. Yvonne didn't talk nonsense, and threw a portable kettle to Harry. Okay. Without hesitation, Harry unscrewed the kettle and took a sip. It didn't take long for Harry to feel his body numb, it seemed to be stretching and twisting, rapidly deforming. Yvonne completed the transformation at the same time, but looking at Harry in the mirror, I always felt something strange. You still lack glasses. Harry, who was feeling the magic of the compound decoction, turned his head to remind him. Yes. Yvonne slapped his head and waved his magic wand to deform a pair of glasses out of shape. It was exactly the same as Harry's style, but it didn't correct his eyesight. It was just a look. This is much more normal. Yvonne looked at the mirror again and nodded in satisfaction. Now let's see when Dobby got the bait. Chapter 232, Catch Dobby. When the two came to have dinner in the large exhibition hall, they were once again warmly welcomed by the little wizards of Gryffindor. Yvonne deliberately said indignantly about the 2 wandering ball attacks, which caused a burst of indignation, and they discussed who cast a spell to disrupt the Quidditch game was. Let me say, which Slytherin must have done it. Most of them were unwilling to lose the game last time, so this time they are ready to take revenge on Harry again. George vowed to speculate, which attracted many little wizards. Harmony. Then it was rebutted by the little Slytherin wizards, and the large exhibition hall was full of scolding for a while, but this also intensified the discussion of this matter again. Until Yvonne finished dinner, the discussion still couldn't stop, but Yvonne had quietly left the large exhibition hall, wandering in as remote a place as possible. He knew very well that Dobby, who ran out of the rules, didn't want outsiders to see it, so he usually came out when Harry was alone. I have been walking around the castle for several hours, but I haven't waited for Dobby to arrive. Yvonne frowned. Did Dobby still not know the news, or did he have been confused by Tom Riddle? Seeing that it was late at night, Yvonne sighed and prepared to return to the bedroom, waiting for the news to spread for a while tomorrow. Just then, a high-pitched voice suddenly sounded behind him. Is the sir looking for Dobby? Yvonne turned his head abruptly, and on a dark corner of the corridor, a small figure slowly walked out. It has a pair of big bat-like ears, its bald head is full of wrinkles, and there are only a few dirty rags hanging all over its body. 2 tennis-sized green eyes are staring at him directly. Yes, that's right, I'm looking for you. Ivan's right hand was on the wand, but he didn't take it rashly. It only takes a moment for the house elf to release the apparition, which is much faster than his coma spell. Have you heard of what happened on the field? Yvonne asked. Of course, of course. Dobby watched every game of Mr. Dobby. Dobby nodded excitedly, and then as if thinking of something, his big green eyes stared roundly. Sir, shouldn't you think that Dobby controlled today's roaming ball? Dobby asked in a panic. Isn't it? Yvonne asked pretendingly. How can you think that, sir? Dobby shook his head frantically, his big raised eyes faintly burst into tears. Dobby. Dobby saw you being chased by a stray ball today. What I was worried about was hitting his toe with a rock below. At this point, Dobby stretched out his left foot. The 5 dirty toes were swollen. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, he really couldn't understand Dobby's peculiar brain circuit. So I hope Mr. can understand that this is not what Dobby did. Dobby retracted his feet, his big watery eyes flashed pitifully. Where is the one who sneaked into the bedroom and stole? Yvonne said tentatively. Dobby doesn't want to steal anything, sir. Dobby's eyes fell with bean-sized teardrops, and it continued talking choked up. But Dobby can't let these dangerous things stay by Mr. S side, so he can only figure out a way to take it out and destroy it. Yvonne finally understood why Dobby made the move. It turned out that it was because he and Harry were in the same dormitory, which caused Dobby's worry, which led to the idea of stealing the Horcrux. So, did you destroy it? Yvonne hurriedly asked. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. At this time, Dobby had already fallen into self-blame of theft. He kept hitting the wall with his head and muttering in his mouth. Faint. Yvonne had no choice but to use the opportunity to cast a coma spell, so that Dobby suddenly disappeared. Dobby, who was hitting the wall with his head, couldn't react in time, and was hit by the light of the spell. Dobby only had time to turn his head to show a look of astonishment, and then fainted to the ground. Yvonne shook his head and dragged Dobby, who had passed out into a coma, to the nearest classroom. Using Transfiguration Curse, he Dobby Wahweda with a rope. The hands specially used for casting spells were directly wrapped around several times and became dumplings. After confirming that Dobby could not use magic, Yvonne then lifted the coma spell. Dobby opened his eyes dizzy, and then immediately felt that he was bound. What went beyond Ivan's expectation was that Dobby did not yell, but stared at him silently with big bulging eyes. After a while, 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed down, and his lips trembled. Dobby. Dobby knows that he has done a lot of bad things. Is your husband going to punish Dobby? That's fine. If you can do this for your husband to forgive Dobby. Cried. Shut up. I just want to ask you something. Yvonne interrupted Dobby's conjecture. Suddenly, Yifun felt that his body was slowly beginning to deform, and when he thought about it, he knew that the time limit of the compound decoction had passed. But Yvonne is not replenishing the potion. Since Dobby has caught it, there is no need for him to pretend. Right in front of Dobby www.mtlnovel.com Ivan's figure began to grow taller, his hair turned golden, and the glasses that were in the way were taken off by Yvonne. You are not Harry Potter. Dobby's sobbing stopped immediately, staring at the little wizard in front of him. Of course not, my name is Yvonne Halls. Can you tell me where you put the diary? Yvonne asked. Dobby remembers you. You must want to hurt Mr. Potter with what the mysterious man left behind, right? Dobby won't let you succeed. Dobby showed a generous and determined expression of death. Resolutely unwilling to disclose the slightest bit of news. Yvonne is having a headache, can I still speak well? Yvonne had to be patient to explain that his goal is the same as it, which is to destroy what Voldemort left behind, and he also reiterated the previous rhetoric that fudged Harry. However, Dobby was unwilling to believe it. He saw Yvonne open the diary with his own eyes, and often carried it with him, so it must be the minion of a mysterious person. I also destroyed the mysterious man's resurrection plan with Harry in the last school year. If you have learned about Harry at school, you should be clear. Yvonne said that he is a partner of justice and will never be bewitched. Noting that Dobby started to hesitate, Yvonne continued to add. I guess you can't find a way to destroy that diary, can you? I can help you. Chapter 233, The Missing Horcrux. Dobby's expression changed. He looked at Yvonne in surprise, not understanding how he knew that the diary was indestructible. Of course, Yvonne would not say that he saw it in his previous life, but changed his words and explained. Because I have tried many times, I didn't really find a way to destroy it until a few days ago. If you didn't suddenly steal that thing, I would have destroyed it. Dobby's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it, but if Yvonne hadn't considered destroying the diary, he wouldn't know that this thing is hard to destroy, so he couldn't help but believe it. Tell me, where did you put that thing? We'd better destroy it as soon as possible. Yvonne asked anxiously. Since Dobby didn't carry the Horcrux with him, he must have found a place to hide it. Maybe there is a risk of losing it. Yvonne didn't want Tom to come out to do something unexpectedly when he was fusing the second bloodline, so that something unexpected happened. But Dobby drooped his ears and hesitated. It's gone long ago, sir. Gone? Yvonne said in astonishment. Why? I obviously interrupted its magic with the isolation magic text. It shouldn't affect you. Yvonne didn't expect Dobby to lose sight of a diary. Can the Horcrux run on his own long legs? Tell me, what the is going on? Ivan's gaze at Dobby became dangerous. Dobby couldn't help but shudder, and said slightly trembling. After Dobby got that thing, he always wanted to destroy it, and as a result. 2 days ago, late at night, beside the roaring fireplace. A dwarf clown and humble house elf, holding a diary in a white cover in his hand, slapped at the table again and again, making a boom sound. Bad things, bad things. Seeing that the diary was not damaged at all, Dobby threw it to the ground angrily, and stepped on a few feet hard. As a Horcrux, Tom Riddle was very aggrieved. Although he was isolated from the magic text and limited his magic power, he was still able to barely perceive what was happening outside. After being stolen by Dobby, Tom was very happy, thinking that he finally got rid of the clutches of the little wizard and was free. Because he saw this house elf when he was in Malfoy Manor and knew who the other party was, and thought Dobby was here to rescue himself. Then Tom Riddle discovered that this dirty house elf not only failed to save himself, but tossed him desperately. In just a few hours, Tom has experienced torture such as knife cutting, flooding, impact and so on. Even if the Horcrux is strong enough, but being treated like a lowly house elf, how can Tom Riddle not be angry? However, Dobby didn't care about his thoughts. He stretched out his index finger again, and a dazzling light instantly hit the Horcrux on the ground. The diary was hit in midair, and turned back to the original point. The diary that fell on the ground was undamaged, but the cover that originally wrapped the diary was cracked. Enough, you house elf! How dare you do such a thing without your master's order? The diary that fell on the ground quickly flipped over, and black ink appeared on it. But he was greeted by another dazzling white light. The diary was hit again and flew high in the sky, and Tom Riddle was about to die of anger. When he landed again, Tom was shocked to find that the dirty house elf on the opposite side actually put his left hand into the stove, screaming loudly that he would punish it for its fault. Tom Riddle was even speechless. How could he meet such a crazy house elf? Bad Dobby has been punished, now it's your turn. Dobby murmured to himself with a trembling body, retracted his burned left hand, and put his eyes on the diary. What else do you want to do? That little trick of yours can't destroy me. Tom Riddle was a little scared for some reason. He couldn't predict what the crazy house elf in front of him would do to him. Dobby did not reply, and took the diary with his right hand which was still intact. Tom Riddle fought hard, and a burst of black gas suddenly poured out from the diary, corroding Dobby's right hand. Bad thing. Dobby threw the diary into the burning stove screaming and angrily, a red light burst from his index finger, and the flames in the fire rose. The black diary circulates in the flames, and there is no sign of burning. Dobby's ears drooped, showing a slight disappointment. At this moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps not far away. Dobby's body shook, and he reached out to take the notes in the stove, but the sound of the door opened. Dobby snapped his fingers vigorously, cast an apparition and disappeared in place. The next moment, the side door of the hall was opened. Who was here just now? Strange, I obviously heard someone talking, what about the person? The visitor looked around, and there was no one around, only the stove was burning. Just as the incoming person was about to turn around and leave, suddenly something flew out from the fire of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and fell in front of it. The white cover on the diary was scorched black, and there was a burst of white smoke. The man glanced at it, and originally didn't intend to pay any attention. However, the diary was automatically opened, and the black ink on it slowly appeared. Dobby threw the diary into the stove, and then went back to find the thing, it was gone. Dobby blinked his eyes and said aggrievedly. Don't you see what that person looks like? Yvonne had a headache. He finally caught the culprit of stealing the Horcrux, but the Horcrux was actually lost by the other party. Yvonne finally understood how frustrated Harry was in the original time and space, and Dobby made trouble under the guise of helping. No, sir. Dobby shook his head. It ran out secretly this time and didn't want to be seen by others, so it dared to go back after waiting for a long time to make sure that the other party had left. Did you hear that person's voice? Where did you lose the diary? Yvonne sighed, then asked. Dobby tried hard to recall, but it only heard footsteps and opening sounds, so it couldn't tell why. As for the location, it remembers it clearly, right next to the fireplace in the large exhibition hall. This is undoubtedly the worst news for Yvonne, it means that the person who took the Horcrux may be anyone in the school. Chapter 234, Dealing with Basilisk. The next day, in the afternoon, on the long table at Gryffindor, Harry looked at Yvonne who was a little absent-minded, and asked curiously. Yvonne, did you catch Dobby last night? Of course, but Dobby has lost that thing. Yvonne nodded, then spoke. Harry put down his knife and fork in surprise, looked around, and saw that no one was paying attention, so he asked in a low voice. Then what shall we do? Don't worry, I will find that person as soon as possible. Yvonne said comfortingly. Harry felt relieved when Yvonne said this. In fact, Yvonne is also having a headache for this. There are so many people in the school and the Horcrux is easy to hide. To find the person who has obtained the Horcrux is like looking for a needle in a haystack. After dinner, Yvonne refused Harry's request to go with him and went to the abandoned girls' bathroom alone. Maka, who had been watching for a long time here, quickly flew over after seeing Ivan's arrival. Has anyone been here before? Maka. Yvonne asked, and the latter shook his head. Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Tom wanted to confuse a person not so easily, at least not in just a few days. As early as the day the Horcrux disappeared, Yvonne asked his owl to focus on the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, and immediately reported to him whenever he saw someone coming in or heard any other movement. People can also hide by the phantom spell, the only way to enter the secret room is this one. If you want to enter it, you must open this entrance. The movement caused during this period can never be hidden from the sensitive owl. So as long as you stare here, you will be able to catch the person who took the Horcrux sooner or later. Of course, the premise is that he must dispose of the basilisk first before setting it up as a trap. Otherwise, the opponent and the basilisk have both pinched him. After all, Tom Riddle's control of the basilisk is much better than he is now. This is bad for him. Hiss, open. Yvonne uttered snake language to the entrance organ, and accompanied by a shock, the passage was slowly opened, and then he jumped down and entered. Coming to the secret room again, Yvonne was already familiar with the road. However, Yvonne did not relax his vigilance, and was always on guard for accidents. It was not until the Hushan guard confirmed that the basilisk was still staying in the lair, which was finally relieved. Speak to me, Slytherin the greatest of the Big Four at Hogwarts. Yvonne aloud opened the door to the basilisk lair. The basilisk quickly responded to the call and crawled out of the mouth of the Slytherin statue, winding a huge body. The hideous snake head leaned in front of Yvonne, spitting out the letter. Hiss, eat. Eight-eyed giant spider. Yvonne didn't expect the basilisk to remember it all the time, so he spoke. First take me to the research room again, I have to look at the information again, and then I will take you to eat the eight-eyed giant spider. The basilisk nodded, agreed, leaned down and prepared to take Yvonne into the lair like last time. If I need to study, Can I take some of your blood? Ivan suddenly asked. The basilisk did not speak, and opened his big mouth full of fangs, yelling at Ivan for a while, light bulb-sized eyes revealing killing intent. Although the first two controllers had taken blood from it more than once, it was based on the foundation that it could not resist the snake-like voice of the little wizard in front of him, but there is no such powerful force that can force it to obey orders. Ivan was silent. He originally had a slight expectation for the basilisk, thinking that after fusing the snake blood, he would be able to have an extra powerful helper. It is a pity that the loss of the Horcrux makes the basilisk from a helper to a threat again. Just now was the last chance he gave the basilisk, but the other party was obviously very uncomfortable. For this, Ivan can only say sorry. His improved potion can be cured in 3 days, and it is just right to get the blood today. I hope those 8-eyed giant spiders can be a little bit stronger. Anyway, they are also a kind of magical creature, with a whole nest. No matter how bad they are, the basilisk can be eaten. Ivan muttered to himself, turning then he changed his expression, calmed the basilisk with snake language, and asked it to take itself to the research room first. He needs to take out some useful information first. Lest you have to climb it next time. In the middle of the night, on the shore of the Hogwarts lake, a long black shadow flicked across the water quickly, and the fish in the water fled around in horror, shaking waves. After a while, a huge flat head came out of the water, and Ivan, who was lying on it, coughed hard. As I thought, there are always pipes that lead directly to here, even the smell of the sewers is a bit too unpleasant. Ivan jumped off the basilisk's head and looked at the dense black woods around him. Said with emotion. Hiss, I smell them. The basilisk began to commotion, it smelled the alluring scent again, and there were a lot of them. Ivan didn't stop him anymore, letting the 8-eyed giant spider roam in the Forbidden Forest, and started its hunting plan. It would have accidentally hurt Hagrid who often came to the Forbidden Forest, or the horsemen who stayed in the Forbidden Forest. Ivan chose to start in the early morning, when most intelligent creatures were sleeping. Moreover, Ivan had roughly judged the location of Aragog's lair from the spider escape route in the school before, and the place of entry was nearby. It minimizes the possibility of being seen by others. If it can be hit by any unlucky guy www.mtlnovel.com Ivan can only say sorry. It didn't take long for the basilisk to successfully find the 8-eyed giant spider's lair with its keen sense of smell, and went straight into it excitedly. The 8-eyed giant spiders obviously didn't realize the basilisk's raid, or they sensed it but had not had time to escape. The sound of the basilisk biting its prey suddenly sounded in the lair. Then countless small spiders gushing out of the cave, very small, they are ordinary spiders crawling over to take refuge in the castle. They probably did not expect that the basilisk would directly kill their lair. But it is precisely because of its small size that the eyes of the basilisk cannot be seen at all, and the basilisk has no interest in eating them, so it is safe. Ivan was guarding the door, looking at the 5 buttons in his hand. He had to say that the 5-level transformation curse had initially been completely deformed, so that he could easily turn 5 roosters into buttons and bring them directly beside him. It should be almost. Ivan waited a lot and noticed that the movement inside became smaller and smaller, and then slowly walked into the cave. The patron saint surrounded him as his eyes. Chapter 235, The Basilisk Caught in Madness. Stepping into the cave, Ivan's eyes are greeted by the corpses of spiders, which look different in size, and most of them have no wounds on their bodies. Obviously these spiders were dead the moment they saw the eyes of the basilisk. The few remaining parts were either torn apart, or hit hard, or even crushed directly into pieces. Ivan couldn't help feeling the basilisk's combat effectiveness. The dead snake eyes deal with the hordes of enemies, and then use the hard thick skin and lethal fangs to clean up the fish that slipped through the net. If a nest of 8-eyed giant spiders die, they may not have much impact on the basilisk. Thinking of this, Ivan frowned. I'm afraid things won't go as smoothly as he thought. It's impossible to expect the 8-eyed giant spider to fight with the basilisk and lose both. There is a lot of space in the cave, and it is filled with the smell of corruption. After entering the depths, there were more and more spider corpses. Besides, Ivan also saw the corpses of other animals. There was even a horseman. It seemed that half had been eaten. The lower half of the corpse was vaguely covered with layers of spider webs, and there were many white spider eggs piled on it, which was extremely disgusting. Ivan had long known that these 8-eyed giant spiders were not good, but he did not expect that they would actually have the courage to eat horsemen, such intelligent creatures. But thinking of a grok in the original time and space, letting his heirs attack Harry and Ron, Ivan was relieved. They even dared to eat sorcerers, not to mention being a mere horseman. At this time, deep in the cave, a sound of neighing and struggling came. Ivan couldn't help speeding up his pace. When he saw the battle outside, he thought that the basilisk could easily destroy this 8-eyed giant spider lair. Now it seems that he has encountered some resistance. Far away, Ivan saw 2 behemoths fighting. The basilisk's big mouth full of fangs is biting on Aragog's long limbs, and the snake body that is tightly wrapped around this giant spider is now a bit bloated, perhaps because it had swallowed a lot of prey before. Reason. Aragog was clearly at an absolute disadvantage, although his wisdom enabled it to actively avoid looking at the basilisk and avoid direct death. But in the face of his natural enemies, Aragog, who is already old and weak, can't even make a decent resistance. He can only drag his car-sized body against the edges and corners of the wall, or use its big claws to tear the snake. The blame entangled his body. The skin of the basilisk is not generally hard, and Aragog's long claws can only leave shallow traces on it. The old spider could only call his children to rescue him weakly. However, the eight-eyed giant spider in the cave was either killed by the basilisk or had escaped. The effect of the snake venom slowly penetrated the whole body, and Aragog felt that he became weaker and weaker, and a figure was faintly seen in the line of sight that was close to blindness, walking towards him. "Save me! Wizard! I'm Hagrid's friend! Save me!" Aragog was like a drowning man who had caught the duckweed. His low voice was full of longing for life, so much so that there was no think about why there is a wizard here. What made Aragog even more delighted was that the wizard on the opposite side seemed to nod faintly. Of course, Yvonne did not intend to rescue Aragog, but now the opportunity is really rare. While the basilisk binds its prey, he is also in an immobile dilemma. Except when peeling, there is no better meeting on the phone than now. Yvonne held the magic wand and activated the effect of strengthening the magic text. The two giants entangled in front suddenly felt a danger of death enveloping their hearts. Aragog thought Yvonne was here to help him, so he didn't move. Basilisk has the same idea, but it doesn't want anyone to disturb its hunting operations, so instead it demonstrates, raising its head and barking at Yvonne. Shen Feng Wuiying. At the moment when the basilisk spoke, Yvonne waved out his magic wand, and the invisible magic blade cut through the air, making strange noises and rushing into the basilisk's big mouth. A sorrowful roar resounded in the deep cave. After being blessed by the enhanced magic text, the penetrating Shen Feng Wuiying directly cut off the flat head of the basilisk, one eye was cut off, and the mouth was even more pierced. After a hole, a large amount of scarlet cold blood fell on the ground. The basilisk twisted his body frantically, slammed away Aragog, dragged his body and slammed into Yvonne. Hiss, dead. The only remaining eye of the basilisk stared at the little wizard in front of him. The severe pain made it no time to think about why Yvonne suddenly shot himself, and only killing was in his heart. Thoughts. The bucket-thick tail of the basilisk swept towards Yvonne at an amazing speed. Yvonne didn't expect the vitality of the basilisk to be so powerful, and the small half of his head was cut off without death. He clearly remembered that Harry was holding the sword of Gryffindor in the original time and space, and killed the basilisk with just one sword. Could it be that Harry, the savior, is full of luck? Run through the mind of the basilisk, or what special ability does the Gryffindor sword have? Yvonne didn't have time to think about it, the snake's tail was already in front of him. Yvonne drove the shadow of the unicorn next to him to materialize, bucking the trend and blocking the middle. The patron saint's pointed horn pierced into the firm crusty, and pulled a long wound on the basilisk's tail. But could not stop the basilisk's angry blow. Yvonne, who didn't dare to open his eyes, only had time to activate the effect of the protective ring, and was knocked out. Fortunately, the existence of the patron saint and the iron armor curse somewhat weakened the effect of the collision, and Yvonne did not suffer much damage. While being drawn away, Yvonne suddenly threw out the 5 buttons that he was holding in his left hand www.mtlnovel.com and lifted the transformation spell he had set. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light lit up at the top of the wand. Fluorescence flickers. Under Ivan's full effort, the light in the dim cave at night was as bright as day. 5 roosters sounded in the next moment. The crow of the rooster is undoubtedly fatal to the basilisk. The basilisk, with blood all over, as if being stimulated by some kind of irritation, became even more frantic. The huge body was scurrying around in the cave, and the sharp neighing sound was endless. 3 of the roosters were crushed to death by the huge snake body. Yvonne once again controlled the shadow of the unicorn to fight with the basilisk in a violent state, consuming the opponent's physical strength. Unstoppable blood poured out from the wounds of the basilisk being pierced. After struggling for a few minutes, the behemoth finally fell helplessly to the ground. Chapter 236, You Know Too Much. Seeing the huge corpse of the basilisk fell in front of him, Yvonne was finally relieved. This thing is really difficult to deal with. Had it not been for the basilisk when he was entangled with Aragog, he gave it a cruel shot, the result would be hard to say. Yvonne couldn't help complaining about the wizard who wrote the book, but didn't know how long it would take for the rooster to slay the basilisk. It took him 5 roosters to croak for several minutes before the basilisk completely died. I don't know if it was bleeding to death. Fortunately, the rooster's crowing is not all he depends on, otherwise, he will be killed by the author of the book. Yvonne sighed, took out the prepared test tube from his pocket, and collected the blood flowing from the wound of the basilisk. Magic item, Basilisk's blood. Explanation, this is the blood extracted from the Millennium Basilisk, which contains extremely powerful activity and magic. Ivan stared at the information introduction given by the system, somewhat surprised. The longer the basilisk lived, the stronger the strength, resulting in the more powerful magic power in his blood. This means that he will get even more promotion after fusion. Click, click. Thank you for saving me, wizard. Aragog strode the four limbs strenuously and stood up with difficulty, weakened under the influence of the snake venom. The eight-eyed giant spider was originally a highly poisonous creature, and was highly resistant to toxins, but after so long, Aragog was not far from death. It's just that it doesn't want to die yet, so humbly pleaded. Do you have a way to treat the snake venom on my body? No, I can't help it. Ivan shook his head and said cruelly. The only way he knew to treat snake venom was Phoenix's tears, but Dumbledore would not save a murderous eight-eyed giant spider. Even if it will, it is obviously too late. So let's wait for death with peace of mind. Aragog was silent for a while before suddenly speaking. I'm dying, wizard, can you do me a favor? Do you have anything to convey to Hagrid? Ivan turned his head to look at the old giant spider, and asked seriously. No. I hope you find the person who opened the Slytherin chamber and kill him. Aragog's words were full of killing intent. Aragog, who has experienced the secret room incident 50 years ago, is very clear that the basilisk stays dormant in the secret room and will never appear unless it is called by someone else. Thinking of this, Aragog was ready to tell the wizard in front of him everything he knew, and begged the friend of Hagrid to avenge his race. However, Aragog, who was about to speak, suddenly realized that the appearance of the other party seemed a bit too coincidental. Why do wizards enter their lair late at night, or just when the basilisk attacks? Unless it's you who released the basilisk. Aragog screamed, shaking his body. The moment the voice fell, an invisible sharp blade pierced Aragog's head instantly. This old eight-eyed giant spider strode forward with difficulty, and then its huge body crashed down. Ivan put down the wand in his hand, looked at Aragog's body, and said again. You know too much. There was a sudden silence in the dim cave, leaving only the corpses all over the floor. Ivan looked around and hesitated what to do with it. Wait, how much is the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider? Ivan touched his chin, very pleasantly surprised. He felt like he was going to get rich overnight. If he remembers correctly, the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider is worth as much as 60 gallons in the black market in Knockoff Alley. If it can be sold formally, it is even more than 100 gallons. After cleaning the lair, Ivan felt that it would be okay to make up 60 or 70 bottles. Coupled with the Jin Jialong extorted from Lockhart, Ivan suddenly found that 20,000 gallons did not seem to be as hard to earn as he thought. Thinking of this, Ivan was excited like a chicken blood, and cut off all the eight-eyed giant spider's venom sacs, even with basilisk teeth, snake skin, and other valuable things. Pack them all together. It took a whole night to transfer all of the most valuable materials in the cave to the responsive house. Those who are too heavy to carry and are not easy to carry have to give up. Finally, Ivan took the two roosters that were still alive, walked out of the cave, turned his head and waved his wand to cast a spell. Thunderbolt exploded. A huge roar sounded, and the wide cave entrance was blown in half. Ivan made another shot, completely burying the eight-eyed giant spider's lair. Without the basilisk, what can you do? Tom. Ivan muttered to himself looking at the bombed hole. Since killing the basilisk, Ivan's tension has been relaxed a lot, but this does not mean that he has stopped, but has become more busy. Because in addition to searching for Horcruxes, his improved fusion potion is about to be finished, which means that he can immediately fuse the second bloodline. The blood of the basilisk. Therefore, in the remaining day, Ivan almost spent time in the responsive room, looking at the many materials left by Slytherin, improving the knowledge of blood fusion. The understanding of the basilisk is getting more and more profound. The basilisk was created by a wizard, the most dangerous and powerful creature. Ivan stroked the record at the end of the sheepskin scroll and fell into contemplation. He still remembered that in the book The Origin of Blood, some ambitious wizards tried to cultivate the most powerful and most suitable magical creatures through various methods. The despicable Helbo, the creator of the basilisk, came with this purpose. According to records, Hirebo also became the first person to integrate the blood of the basilisk, and was also the most famous dark wizard at the time. It is rumored that he could instantly put his opponent to death. Salazar Slytherin is probably the second person to incorporate the blood of the basilisk. It's just that there is no record on the sheepskin scroll, what kind of abilities the founder of Hogwarts has acquired. But one thing is clearly recorded on the sheepskin scroll, that is, fusion of snake blood will not have any sequelae. Only then did Ivan put down the sheepskin scroll in his hand and walk to the cauldron that was bubbling, watching the chaotic fusion potion gradually turning into it, and he didn't hesitate to add the cold basilisk blood to it. The chaotic colored fusion potion rose up, slowly turning into dark green in just a few minutes, flashing with faint fluorescence. System, exchange protection mode. Ivan put the potion into the test tube, held it in his hand, and said, Chapter 237, Fusion of the Blood of the Basilisk. Just after Ivan spoke, a strange feeling came to my heart. Suddenly, Ivan found that the magic in his body became extremely active, even so active that he could directly control it. This reminded Ivan of the magical state he entered on the verge of collapse when he first performed the blood fusion, and felt very similar to the current feeling. Ivan stretched out the index finger of his right hand, Shen Feng Wuying instantly activated, and the invisible magic blade slashed across the square table in front of him. Hum! There was a crisp sound of breaking through the air. In the next moment, the square table and the crucible on it were neatly cut into two pieces and fell to the ground. Is this the protection mode? Ivan said with emotion. He can freely control the magic in his body without the need to cast spells or wands. This made Ivan realize that the protection mode can not only be used to fuse multiple bloodlines, but also to improve strength and protect himself at a critical moment. I just don't know how long it will last. Ivan glanced at the information prompt in the system bar, then his face changed drastically. Oh, it's only 1 minute. Ivan suddenly became nervous, because 5 seconds have passed since the time was delayed. Seeing this, Ivan no longer hesitated, and poured the fusion potion in his right hand into one mouthful. The green liquid inlet was extremely bitter, and Ivan forcibly endured it and swallowed it into his abdomen with difficulty. But then, Ivan felt a cold deep into the soul, gradually spreading from his stomach, gradually flowing into the body, deep into the bone marrow and blood, all the way up to the brain. What made him even more shocked was that there seemed to be some power in his blood that had awakened, boiling like hot oil. Ivan could even clearly hear the neigh of unicorns in his mind. Under the influence of this force, the biting coldness gradually receded, but it soon came up like a wave again. Perhaps because of the protection mode turned on, Ivan found that he seemed to have acquired the ability to look inside. He can clearly see his body, representing the magic power of the basilisk and the magic power of the unicorn, as if using the body as a battlefield, constantly intertwined and collided. It was only then that Ivan understood what was going on with the conflict of fusion of multiple bloodlines. Stop it for me. Ivan naturally didn't want these two distinctive powers to consume each other in his body. Decisively mobilized the manipulable magic power in the body and suppressed the unicorn's power. After losing control, the fusion potion finally came into play, slowly blending into the whole body. Ivan obviously felt that his magic power began to increase rapidly. The magic scale in the status bar increases a little almost every few seconds. More newborn magic power is gathered all the way up, pouring into the eyes. Ivan soon felt a burst of pain in his eyes, but he didn't dare to knead it with his hands. He could only endure the discomfort, and finally closed his eyes temporarily when he couldn't bear it. This kind of suffering lasted for an unknown amount of time, and when Ivan felt that the magical power of the restlessness in his body had calmed down and his eyes had returned to normal, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Protection mode is over. Ivan opened his eyes and adapted to it for a while, listening to the system's prompt sound. Somewhat disappointed, he originally wanted to use the protection mode to practice some magic. It was like the first biological transformation through the improvement of the state during the first blood fusion. But soon, Ivan adjusted it, and in 1 minute, it would be good for him to complete the second blood fusion. What's more, he wasted a few seconds before. Open the status bar. Ivan muttered silently in his heart, preparing to see how his state would change after he merged with the second bloodline. Ivan Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 2/7. Magic Scale, 97. Magic Bar, Thunderbolt Explosion Level 4 Transfiguration Curse Level 5 Calling God Guardian Level 4 Occupational Technique Level 5 Shen Feng Wuying Level 4. Blood Magic, Shadow of Unicorn, Eye of Basilisk. Ivan looked at the status bar in front of him. Compared to before, the magic power has increased by more than 30 points, and now the magic power scale close to 90 points is equivalent to an ordinary adult wizard. The proficiency of various magics has also improved somewhat, but it is not high in relative terms. Only Shen Feng Wuying's proficiency has soared, and it is one step closer to the 5th level. The most important thing is naturally the newly acquired bloodline magic, this time it is directly displayed on the list. The pupil of the basilisk, is it the eyes of the basilisk that see who is dead? Ivan suddenly became excited, this is a bug-like ability. Ivan hurriedly walked to a smooth mirror and checked his current appearance. It seems that nothing has changed. Ivan found that his appearance hadn't changed much before the fusion, except that his temperament was a little bit colder, neutralizing the affinity that the unicorn brought him, and his eyes were still black. Ivan thought for a while, closed his eyes, and tried to transfer some magic power to his pupils. Immediately afterwards, I felt that my eyes seemed to be soaked in ice water. When he opened it again, his black eyes had turned into orange-yellow vertical snake eyes. Looking at the eyes in the mirror, Ivan couldn't help feeling a palpitating heart. But just like the basilisk looking at the reflection in the water and not committing suicide, Ivan didn't feel any other reactions in his body except for the feeling that these eyes were a little diametrically opposed. At this moment, Two crisp sounds suddenly sounded beside him. Ivan turned his head and looked at only to find that the two roosters who had survived the battle with the basilisk were awake at some point. However, at the moment when his eyes met the two roosters, Ivan suddenly felt that his eyes were like two black holes, rapidly extracting the magic power from his body, plundering nearly half in just 1 second. Ivan immediately panicked, and sooner or later he would be drained if this went on, but the magic in his body was constantly pouring into his eyes, and he was unable to stop it. In the end, he could only close his eyes forcibly to avoid the fate of being sucked up. After a while, Ivan felt that his eyes should have been restored to their original state, and then slowly opened his eyes. It's too difficult to control. Ivan rubbed his aching eyes, then glanced at the magic scale in the status bar, and found that his magic power had actually consumed 70%. Ivan couldn't help being a bit stunned. How did he feel that although the total amount of his magic power had increased a lot, it seemed to be less and less useful? Chapter 238, Those Who Are My Enemy, Die. How are my two chickens? Ivan suddenly thought of the two roosters who were looking at him. When I turned my head and looked over, I realized that there were only two lifelike chicken-shaped stone sculptures. With so much magic power, is it just petrification? Thinking of this, Ivan was somewhat disappointed. He thought he could stare at whoever died like the eyes of a basilisk. Ivan shook his head and waved his wand to dispel the petrified magic. But after chanting the spell, the two chicken-shaped stone sculptures did not respond. Spell stop. Ivan tried again, but still failed to lift the petrified state. Ivan's face changed. He remembered that after Colin, Hermione, and others in the original time and space saw the eyes of the basilisk through cameras, mirrors and standing water on the ground, they seemed to have entered this unremovable petrified state. In that case, this is not simply petrification, but a weakened death. Ivan muttered to himself. No wonder he had already petrified the two roosters, but these magic eyes were still constantly pumping the magic power in his body. I am afraid that if enough magic power was injected, he could achieve the effect of directly staring at the enemy. But killing two chickens requires so much magic power. Wouldn't it be more difficult to stare a wizard to death? The runaway of Snake Eye just now made Ivan realize that the new abilities he acquired might not be so easy to master. To convert it into combat power, it takes a long time to explore and practice. In the next few days, Ivan was experimenting with the newly acquired blood magic. This has caused the rats and spiders in the castle to suffer one after another, and there are also a pile of lifelike stone statues in the responsive house. While experimenting with the new magic, Ivan also did not forget another important thing, that is, looking for the lost Horcrux. The Horcrux had been lost for nearly a week, but Tom Riddle didn't cause anything, and the door of the secret room showed no sign of being opened. This abnormality made Ivan a little uneasy. It stands to reason that he had been so furious with Tom Riddle before, and the other party should choose to drive the basilisk to avenge himself at the first time. Could it be that the Horcrux was picked up by some professor, or simply picked up by Dumbledore? You shouldn't be so cold, Tom, this is not your style. Ivan muttered to himself. After dinner, Ivan, as usual, took a few mice he had caught, and went to the responsive house. When I walked to a corridor on the 8th floor, Ivan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a chill came to his heart. At the end of the front corridor, a girl in a Ravenclaw uniform was lying down in a pool of blood, with a clear wound on her left wrist. On the opposite wall, a line of handwriting was written in a red, unknown liquid. The secret room has been opened, and those who are enemies with me, die. Ivan Halls. Damn it, Tom, you actually want to cheat me. Ivan felt a surge of anger when he looked at his name on the inscription, but it was obviously not the time to pay attention to this. Ivan rushed to the Ravenclaw girl and tried a little bit. Seeing that she was still breathing, she should have just fainted, so he quickly grabbed her wrist and pressed her wand against it. The scar is healed. Ivan slowly said the healing magic he had learned from Doug, and the scar on the girl's left hand quickly healed. However, the girl's face was still pale and scary, and Ivan hesitated for a while and didn't care anymore, but hurriedly dealt with the writing on the wall. Ivan knows that this kind of planting method is clumsy, but sometimes it is extraordinarily effective. After all, he really went into the secret room and couldn't stand any investigation. Clear water is like a spring. Ivan summoned a bunch of clear water to wash the blood-red writing on the wall, but these writings were not so easy to be cleaned out, still attached to it. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Split to pieces. In anxious, Ivan exploded his name with a splitting curse, and then cast the phantom curse again, concealing his figure. At the other end of the corridor, two Ravenclaw students walked in doubtfully hearing the noise. The next moment, high decibel screams spread throughout the floor. What? Ivan covered his ears and walked slowly outside the two Ravenclaw students in an invisible form. But he didn't intend to leave, but calmly hid in a corner where no one noticed, and lifted the phantom curse, then walked out again, mixed in the crowd, pretending to have just arrived, and returned to the original place. In just such a short time, the corridor was already crowded with people. Everyone gathered around here to watch this terrible scene, and even a little girl fainted on the spot. Ivan's heart was full of anger. He carefully checked the expressions of everyone, especially the little wizards who arrived first. It is a pity that under his gaze, everyone's expressions seem to be normal, and the appropriate fear and surprise are not pretending. Get out! What are you all gathering here for? Professor McGonagall's voice came from the rear, and the little wizards in front automatically stepped aside. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and saw the Ravenclaw girl lying in a pool of blood. What the hell, what the is going on? Professor McGonagall saw this scene, his heartbeat slowed by a beat, and he almost didn't faint. Professor McGonagall rushed to the Ravenclaw girl and tested her snorted with a trembling hand. Fortunately, she is still alive. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. She almost thought that this poor child was already. Professor McGonagall stood up and prepared to take the Ravenclaw girl directly to the school hospital. But Mrs. Pomfrey, who had been notified long ago, has arrived at this time. Dumbledore and several professors at Hogwarts walked in with her. Oh my god, what the is this? Madame Pomfrey was also shocked when she saw the pool of blood on the ground, and quickly succeeded Professor McGonagall to check the girl's condition. Lockhart also leaned in for the first time, wanting to see how that girl was going. But it was pushed away by Madame Pomfrey. The situation was urgent. She didn't want someone in the way to be by her side. Dumbledore was staring at the writing on the wall, paying special attention to the damaged place. Yvonne noticed this, and his heartbeat increased a lot. Who was the first to arrive here? Dumbledore looked around and asked. It's us, Professor. But she was already lying there when we first arrived. The two hapless Ravenclaw boys raised their hands in fear, and then explained the matter anxiously. It has nothing to do with yourself. Chapter 239, is this the fix you are talking about? The latest website, so is it the blood you stopped her? Madame Pomfrey, who was half kneeling on the ground, was checking the left hand of the Ravenclaw girl. She turned her head and said admiringly. You did a great job. Saved her life. No, Professor, we didn't do anything. The two boys shook their heads in horror, saying that this was the case when they first arrived. Who would it be? Madame Pomfrey stood up and asked strangely. Isn't it the guy who attacked this girl did it? Lockhart said a joke, thinking he was humorous. It's possible. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Several other professors also nodded. They thought that the student should be the one who attacked the girl. It was probably impulsive, and then they couldn't bear the death of the other party to remedy it. Dumbledore was silent for a while, looked at the two Ravenclaw boys, and asked. Did you find anything unusual when you came? For example, you heard a sound, or there were other people nearby. The two Ravenclaw boys remembered the noise they had heard before and truthfully reported to Dumbledore. Is that so? It looks like someone is eager to cover up something. Why don't we use the restoration spell to restore it? Professor McGonagall also noticed that there were traces of damage by the spell on the wall, and he wanted to raise the wand. Cast spells. Ivan, who was on the sidelines, raised his throat with his heart. He couldn't imagine what would happen to everyone looking at his name after the handwriting was restored. How should he explain? I didn't admit it to death, insisting that I had never been here. The handwriting and broken marks on the wall were made by the person who framed me. Or just admit it, saying that after arriving at the scene, he rescued the girl immediately, and then discovered that someone was about to frame him, so he broke the wall and hid? Both explanations seem blank. Yvonne seemed to see the 16-year-old Slytherin boy smirking at himself. He finally realized why Tom Riddle placed this the 8th floor. Because there is a responsive house behind this corridor, he basically goes there at this time of the day, and the other party put the girl there, just for him to discover it. If this happens to a student who can't cure magic, he can only watch the Ravenclaw girl die, and then immediately want to erase the writing on the wall. As the behind-the-scenes Tom Riddle, he only needs to let the student he controls appear here with someone, and seeing all this can complete a perfect planting. Yvonne knows that although he has avoided the worst, he still hasn't escaped Tom Riddle's trap. Unless you can clean up all traces in a short period of time, and remove the Ravenclaw girl who fell in a pool of blood, you will not be able to remove the suspicion in anything. Yvonne kept thinking in his mind how to explain it later. Just then Lockhart's voice rang. Let me come, I am afraid that no one here is better at doing this kind of repair work than me. Lockhart waved his magic wand before Professor McGonagall. A crimson magical ray hit the wall, and then a violent roar sounded. A big hole appeared in the wall of the corridor, and dust fell from the sky. This is the fix you said? There is nothing there now. Snape said sarcastically in a timely manner. Everyone stared at this scene blankly, several professors looked at Lockhart with weird eyes, the latter looked at a loss. Dumbledore took a step forward at this moment, drew the old wand from his sleeve, and waved it, and all the lime members on the ground were glued back to the wall. However, many of the rubble had been stained with blood on the ground, and Yvonne was first washed with water like a fountain curse, so the writing on it was completely indistinguishable. Yvonne was finally relieved, he has never been so lucky. Dumbledore frowned when he saw this situation. He glanced at Lockhart dissatisfiedly, then turned and said to the two Ravenclaw boys. Mr. Abel, Mr. Adrian, please come with me. Dumbledore left with the two of them, and several professors maintained order, and the little wizards who surrounded here quickly returned to their dorms. Mrs. Pomfrey took the Ravenclaw girl who had passed out into a coma to the school hospital. Yvonne managed to get away, but he was not happy at all in his heart. Since Tom Riddle can do a similar attack, it is very likely that there will be a second or a third time. Yvonne didn't think he was so lucky every time. The only way is to find the person who holds the diary before the next attack. Hals, how about going to my office later? Lockhart suddenly chased him from behind as Yvonne was thinking about it, and patted him on the shoulder. Okay. Yvonne looked at him for a while and nodded. Stepping into Lockhart's office again, Yvonne looked around, and there were some books stacked on the table, all of which were magic books. When I came back last time, Yvonne saw these books on Lockhart's desk. He thought he was a 3-minute heat, but he didn't expect it to be there today. Are you able to release magic normally now? Yvonne asked curiously. Didn't he remember Lockhart would run away when releasing magic? Reading these books doesn't seem to be of much use, right? No, but if only one magic is practiced for a period of time, maybe it can be used normally like my forgetting spell. Lockhart shook his head and said helplessly. Immediately after Lockhart said again without giving up. Hals, do you really have no way to quickly improve your strength? I think I've said it before, no. Yvonne shook his head. What you are doing now is very good. Improve your knowledge of magic. Spend the time you have to reply to your fans on the practice of magic. After a few years, you should be able to regain the ability to cast spells that a normal wizard should have. Fan added. It took several years to become an ordinary wizard? That's not what I wanted. Lockhart was very disappointed. But Lockhart soon adjusted and talked about business, which is the exchange of identities in the duel club tomorrow. Yvonne then remembered that there was still this thing, if Lockhart didn't mention it, he almost forgot. However, Yvonne hesitated for a while and did not refuse, because it means that he can use his status as a professor to reach most of the students and check whether they are suspected. Chapter 240, Absorbed Vitality. Latest website. After agreeing to Lockhart's request, Yvonne did not leave directly, but asked him to teach himself the forgetting spell. The experience of this semester made Yvonne deeply understand the importance of this spell. If he had forgotten the curse in the first place, Hermione would not have known about sneaking into the Gryffindor girl's bed. It can also allow him to deal with today's things more calmly. For example, he can completely erase the memories of the two Ravenclaw boys and clean up the handwriting on the wall before the others arrive. You want to learn the forgetting curse? Why? Are you going to erase anyone's memory? Lockhart asked curiously. Just in case. Yvonne glanced at him without explaining. What do you ask so much for? I won't use it to you. I didn't say that, it's just that this magic is not so easy to learn. Lockhart smiled brightly, and began to explain to Yvonne the spells, gestures, and methods of the forgotten curse. In other magic, Lockhart may be just a mediocre, but in the accomplishments of the forgotten curse, he is a real master, and the entire magical world may not find a better wizard for the forgotten curse. After all, Lockhart has used all his ingenuity on this curse for decades. Finally, there was an opportunity to show off the truth. Lockhart said that he was very devoted, and even explained some of the small skills he had summarized. Of course, this is also related to the little wizard in front of him holding his handle. Under the guidance of Lockhart, the master of the forgotten curse, Ivan's understanding of the forgotten curse also increased linearly. After consuming a certain grade point, Yvonne can hear the sound of rising proficiency in his mind every once in a while. Soon, Yvonne saw the magic of forgotten curse appearing in the magic column of the system. Forget it all. Yvonne waved his wand, and a creamy white spell light hit the wall. Since there is no goal, Yvonne doesn't know how much it is. You learned it? So fast. Lockhart was surprised. As a master of the forgotten curse, he of course could see that Yvonne had already mastered this curse. You must know that the forgotten mantra is a very difficult memory mantra. It took him 3 days to learn it. He thought it was already very fast. He had been complacent about it before. Almost. Yvonne nodded casually. Your talent is really amazing. Lockhart sighed with emotion and a little jealousy. There is no need to envy me, for the simple understanding of the forgotten curse, I am afraid that no one in the magical world is better than you. Yvonne shook his head and said aloud. That's natural, otherwise I wouldn't be so famous. Lockhart said triumphantly. This is also the only thing he deserves to be proud of. Not everyone can clear the memories of so many powerful wizards with the forgetting curse, without revealing any flaws. Yvonne doesn't bother to correct Lockhart's ideas, everyone has their own way of living. After learning the forgetting spell, Ivan opened the door and was ready to leave. Suddenly, Ivan remembered something, turned his head and tentatively asked. By the way, Professor Lockhart, what do you think about the attack today? Lockhart was stunned, and then replied regretfully. That's an enthusiastic Ravenclaw. I signed the girl before, but luckily she's okay. Walking out of Lockhart's office, Ivan followed the crowd back to the Gryffindor lounge. Almost everyone along the way was guessing who attacked the Ravenclaw girl, and all kinds of rumors continued. This situation continued until noon the next day. After Hermione asked about the secret room from Professor Binns, the little wizards who were born in Muggle families suddenly felt themselves in danger. They think that the opener of the Chamber of Secrets must be like the rumors that the Muggle-born wizard is not worthy of learning magic, so they wanted to kill the Ravenclaw girl. The writing on the wall is to warn everyone that anyone who intends to prevent the other party from cleaning the campus will also be killed together. The most unlucky is Harry, who was listed as the first suspect in the attack because of his previous exposure of the snake-like voice. Because it is said that the Chamber of Secrets was established by Salazar Slytherin, and the most famous trait of the founder of Hogwarts is the vibe. Damn, how could they suspect you? You were with us all the time yesterday. Ron said angrily in the hallway outside the classroom after class. Harry was also very depressed. He obviously did nothing, but was somehow thought to be the attacker. Do you think it has something to do with Voldemort? Harry suddenly thought of Ivan's stolen diary, lowered his voice, and said. Perhaps. Ivan said casually, then turned to look at Hermione, and asked aloud. Hermione, is the injured Ravenclaw awake? To find out who took the Horcrux, the most direct way is to ask the girl who was injured yesterday. The other party will most likely know some clues. Not yet, I heard from Madame Pomfrey. In addition to being injured, she seems to have been hit by a very powerful black magic, and the lack of vitality is very serious. Hermione said sadly. Lack of vitality. Ivan frowned, and he found that the situation was worse than he thought. It seems that Tom Riddle is not only planning to frame him, but also secretly trying to restore his strength. This discovery also gave Ivan some clues. Having been in contact with Tom for so long, Ivan has a deep understanding of the power of Horcruxes. Unless the girl has 100% trust in the Horcrux and is willing to open up part of her soul for it, it is absolutely impossible for Tom to absorb so much vitality from a little wizard in a short time. This means that the Ravenclaw girl is likely to hold Horcrux for a long time to establish this degree of trust. Now that the poor child has lost the value of use, Tom cruelly abandoned him, threw it out as an abandoned child, and caused him some trouble by the way. Amazing, Tom, you are really getting more and more skillful. Ivan is having a headache. He used to tease Tom every day by relying on the advantage of information, but now he is almost cheated by Tom. Compared with Ginny in the original time and space, Ivan understands that Tom has now recovered a certain amount of strength, but it should not be enough to be resurrected, because the Ravenclaw girl is still alive. But wait for Tom to breathe in the vitality of a few more people. Chapter 241, Duel with Snape. Night. In the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Ivan came here half an hour early, drank the compound decoction, and turned into Lockhart's appearance. Cape, gloves, ring, and magic wand. Ivan wrinkled looking at himself in the mirror, then stretched out his hand to the side. Lockhart handed the three-piece suit of his own pretense, but when he finally handed the wand he hesitated and said reluctantly. Why do you even want my wand? I gave it to you, so what should I do? If you don't want me to be seen through, then take them all. Ivan rolled his eyes, then looked at Lockhart, who had turned into his own appearance with the compound decoction, and warned. Also, you'd better stay in your office and don't go anywhere. How can that work? I don't want to miss such an important moment. Give me your magic wand, what if I am called on stage by another professor? Lockhart raised his eyebrows. Ivan shook his head, and there was nothing to do with him, so he threw him a protective ring. As for his unicorn wand, Ivan was not going to give it to Lockhart. Fortunately, he still had a wand with a dragon heartstring, which he has not returned since he got it from Asia last time. It happened to be used by Lockhart now, but even so, Ivan still urged Lockhart not to take the stage at will and ruin his reputation. All the way to the venue of the duel club, Ivan found that the decoration in the large exhibition hall has been very different from the previous one. The flags of the 4 colleges were hung high in the air. With the gentle breeze floating, 4 high stages were placed in the center, ensuring that most of the students could go on stage and show off their skills in one night. Ivan was pretty sure that this was not Lockhart's idea, because this guy would only set up a stage so that everyone's eyes could be on him. There are so many people here. Ivan looked at the bustling exhibition hall, somewhat surprised. It seemed that there were more little wizards here tonight than the last time. He thought that yesterday's attack would affect the organization of the duel club today. When Ivan thought this way, an ethereal voice sounded behind him. Because everyone is worried, so I want to know how to protect myself. Ivan turned his head to look over, and behind him was a familiar figure in a Ravenclaw robe. Cough cough. Ivan almost missed his mouth, but fortunately, remembering that Lockhart and Luna were not so familiar, he changed his words. Miss Lovegood, what you said makes a lot of sense, yes, that's why I organize a duel club. By the way, Miss Lovegood, what's the matter with you when you came to me? Ivan was very surprised that Luna came to see Lockhart for what she did. She was not a fan of Lockhart. Luna's silver-grey pupils looked at him for a while, and did not reply. After a while, she suddenly pointed to his right wrist. Ivan lowered his head and glanced confusedly, only then did he notice the magic ring on his wrist. It turned out to be because of this. Ivan sighed, unexpectedly he was already so cautious, but still exposed his identity because of the magic circle. I have been carrying it before I saw you, so I guess you won't give this thing to someone else, will you? In addition, the real Professor Lockhart will immediately walk up to the stage so that everyone can watch it the first time. To him. Luna kept talking about what was wrong with Ivan, which to her was as interesting as solving a mystery. I'm glad that not every student is as smart as you, otherwise I'll just go back and forget it. Ivan said helplessly, but Luna clearly told him what is missing in disguise. Thinking of this, Ivan removed the magic ring from her right hand and put it on her wrist in Luna's surprised gaze. You made a mistake just now. When necessary, I will temporarily leave this thing to others for safekeeping. You can use its power in the duel, but in exchange, you have to help me cover when others ask. Ivan said with a smile. There are a lot of smart little wizards in Hogwarts, and the few teaching professors are not easy to deal with. He is wearing a bracelet on his right hand. It is estimated that many people will be able to notice. Put it here, it can be said that it was temporarily loaned to her. Whoosh. After making an agreement with Luna, Ivan raised his magic wand and shot a magical light into the air, which exploded suddenly in the air, and colorful fluorescent light spilled from the air. I'm very happy to see so many people here today. Yifan was attracting everyone's attention, adjusted his expression and Shi Shiran stepped onto the stage, looked around the crowd, and said loudly. I think you all have heard of yesterday's attack, and are worried about it, and eagerly hope that you can learn some magic to protect yourself in today's course. This is also the original intention of opening this dual course. But what I want to tell you is that in addition to practicing spellcasting skills to improve your own strength, it is more important to stay vigilant at all times. Many dark wizards seem harmless to humans and animals on the surface, and even provide you with a certain amount of help in order to gain trust. The same is true for certain dark magic items. I have heard such a sentence, don't believe in anything that is self-conscious, unless you can clearly know where its brain is placed. Ivan's gaze swept across the crowd below, watching everyone's expressions and movements and remembering them one by one. But Ivan didn't dare to say too clearly. He could only use Lockhart's identity to mention a little bit, and ask them to pay attention to them in peacetime. It is best to travel with 3 or 5 people. If you find any abnormalities, come to him immediately. After some preaching, Ivan found that the little wizards below were dizzy and sleepy. Only a handful of people took his words in their hearts. Several professors looked at him with admiration and nodded frequently. Well, it seems that you are not interested in what I said, so now we officially start our today's course. Ivan shrugged helplessly, and then said loudly. Next, I have your potions professor and dean of Slytherin School Snape to be my opponent. We will show you what a real wizarding duel is. As Ivan's voice fell, the little wizards who had been dizzy and drowsy suddenly became sober, and their eyes were placed on the other side of the high platform, expecting Snape to take the stage. The duel between the two professors is extremely rare, and they are speculating about who will win the final victory. Chapter 242, I hope you can be as good as the biography is written. Snape, wearing a dark green magic robe, had already stood under the stage for some unknown time, and walked up quickly, dragging a long black cloak. Looking at the slightly thin figure in front of him, Ivan faintly felt a great pressure. Compared to Lockhart, who rashly challenged the opponent in the original time and space, Ivan was very clear about Snape's strength. It can be said that Snape is one of the most powerful wizards in the magical world, except for wizards that exceed specifications such as Dumbledore and Voldemort. Even if Voldemort, who had possessed Chino last school year, stood here, he couldn't be Snape's opponent. But this is also the reason why Ivan chose to challenge Snape. He urgently needs to know his level of strength after the second blood fusion, and the best way is naturally to fight. Professor Snape, are you ready? Ivan asked. I never need to prepare. Snape spit out 2 words expressionlessly, and then said sarcastically. I hope you can be as good as a biography in a while. You'll know right away. Ivan said non-committal. After saying that, Ivan bowed in accordance with the duel process. Snape only slightly nodded under the gaze of the little wizards. 3, 2, 1. Ivan shouted the countdown, and when he said the last number, the wand in his hand flicked. Except for your weapons. A red spell ray flew towards Snape. Snape indifferently blessed an iron armor curse on his body, and the magic barrier rose up, resisting the disarming curse. However, the rebound effect of the iron armor curse hadn't been activated yet, and two more spell rays collided. The magic barrier was instantly shattered, and Snape staggered back a few steps before stabilizing his figure. Very well, you really exceeded my expectations. Snape's expression became extremely ugly, put aside his thoughts of contempt, and glanced at Ivan's gloves, ring, and cloak. From his eyes, it was natural to see that Lockhart had several powerful magic items on his body. Just now, Lockhart took advantage of the instantaneous magic items to release 3 spells in 1 second. Caught him by surprise. Although it was seen that the other party had borrowed external force, Snape didn't point it out. After all, magic items are part of the power of the wizard, not to mention the continuous use of magic items to cast spells usually requires high magic skills. You made a big mistake, that is, you didn't pursue the chase when I made a mistake. That is your only chance to win me. Snape walked back to his previous position with a sullen face, and Yvonne relatively far away. That kind of victory is not what I want. Yvonne shook his head. He was going to use Snape as a sharpening stone to increase his strength, so he didn't intend to win by trickery. Even Yvonne reminded the little wizards who were watching leisurely. Did you guys see it just now? This is the first thing I need you to keep in mind. Underestimating the enemy is a big taboo in battle. Snape's face suddenly darkened. Seeing Yvonne using Snape as a negative textbook, many students in the audience couldn't help laughing. George and Fred even took the lead in applauding. It was the first time they saw Snape deflated. Seeing that Snape's expression became more ugly, Yvonne secretly beat a drum. Was he too exciting? You will regret it. Oolong goes out of the cave. Snape chanted the spell coldly. Under the swing of his wand, 3 huge black snakes ejected, sharp fangs in the mouth of the serpent in mid-air. Faintly shining cold light. At this moment, a red light exploded in the air, and the 3 large black and red snakes were torn into dozens of segments. The broken body of the snake turned into countless white birds before it hit the ground and lazed again towards Snape. Snape's face didn't change, and he waved down with his wand. Hundreds of candles floating above the exhibition hall were generally guided. The faint flames swelled up, splitting out a series of flames, burning flocks of birds to ashes, and then without stopping, a large number of candle lights gathered into a flame-long snake. Disperse! Disperse! Everyone stay away! The professors in the audience suddenly changed their faces. Flitwick saw that the two sides were really moving, and quickly scolded the students around the platform to make them empty. Get a safe distance! The thunderbolt exploded. At the same moment, Yvonne chanted the spell, and the orange fireball flew from the top of the wand, swelled in the wind, and finally hit the flame snake. Although Yvonne could not use the enhanced magic text for blessing this time, the power of the thunderbolt explosion is still amazing. Under the collision of the two, a violent roar sounded in the large exhibition hall, and the flames spattered everywhere. Professor Flitwick outside the court saw this, holding his magic wand and preparing to remove the aftermath, so as not to affect the little wizards watching. But before he could do anything, the escaping flames were once again gathered into the duel. Ivan's wand danced lightly, the flames changed form, and a flaming steed rose into the sky, constantly neighing in the air. Snape pursed his mouth and no longer kept his hands. The invisible magic blade pierced the void, smashing the flaming steed in an instant. Without staying at all, the invisible blade rushed towards Yvonne not far away. The iron armor curse hung on Ivan's body as early as the battle, but this magical barrier could not completely defend against the penetrating Shen Feng Wuying, and was soon defeated. Fortunately, the protective cloak worked, and the second magical barrier blocked it, safely defending against this attack. Professor Flitwick led the onlookers to retreat, and retreat still felt that it was not safe enough. Looking at the battle on the field seems to have an escalation trend. Professor Flitwick intentionally asked Snape and Lockhart to stop, but he knew that neither of them would listen to him, so he sighed and had to give up. At this time, Yvonne, shortly after fighting with Snape, has activated the experience card to increase his combat power. After all, there is no better practice place than actual combat. He can hear the sound of increased proficiency every time he casts a spell. But even so, it was still suppressed by Snape. The dual field under his feet is less than 8 meters long and 3 meters wide. Being restricted to such a small place means that neither side of the duel has a retreat, and the competition is based on magic. If you can't crack the opponent's magic in the first time and counterattack, there is only one way to lose. Yvonne has been frowning. His current identity is Lockhart, so naturally he cannot use blood magic. His understanding of various spells alone is far inferior to Snape, who was able to create spells in his student days. Chapter 243, I heard you can see me? The powerful spells and superb fighting skills used by Yvonne and Snape opened the eyes of the small wizards onlookers, and they were fascinated for a time. A few courageous Gryffindor students even wanted to get closer, so that they could see more clearly, but under Professor Flitwick's repeated scolding, they had no choice but to dispel this idea. Magic can still be used like this. Hermione saw Yvonne and Snape reusing the magic aftermath released by the other party more than once, integrating them into the new magic, and then returning to attack the other party, and couldn't help but speak. Exclaimed. "Yeah, I didn't know that Professor Lockhart was so amazing." Ron's eyes widened and he stared at Lockhart, who was fighting Snape on the stage in a daze. "But it looks like Snape is better. Lockhart seems to be about to lose," Harry added. The surrounding little wizards nodded in agreement, and Professor Flitwick also nodded slightly. In his opinion, Lockhart was not far from defeat. Lockhart, who became Ivans with the compound decoction, frowned dissatisfiedly. He felt that Yvonne Halls had released the water too badly in the battle, and he was simply sorry for the 3,000 gallons he spent. Listening to the discussions of the little wizards in his ear, Lockhart said loudly in disdain. "You two underestimated him. If it were true, Snape would have died long ago." Lockhart's high voice spread throughout the hall. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him strangely, even the two professors were no exception. Harry asked suspiciously. "Yvonne, how did you know that Professor Lockhart didn't use all his strength?" Lockhart coughed slightly and was about to make up a reason, when Hermione suddenly grabbed his right wrist and stared directly at him. "Wait, what about the bracelet you have been wearing?" "How could I know?" Lockhart panicked suddenly, but Yvonne didn't give him that thing, so he could only make up his mind. I have lent that thing to someone temporarily." "Who did you lend it to?" Hermione became even more suspicious. Lockhart dodged his gaze at Yvonne on the duel, but found that Yvonne, who was fighting Snape, didn't have anything like a bracelet in his hands, and he froze for a while and didn't know what to say. Lockhart kept silent, and Hermione's repeated questioning made the two professors keenly aware of what was wrong. It wouldn't be a problem if a little wizard behaved a little weird at another point in time. But now it's different. There was an attack in the school yesterday, and the murderer has not been found so far. Lockhart's anomaly attracted their attention. Fortunately, an ethereal voice rang from the crowd. "He lent me the hand ring." Luna struggled to squeeze out of the crowd. Seeing that Hermione and the others were looking at her, she raised the magic ring on her right hand and shook it. The bone fragments collided with each other and made a crisp sound. Hermione pursed her lips and said nothing. Flitwick and Professor Sprout noticed the change in Hermione's expression, and their eyes stopped on Luna again, finally dispelling the suspicion of Lockhart. At this time wasted, the situation on the duel field changed again. Just as the little wizards in the audience had guessed, Yvonne, who had barely stalemate with Snape for a while, was about to lose it. As the offensive side, Snape didn't mean to keep his hands at all. He caught the mistake caused by Ivan's late reaction, and hit out several consecutive spells, tearing open the iron armor curse and protective cloak layer by layer. A defense built together. Finally Snape picked his wand, and a red light flashed. "Except for your weapons." The disarming curse hit the target, and Yvonne stepped back a dozen steps in a row, and almost fell off the high platform. The lines on the protective cloak became very dim, and it was no longer usable for a period of time. The most important thing was that the wand in Ivan's hand fell out of his hand and fell into Snape's hands. Yvonne frowned. Although he still had a stronger wand in his sleeve, it was obviously inconvenient to take out. For this reason, he has already lost. However, what Yvonne didn't expect was that Snape threw the wand back in his hand. Yvonne reached out and took it, looking at Snape suspiciously at what he meant. "You gave me a chance before, and I also give you a chance," Snape said slowly, then glanced at Lockhart in the audience, turned his head and said sarcastically to Yvonne. "I just heard Hall say that you can kill me easily, but you haven't used your full strength yet? I want to see it." The corners of Ivan's mouth couldn't help but twitched, and Lockhart's utterance in the audience, he also heard it, but he didn't expect Snape to actually mean it. "Professor Snape, we are demonstrating a wizard duel to the children, or it is better to restrain it." Yvonne said very clearly that he was not in line with his current identity, and said euphemistically. "Restrain? No, no, I think everyone would prefer to look at something bloodier." Snape's face became gloomy, and he thought that Ivan's words would undoubtedly acknowledge Lockhart's statement just now. Thinking of this, Snape turned his head abruptly, and said to the little wizards watching the excitement in the audience. "Everyone, give me back 20 meters. Let your Professor Lockhart release so amazing magic that it affects you." Snape added mockingly. "Stay back, do what Professor Snape said." Flitwick commanded loudly, ordering everyone to retreat to a safe distance, so as not to be affected by Lockhart's super magic. A few shameless little wizards, as well as Lockhart's diehard fans, also shouted. "Professor Lockhart, we support you. Professor Lockhart, you are the strongest." Standing on the duel field, Yvonne saw everyone looking forward to it, and for a while, he didn't know how to step down. If he holds the unicorn wand that he has modified in his hand, he can also activate the enhanced magic text to make an explosive explosion to fool it, and by the way, see how Snape will resist it. But you can't do this now, you won't expose the blood magic, right? Yvonne couldn't wait to choke Lockhart, who was talking nonsense, to death. Snape waited impatiently, and raised his wand to take the lead. The door of the exhibition hall was knocked open heavily at this moment. The sudden noise disrupted the atmosphere on the court. Everyone turned their heads together. Filch, holding the oil lamp, rushed in a panic, and he screamed loudly. Assault! Another kid was attacked. It's in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Chapter 244, It seems we misunderstood you before. Hearing this shocking news, the hall fell into a short silence, and the two professors, Flitwick and Sprout, whose faces changed a lot, immediately ran out. There was no need to continue the duel on the field. Yvonne turned his head and asked Snape to restrain and protect the students in the hall, and then eagerly followed. Snape was very dissatisfied with Ivan's command, but still fulfilled his duties as a professor, ordering all the students to stay where they are, not to go anywhere. On the other side, Yvonne rushed to the 3rd floor as quickly as possible. Except for Snape, the several teaching professors at Hogwarts had all arrived, and Madame Pomfrey squatted on the ground to check the attacked person. Dumbledore stood aside frowning, not knowing what to think. Yvonne walked a few steps before seeing the injured girl. She looked like a Hufflepuff girl in the 2nd and 3rd grade. Her complexion was extremely pale, and her breathing was very weak. Unlike the last time, the girl was not hurt and bleeding, and there was no mess of handwriting on the surrounding walls. Yvonne is not surprised, he has been in the duel club tonight, Tom may know that there is no possibility of planting him. Poor child, her vitality loss is very serious, just like the Ravenclaw girl before. Madame Pomfrey sighed with a sad face, but she couldn't help it. What kind of dark magic can cause this effect? Professor McGonagall was very angry, and her wand was shaking. She looked at Dumbledore and expected him to answer. The important thing is not how to do it, but who did it. Dumbledore did not answer, but said in a deep voice. Perhaps we can investigate which students have not come to my duel class tonight. I think the number of students should not be too many. Yvonne made a suggestion. He suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to catch Tom Riddle. The corridor on the 3rd floor was not remote, so the time for the girl to be killed should be very short, at least after the duel club started. This means that the suspicion of the vast majority of people is eliminated at one time. The remaining few little wizards who did not come to class, as long as they investigate one by one, they will immediately know whose hands the Horcrux is in. Very good advice. We'd better act now. Professor McGonagall soon wanted to understand this, and said in surprise. By the way, where's Severus? Professor McGonagall hadn't seen Snape come back for a long time, somewhat puzzled. I let him stay in the big exhibition hall to protect the children, lest the attackers take advantage of our absence to attack them, and now it is just convenient for us to count who is not there. Yvonne said confidently. He thought this Tom will never run back. Professor Lockhart, it seems that we misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to be very reliable at a critical time. McGonagall was surprised by Ivan's careful arrangements. The other professors also looked at Lockhart in front of them strangely. It was hard for them to believe that Lockhart had said the words just now. Seeing everyone's puzzled gaze, Yvonne realized that he had acted too far, not in line with the personality of Lockhart. But because this opportunity to find the Horcrux was so rare, he was so excited that he even forgot to play the role. Yvonne hurriedly coughed twice and remedied it out loud. Ahem. That's natural. I don't know how many times I have encountered such an emergency in my legendary career. I dare say that no one in the magical world knows how to deal with a crisis better than me. Yvonne reluctantly came back, but fortunately, several professors didn't have the intention to study carefully, and their thoughts were all on how to catch the attacker. Yvonne volunteered to catch the little wizards who hadn't come to class. He felt that he had better find the Horcrux before the others, and make up a reason to destroy it before reporting it, lest Dumbledore learn something unfavorable for him from the Horcrux. Although this possibility is very small, it must be guarded. Unfortunately, after Yvonne offered to participate in the search, Dumbledore rejected it. No. I need you to inform Severus, protect the children in the hall with him, and count all the students who did not attend duel classes. Dumbledore said. Can't you send someone else to this little thing? Yvonne opened his mouth to refute, but noticed that the eyes under Dumbledore's half-moon glasses were staring at him, and then closed his mouth decisively. Okay, I'm going to inform Snape. Yvonne cast aside his eyes, avoiding looking at Dumbledore, and turned away. Yvonne had been running a clumsy, but when he walked out of the corridor, he didn't find any traces of the brain being invaded. Even so, Yvonne was aware that Dumbledore seemed to have a slight doubt about his identity, otherwise he would not reject his proposal to participate in the search. Damn, I should have brought the map of the life spot with me at any time. Yvonne couldn't help sighing as he headed to the large exhibition hall. Because he was going to exchange identities with Lockhart today, he put away everything that didn't meet his identities, so as not to fall out and be suspected during a fight. Yvonne did not expect Tom Riddle to be so bold that he would choose to carry out a second attack at this time. Back in the large exhibition hall, Yvonne found that Snape had cast a spell to remove the dual platform and replaced it with the long table of the 4 major academies. All the little wizards stayed in their seats honestly. Snape saw Yvonne walking in the hall and walked over with a sullen face. What happened? Someone encountered an attack. Yvonne nodded and talked about the attack on a third-year Hufflepuff girl and then continued. In short, we need to count the number of people now. I believe the attackers should be among the few students who did not come to class. I will be in charge of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw College, as for Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Is you? After explaining, Yvonne rushed to the long table of the 2 colleges to check the list of personnel. Snape was very awkward. He didn't want to follow Ivan's command, but he had to admit that the other party's arrangement was reasonable, so he had to do it with a black face. After spending more than half an hour, Yvonne and Snape checked the list of personnel, and were overjoyed for a while. There were fewer little wizards than he had imagined, and there were only 2 girls in lower grades. The Horcrux must be in the hands of one of them. Yvonne felt that Tom was afraid that it would not be long, but things went so smoothly that Yvonne faintly felt something wrong. Chapter 245, we now only need a small spell to solve the problem. Yvonne shook his head, forgetting the anxiety in his heart, turned to look at the Gryffindor long table, and said, House, come out with me, I have something to ask you. In addition, the prefect is responsible for maintaining order here when I am away. Feeling that the time for the compound decoction was almost up, Yvonne led Lockhart out of the large exhibition hall, but did not notice that Hermione was staring at them. The 2 went all the way back to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, waiting for the compound decoction time to pass, and exchanged their identities. Yvonne told Lockhart carefully what he did with the identity of Lockhart tonight, and told him not to show the bottom. Lockhart heard Yvonne talk about the attack and asked curiously. How is the Hufflepuff girl who was attacked? Is she still alive? Still alive. Just Madame Pomfrey said that the girl was sucked away a lot of vitality, and I don't know if she can wake up later. Yvonne sighed. According to what happened to Ginny in the original time and space, I am afraid that the Horcrux needs to be destroyed to heal the 2 attacked. At the same time, Yvonne is also a little strange, why does Tom look for such a young girl every time? Is it simply because it's easier to cheat? Or is it that Tom Riddle discriminates against boys in school and is not willing to absorb their vitality? After Lockhart learned that no one was killed, he was not interested in asking more, and then complained about Ivan's performance in the duel field today. He spent a whole 3,000 gold gallons, thinking that he could see himself showing up on stage, but he almost lost to Snape. This is not in line with my identity. Lockhart said depressedly. Yvonne rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention to Lockhart, who had no self-knowledge, and warned him not to talk nonsense when he returned to the auditorium, so as not to implicate himself in the open. After passing a corner, the 2 stopped together. The little brown-haired witch in the corridor in front of her was staring at them angrily. Hermione. Yvonne was surprised. She didn't expect that Hermione, who had always been abiding by the rules, would sneak out of the auditorium. She seemed to have heard their conversation just now. Don't worry, this is what I do best. We only need a small spell now. Lockhart fancily took out his wand from his sleeve, ready to use the forgotten charm to solve the problem. Yvonne turned his head and glared at him. Lockhart had to put his wand away again, stepping back step by step, and said slyly. Then you talk slowly, I suddenly remembered something else. I won't bother you. Hermione ignored Lockhart who was leaving, instead she rebuked it furiously. How can you help Lockhart, a liar, and unite with him to deceive us? The little witch was angry like a lion. After hearing the conversation between Yvonne and Lockhart, she quickly figured out why Lockhart's strength has fluctuated over the past few months. Yvonne is helping him. Hermione. Yvonne suddenly interrupted the little witch's condemnation. There were other people hanging out in the castle. He lowered his voice and said very solemnly. This is because we are doing something very important. Before Hermione's anger was vented, she was suppressed by Ivan's words, and her eyes looked at him in surprise. You should be aware of the attacks these days. I need to borrow the identity of Professor Lockhart to investigate some suspicious students. Yvonne talked eloquently, but naturally ignored the money he earned from Lockhart. A lot of things about Jin Jialong. Is that so? Hermione always thinks something is wrong. However, Yvonne did not wait for Hermione to understand, and continued to reveal that this attack was probably another conspiracy of the mysterious man. The mysterious man must have used some means to deceive a certain student in the school to carry out his evil plan. Then what should we do? Have you and Lockhart figured out who the attacker is? Hermione's attention was suddenly drawn to her, and she said worriedly. Seeing that Hermione stopped mentioning that he turned into Lockhart with the compound decoction, Yvonne quietly breathed a sigh of relief and spoke instead. Almost, the attacker should be one of the two girls who didn't come, Filch who came to inform us may also be suspected. Yvonne was filtering the list of suspects in his mind. Tonight, most of the students, plus Snape and Lockhart, were in the large exhibition hall, and it was impossible to attack them in person. And the other staff in the school have good strength and knowledge, Tom is unlikely to confuse them. Hermione nodded listening to Ivan's analysis, but suddenly remembered something and asked with her lips pursed. Then why is your bracelet in Luna's hand tonight? Yvonne didn't mean to conceal it. He told about what Luna recognized when he entered the duel, and then said again. So I temporarily lent the hand ring to Luna to use it, so as to block her mouth and let her help me cover it. What about me? Now I know the same as her. Hermione asked suddenly, her brown eyes fixed on Yvonne. Or, how about I ask Lockhart to sign for you? You can sign a few hundred copies. Yvonne scratched his head, vaguely remembering that Hermione was Lockhart's #1 fan. I don't want it. Don't mention that liar to me again. Hermione gritted her teeth when she remembered that she had put Lockhart's photo in the bedroom before. The duo sneaked back to the auditorium, and because they had lost their identity as a professor, Yvonne could only stay at the Gryffindor table, waiting for a result. Until late at night, Dumbledore hurried over, and after talking to Snape for a while, he said in a deep voice. I think you need to rest here for one night today. Dumbledore waved his magic wand, and the long academy's tables flew up, automatically piled up in the corners, and then hundreds of purple sleeping bags appeared in the empty spaces. Everyone, take a good rest. In addition, I hope that the prefects can guard the entrance. The chairman of the male and female student union is responsible for managing the order. If you find something wrong, you can immediately send a ghost to report to me. Dumbledore walked out of the auditorium after he finished speaking, and there was a burst of discussion in the hall. Everyone understood that the matter might be more serious than they thought, or they wouldn't even be able to go back to the bedroom. Ron wondered if there would be a second person being attacked tonight. As he continued to spread the panic, he felt a cold behind him inexplicably, and turned his head trembling slightly to realize that it was Snape who had not left yet. Chapter 246, The Wish of the Dark Lord. Weasley, I think you have to learn when to shut up. Snape waved his wand, and a grey light hit Ron's body. Ron suddenly realized he was speechless in horror, and Snape nodded and left with satisfaction. Yvonne took a moment of silence for Ron's tragic experience, and at the same time he was guessing how things were going. Dumbledore prevented them from returning to the dormitory to rest, which proved that the two girls who did not come to class have not yet been found, or, something else happened midway. Yvonne lay quietly in his sleeping bag, thinking over and over again about the series of events that occurred after the loss of the Horcrux. I don't know how long it took before he fell asleep. The next day, the results of the search last night spread, and Yvonne found that the matter was once again beyond his expectations. Of the two lower-grade girls who did not come to class, one of them was unconscious after the attack and was taken to the school hospital. The remaining Slytherin girl in the second grade has not been found so far, and is determined to be temporarily missing. Hearing this news, Yvonne became more and more disturbed, and now it was basically certain that the Horcrux was in the hands of this Slytherin girl. But he secretly used the live spot map to check it in the morning, and the entire school could not find the other's name, which meant two possibilities. Either the girl is hiding in a mysterious place similar to a secret room, or she is already dead. After absorbing the vitality of at least 3 people, Yvonne guessed that Tom Riddle's power should be nearing resurrection. This Slytherin girl may be dispensable to him, and it is not impossible to be abandoned. In terms of strength, Yvonne was not afraid of the 16-year-old Voldemort. The memory between the Horcrux and the body would not be shared, which meant that after Tom was resurrected, he was far from reaching the level of his body. When discussing and studying various spells with Horcrux before, Yvonne had roughly judged that Tom Riddle's spell level was about level 5, which was not significantly different from himself. Counting a few magic item boosts and 2 special bloodline magic, Yvonne felt that he should be able to secure the victory. The only thing to consider is how to find Tom's whereabouts. Yvonne tried to analyze the common ground of these victimized girls, hoping to find something from them, but nothing was gained. Their colleges are different, and there are different ages, and he even asked specifically that these girls usually have no intersection. Yvonne frowned and thought, while eating lunch in the auditorium. As the results of the search have been circulated, many little wizards are also talking about the attack last night, speculating that the missing Slytherin girl is the heir to the secret room. More people are panicked, for fear that the next person to be attacked is themselves. George and Fred took the opportunity to come up with a safety talisman, which is said to be able to effectively resist the attack. It was very popular for a while, and most girls were willing to buy one to hang on them. After lunch, Yvonne looked at the timetable. There were 2 defense against the dark arts classes in the afternoon. Yvonne was ready to listen to the story for an afternoon, but to his surprise, Lockhart did not let Neville come on stage to perform with him during class. For 2 whole classes, Lockhart not only boasted that he had deliberately released water in order to protect Snape's face in the duel last night, but also spread a lot of magic knowledge to these second-year little wizards. Yvonne was still a little strange, but it became clear when he thought of the magic books in Lockhart's office. After class, Yvonne was walking on the way to the auditorium. In the hallway, a group of little witches were chatting about today's defense against the dark arts class, and of course the duel between Lockhart and Snape last night. They firmly believe that Professor Lockhart is so powerful, that he will find the attacker soon, just like every one of his adventures. Listening to their conversation, Yvonne faintly thought of something, but he couldn't grasp the key. That guy is a true liar. Hermione murmured at the side, then gave Yvonne a dissatisfied look and continued to speak. You must have told Professor Lockhart the magic knowledge, right? It's not, maybe Lockhart saw it from that book. Yvonne shook his head and frowned. He felt as if he had been ignoring something. Suddenly, Yvonne heard the reminder of the completion of the system task in his mind. Yvonne opened the system list very strangely, and suddenly realized that his legendary value was a little bit higher. He looked at the taskbar and found that the status of a task had indeed changed. Task, the Dark Lord's Wish, completed. Mission, Tom Riddle directly or indirectly teaches defense against the Dark Arts class. Task reward, Legendary Point *1, distributed. Task description, although the Dark Lord completed this task by himself, the rewards that belong to you will not be reduced in any way. Yvonne gritted his teeth while looking at the mocking task description. Lockhart, is it you? Yvonne was puzzled. Lockhart was clearly in the auditorium yesterday, and there should be no chance to attack those girls. Unless... Yvonne thought of a possibility, took out the map of the spot to find Lockhart's name, and found that Lockhart did not go to the auditorium on the first floor after class, but kept going upstairs instead. Seeing this, Yvonne immediately ran towards Lockhart's position. Hermione was very strange. She was going to have dinner soon. Where is Yvonne in a hurry at this time? The little witch frowned, remembering what Yvonne had said before, and immediately realized something. Although I haven't figured out how Yvonne judged, but Hermione gritted her teeth and accelerated her pace. She was going to the auditorium to report the news to Dumbledore. After all, Yvonne had told her before that the attack was probably related to a mysterious person. In her opinion, only Dumbledore can help Yvonne now. On the other side, Yvonne was tracking Lockhart's movements with the map of the live spot, and soon discovered that Lockhart seemed to be heading to the abandoned girls' bathroom, which was the entrance to the Slytherin secret chamber. Yvonne doesn't quite understand why Lockhart chose to go to the secret room at this time, but these are not important anymore, he can ask them all as long as he catches the opponent. Seeing Lockhart's name disappearing at the entrance of the secret room, Yvonne put away the map of the live spot, and instead squeezed his wand tightly. It's just that Yvonne didn't notice. Soon after he moved his gaze away from the live spot map, in a corridor on the 8th floor of the castle, suddenly there was a name he was familiar with. Chapter 247, If You Can, No One Wants to Be a Liar. Sizzle open. Yvonne rushed to the abandoned girls' bathroom as quickly as possible, reopened the entrance to the secret room, and jumped in without hesitation. After passing through the silky, dark pipe, it took a long time to fall to the ground. Yvonne didn't even have time to clean the sticky dust and dirt on his clothes, so he held his wand and walked toward the interior of the secret room. The sound of the rustling water slowly spread to the ears, the huge snake-shaped statue stood on the side, and a stream of water was gushing out of the shekau and into the pools on both sides. In the center of the pool is a long aisle. On the platform at the end, a figure dressed in a dark purple robe and a golden red cloak is standing in front of the Slytherin statue with his back facing him. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Lockhart turned his head abruptly and saw Yvonne on the other side of the aisle. His expression became very flustered. He waved his hands in a panic and said in a shameless voice. Halls, why are you here? Lo, ha, tee. Yvonne waved his wand angrily. Whoosh. A dazzling red light hit Lockhart, but was bounced off by the protective cloak, hitting the serpentine stone sculpture aside. The huge snake head was blown out of a big pit, and a large amount of rubble and dust fell from the air. Lockhart swallowed hard after seeing the end of the stone sculpture, and stepped back. Although this curse was resisted by the protective cloak, Lockhart couldn't feel the slightest sense of security. After all, he had seen Ivan's true strength. Don't install it anymore, give me the Horcrux. Yvonne didn't care too much when seeing this situation, and approached step by step. In the past few days of experiments at school, Yvonne has already researched the use of the blood magic basilisk pupil, and a protective cloak is not an obstacle. Horcrux? What is that? What are you talking about? Lockhart wanted to continue to argue with a guilty conscience, but after seeing Yvonne raised his wand again, he hurriedly changed his words. If you were talking about a black diary, it is no longer in my hands. You gave it to your admirers. Yvonne was not surprised, but sneered. They trust you so much, so you use them as a tool to feed Tom Riddle? You really did it. At the moment when he saw the task was completed, Ivan would understand everything he hadn't thought of before. After Dobby lost the Horcrux, it was Lockhart who picked it up, and only Lockhart could easily win the trust of so many little witches from different schools and different grades. I can't blame me, they volunteered to pay for me. Besides, they didn't die, didn't they? Thanks to their dedication, I'm one step closer to becoming a master of magic. Lockhart, spreading his hands, said very innocently. So? Did Tom heal you? Ivan laughed at Lockhart's remarks. He never knew Lockhart could be so stupid. He thought Lockhart had fooled so many powerful wizards and wrote so many legends that he could learn some lessons from them. I didn't expect to believe the words of an evil diary easily. However, beyond Ivan's expectation, Loha nodded and said triumphantly. Of course. He cured me, otherwise I wouldn't cooperate with him. Split? Lockhart waved his wand as if showing off, a magical ray hit the stone pillar on the side, making a small hole in it. Did you see it? I just released a curse smoothly. Of course, I know that there is still a big gap between this kind of strength and the magic master, but I believe it will be different soon. Not only that, I even speak snake language now. Lockhart flushed red, showing Ivan his changes with excitement and excitement. For Lockhart, who likes to show off, his strength has improved so much at once, but he has not dared to tell outsiders, almost suffocating him to death. Do you really understand who you are dealing with? That's the Dark Lord. Do you think he would be so kind? Ivan's heart became cold as he listened to Lockhart's words. In his opinion, Lockhart has been deeply affected by the Horcrux, and may even have been corroded by Tom Riddle without realizing it before he could speak snake language. Thinking of this, Ivan moved closer to Lockhart step by step. The closer the basilisk pupils were, the better the effect. He needs to retain the enhanced magic text once every 6 hours, and enough magic power to deal with Tom Riddle, and does not want to spend too much power on Lockhart. But I have no choice. Lockhart suddenly calmed down a bit. He looked at Ivan and said with disappointment. Hals, I once asked you to help me twice. I hope you can tell me the secret of getting stronger quickly. I am willing to pay more for this, but you still refuse it, don't you? I said I didn't have that kind of thing at all. Ivan replied, frowning. Don't try to lie to me. I saw all the content you communicated with him in that diary. There is a way, isn't it? It's in this Slytherin secret room. Lockhart interrupted Ivan's words excitedly, his eyes turned red, and his whole body was trembling under the influence of his emotions. He stared at Ivan, with a look of envy and even jealousy on his face, and muttered. Do you know, Hals? I have always envied you. You have almost everything I want. Whether it is strength or prestige, you are so special wherever you go, and you can master a profound curse in just a few hours. But I'm different from you. I'm so mediocre. I can never get ahead without relying on some special methods. Forever. Lockhart looked a little hysterical. You're forgetting curses better than anyone else. It's not your talent? You just use the wrong place all the time. Ivan imprinted Lockhart's madness in his mind, and his heart arose. A hint of chill. What's the use? Lockhart sneered. No matter how good the forgetting curse is, you can only be an ordinary employee in the Department of Affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Working every day is to cast spells on those stupid muggles over and over again, so that they can forget something. Things to remember. I need flowers and applause, and I also need everyone to pay attention to me and admire me. This is the life I should live. Lockhart's expression on his face was drunk and turned into extremely hideous. Hals. No one wants to be a liar forever if you can. Chapter 248, Sorry, I lied to you. Hiss, talk to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the big four of Hogwarts. Lockhart spit out a snake word, but after waiting for a long time, the Slytherin statue behind him didn't move, his heart sank suddenly, and he tried again without giving up. Are you calling that basilisk? Since I've been in the secret room, do you think I can let it live to this day? Ivan sneered and said. He narrowed the distance with Lockhart again, and continued to speak. It seems that Tom has concealed a lot of things from you. I guess he must have not told you. Remember to close your eyes when you call the basilisk. Within 3 meters of each other, as Ivan's voice fell, his black eyes instantly turned into orange-yellow vertical snake eyes. Lockhart hadn't figured out what Ivan's words meant, and his mind became blank. Ivan's eyes were like whirlpools that swallowed his mind and soul. Except for your weapons. With a loud shout from Ivan, Lockhart regained consciousness, but the next moment he felt like his body was hit by a bull, rolling all the way and hitting the Slytherin stone sculpture behind. The wand came out, spinning around in the air, and finally fell into Ivan's hands. Ivan reached out and took Lockhart's wand, and by the way, he glanced at the magic scale in the status bar, which was about 1/10 less. Ivan sighed, the magic resistance of the wizard is really much stronger than ordinary creatures. He only activated Snake Eyes for less than a second, and his purpose was not to stare Lockhart to death, but to make Lockhart stuck in a stalemate and unable to activate the protective cloak, and he used magic to destroy the opponent's resistance. After all, the protective cloak is a magic item made by him with a lot of precious materials. It takes a lot of time to break it normally. Only by surprise can the winner be determined by one blow and save the consumption of magic power. Ivan walked towards Lockhart step by step. Lockhart, who was hit in front of the statue, wanted to get up in horror, but found that his body was extremely heavy, as if he was filled with lead, and he raised his right hand with difficulty, and then was stepped on by a foot. Tell me, where is Tom Riddle now? Ivan stepped on Lockhart's right hand, ripped off several pieces of his magic equipment, put his wand against Lockhart's cheek. His eyes were extremely cold. I don't know. Lockhart said in horror, looking at the light gleaming at the top of Ivan's wand. Do you want to try the taste of heart-cutting bones? Although Ivan doesn't know this spell, it doesn't prevent him from using it to threaten Lockhart. Lockhart, one of the 3 unforgivable spells, was naturally very clear. Hearing Ivan talked about it, he immediately struck a spirit, racking his brains to think about where Tom Riddle would go. He must be looking for something on the 8th floor of the castle. He told me before that you often go there to get in the way, and I hope I can find a way to get you away. Lockhart said suddenly. Ivan's heart sank, and he had a very bad feeling. I'm afraid that Tom wants to go to the room on the 8th floor. I'm afraid he is looking for the second Horcrux Ravenclaw's crown. And because of the previous attack, he didn't dare to go to the responsive house during this period of time, just in line with the other party's wishes. So you got that Ravenclaw girl to the 8th floor? You planted me again. Thinking of this, Ivan burned with anger, his black eyes faintly transformed into orange-yellow vertical pupils. Lockhart looked at each other for a moment and felt that he was about to die, but the next moment Ivan's eyes returned to their original state. He retorted in a hurry. No, I didn't do it. The diary controlled me. Lockhart quickly explained it to Ivan. After obtaining the diary, Tom Riddle taught him a lot of magic knowledge and asked him to help him restore his strength. In return, Tom Riddle will help him become a real master of magic. Lockhart was still hesitating at the time and did not agree to come down. But the next day, he lost consciousness while experimenting with the magic, and when he woke up, he only vaguely remembered what he had said when he found a girl who admired him, and then went to the 8th floor to do something. When he arrived on the 8th floor, he found that the other party had fallen in a pool of blood. Lockhart could see that it was his writing on the wall, which was why he hurriedly destroyed the wall. After that, Lockhart fell into a panic, for fear that he would be traced to the attacker himself. That's why he obeyed Tom Riddle's suggestion and passed the Horcrux to another admirer of his own, so that he could get rid of his suspicion. Tom Riddle promised me that he would not kill anyone, so I handed over the Horcrux to the Slytherin girl. You can't kill me, or you will be imprisoned in Azkaban. Yes. Lockhart said tremblingly. Then they have to be able to find it here and find your body. Ivan said mockingly. Lockhart was like an ice cellar, but at this moment Ivan said again. But your luck is good, I won't kill you this time. Ivan looked at Lockhart, who was relieved coldly. He needed someone to be responsible for these attacks, and Lockhart, who was alive, was better than dead. But Lockhart knows a lot of things he shouldn't know, such as his conversations with Tom Riddle. Seeing Ivan's increasingly dangerous gaze, Lockhart swallowed hard. He faintly thought of something and said in horror. Halls, when I taught you the forgetting curse, you promised me that you would never use it on me. Sorry, I lied to you. Ivan waved his wand mercilessly. Forget it all. The milky white spell light immediately hit Lockhart, who was unable to resist. His body trembled abruptly, and then he passed out. Ivan filled him with a coma spell and confirmed that he would not wake up within a few hours, and then he was about to go to the responsive room on the 8th floor, hoping that Tom had not found what he wanted at this time. But just after turning around, Ivan stopped, and from a distance he saw a familiar figure stepping on the aisle of the secret room. It was a handsome-looking boy about 16 with a bad smile on his mouth. What disturbs Ivan the most is that compared to the last time I met, Tom Riddle has a simple and crown-like thing on his forehead, and the gorgeous sapphires on it are shining in the dark secret room. That is the second Horcrux Ravenclaw's crown. Chapter 249, Duel in the Chamber of Secrets. Tom Riddle. Ivan gritted his teeth. Long time no see, Halls. Tom, in a Slytherin robe, strolled down the long aisle, gracefully like an aristocrat. Sure enough, you have been hiding in the responsive room on the 8th floor. Are you so afraid of me? You have to find a help to come over to see me. Ivan said mockingly. Yes, I took a lot of effort to get you away. Tom Riddle didn't mean to be angry. Just as Ivan knew him well, Tom also had a deep understanding of Ivan. He knew that the little wizard in front of him never had a word of truth in his mouth, and his strength might be stronger than usual. That's why he deliberately spent his energy to find the Horcrux he had sensed, just to ensure that he could be foolproof. Thinking of this, Tom Riddle turned to smile. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for taking me into the responsive house before, so that I can sense this thing. Of course, even without you, I can find it. After all, this was originally planned by me. A smile came up at the corner of Tom's mouth, and after getting knowledge about Horcruxes from the Forbidden Book area, he decided to collect some powerful and commemorative items to make several Horcruxes in the future. They are placed in the safest places in the world to ensure that he can defeat death, and the requirement room is one of the safest places in the magic world. Ravenclaw's crown is the carrier for his first Horcrux originally planned. It's a pity that he tried to please Helena Ravenclaw in school, but learned from her that the crown was not at Hogwarts at all, so he only chose an ordinary diary. Ivan's complexion was very ugly. He knew very well that Ravenclaw's crown was a Horcrux made by Voldemort around the age of 28. Compared to the original diary, it was much stronger. Precisely because of this, he didn't dare to make this idea in these 2 school years, for fear that he would be deceived. Ivan was thinking that waiting for his occlumency and alchemy to be higher, he would be able to find a way to separate Voldemort's soul from the crown and keep this legendary item, but he was taken the lead by Tom Riddle. Step. You seem to know it. Tom said unexpectedly, pointing to the crown on his finger. He found that Ivan seemed to recognize Ravenclaw's crown, and even understood that it was the second Horcrux, otherwise Ivan would not have said the words to find another help. This made Tom Riddle faintly uneasy. He had tried his best to overestimate the little wizard in front of him, but every time he met him, there was something unexpected. Ivan did not answer Tom Riddle's question head-on, but sneered. You may have inquired from Lockhart. I saw another you last semester. There are still 2 here. I don't know which of you is the real Dark Lord. Of course there is only one real Dark Lord. Tom Riddle pointed to himself, and didn't care about the topic Ivan avoided. He thought that Ivan might have received some news from Helena Ravenclaw, so guessed something. Really? I believe they think so too. Ivan said non-committal, but he was secretly relieved in his heart. What he worries most is that Tom Riddle helps the Horcrux in the crown to resurrect, so he must face 2 Voldemorts at the same time. Now it seems that these 2 Horcruxes are not cooperating sincerely. Although I don't know how much help Tom can get by wearing the crown, at least he can fight. Ivan slowly approached, narrowing the distance between the 2, intending to repeat the same trick. Tom Riddle realized that Ivan was talking about himself just now, his complexion changed involuntarily, but he quickly returned to normal. It looks like you are smarter than I thought. Halls. He applauded, staring at Ivan, and said admiringly. Smart? Do you mean being played around by you? Ivan said mockingly as he walked, and at the same time clenched his wand and was ready to deal with the opponent's troubles. Don't say that, I spent a lot of energy to calculate you. Tom Riddle looked at Ivan's eyes full of admiration, and after a pause, he continued. You are much better than that stupid defense against the dark arts professor. He wrote all his thoughts directly on his face. As long as I give a little guidance, he can only do what I say. Those boring and naive little girls are even more stupid. They are willing to believe whatever I say. So I always think that these muggle-born children are not worthy to learn magic. Hogwarts needs to be cleaned up once, leaving only you and me as talented and capable little wizards. Tom Riddle talked eloquently, and because of this, he had been possessed by a pure-blooded Slytherin girl for the rest of the time except for controlling Lockhart once. Don't forget, you are also a half-blood wizard, Tom. Your body is also bleeding from muggle. Why don't you think about getting rid of yourself first? Ivan sarcastically relentlessly. Tom Riddle's face changed, and his eyes grew gloomy. Perhaps it used to be like this, but it won't be anymore. I have used the information left by Salazar Slytherin to work out a method to purify the blood of the pits in my body. I think you have already experienced that method. Isn't it? Tom Riddle said grimly. Ivan frowned. He understood that Tom was talking about blood fusion, and every blood fusion was equivalent to a blood exchange. However, this is obviously not enough to meet the need of purification. Even if the blood is fused multiple times, it is impossible to completely remove what Tom called the drain blood. Ivan looked at Tom, who was obsessed with the purification of his bloodline with pity. He felt that Tom's appearance would be nearly ruined in the future. It is probably because of this. After paying the price of nearly ruining his appearance, when the original space-time was resurrected, he needed to use the remains of his muggle father. This so-called purification of blood is a joke. The two got closer and closer in the conversation, using words to try to influence each other's emotions. Until the two face each other, the distance is less than 10 meters. The long and narrow aisle looks a bit similar to a duel field. The giant snake statues erected on both sides of the aisle are like the audience silently watching the two ready to go. Ivan silently calculated the best shot distance, but Tom Riddle was not letting him get closer. A dark light flickered on the top of his wand in his hand, and endless black energy poured out, spreading into a painful face, screaming towards Ivan. Chapter 250, Escalating Battle. At the same time, Ivan also waved his magic wand. Thunderbolt exploded. The black misty face collided with the orange fireball, and a huge roar sounded in the silent chamber. The pools on both sides were affected by waves of water, and the blue stone slabs on the ground burst apart. The aftermath of the shock made Ivan step back several steps. Tom Riddle remained unmoved, still standing steadily on the spot. With a light wave of his wand, Ivan, who had just stood still, felt a sound of wind coming from his side. Ivan subconsciously lay down and rolled backwards for a few laps. Looking back, at the fixed point where he stood, a big hole was torn out from the hard floor tiles. A giant serpent stone sculpture that was guarding on both sides had been activated at some point, and the thick and thin bodies of the two men were twisting toward Ivan. Ivan's brain kept ringing the alarm. The activated giant snake was already close at hand, and the hideous snake mouth opened to easily swallow him in. Shen Feng Wuying. Ivan did not hesitate to use his strongest magic. Under the increase of the strengthening magic text, the huge invisible blade entered from the mouth of the snake, cutting the giant snake in front of it neatly from the middle, and the emerald green snake body instantly turned into a grey stone, collapsed and fell. In the pools on both sides, huge splashes of water were raised. After cutting the giant snake, the Shen Feng Wuying curse did not stop at the slightest, and cut it towards Tom Riddle further behind at an extraordinary speed. Tom Riddle's face changed drastically. He did not expect that Ivan would be able to cast such terrifying magic. The several magical barriers that he constructed so hard were broken almost instantly. In the end, he had only time to avoid the head, and the magical blade was already slashed body. Tom Riddle let out a cry of pain, and a long thin wound appeared from his left shoulder to his right leg, almost splitting his body in half. Bone to pieces. As Ivan's voice sounded, another curse hit Tom Riddle. His body was like Catkin's, and he was knocked into the pile of rocks behind. Who? Ivan gasped hard. Although he only released a few spells just now, he actually did his best. Ivan took a few steps forward to help Tom Riddle collect the body, but unexpectedly saw him stand up again from the pile of rocks. Tom Riddle no longer had the aristocratic temperament he had before. A big hole was blown out in his body, and the wound caused by Shen Feng Wuying still remained on his body. But the strange thing is that under this kind of injury, Tom Riddle did not shed a drop of blood. The big hole in his chest was full of black mist, and a black diary could be vaguely seen lying on the position of the heart. In just a second or two, the big hole in Tom Riddle's chest slowly healed, or the black mist reorganized his body. Ivan's heart slowly sank. He consumed a quarter of his magic power, and it seemed that he did not have the effect of a one-shot kill. So you didn't resurrect at all? Ivan said with certainty. Although Ivan doesn't know what Tom Riddle's current state is all about, but judging from his previous performance, ordinary attacks may not have much effect. The black diary in the opponent's chest is the real death hole. But it is true. If it can be resurrected so easily, Voldemort's main soul will not always think about seeking the Philosopher's Stone. After the failure, he has worked out a cumbersome resurrection plan and directly finds a few people to absorb the vitality. You really exceeded my expectations again. Tom Riddle's body seemed to become a little illusory. He stroked the wound previously cut by Shen Feng Wuying, took a deep look at Ivan, and said word by word. Of course I haven't resurrected yet, but that will happen sooner or later. Are you sure? Ivan said mockingly. I think it's better for you not to resurrect. After all, you can't even beat me as a second-year little wizard, and you have the face to call yourself the Dark Lord. Damn you. Tom Riddle's face became very ugly, his wand stretched out, and the fiery flames rose up, transforming various forms in mid-air, engulfing the billowing heat wave and rushing forward. Ivan pointed with his right hand, and a statue of a large snake beside him was activated and blocked in front of him, and he inhaled the fierce fire into his mouth. The next moment, a fierce fire burned out of the serpent's body, and the serpent was struggling to roll in the aisle. Ivan's complexion changed, and the serpent plunged into the deep pool under the wave of his wand. Seeing the hot air in the pool, Ivan realized that the fierce fire had not melted, and immediately shot again. Petrification curse. Disarming curse. Splitting spell. 3 spells in a row were activated, and Ivan had already exerted his strength to the extreme, and the effect of the experience card had already been activated at the moment of the battle. Tom Riddle, who had been almost cut in two before, didn't dare to be in Tuote. He became more cautious, and imposed several spells on himself. Then the wand was lightly picked, and under the curse of 10,000 bullets, pieces of gravel the size of a human head made a piercing sound in the air. Countless curse rays are constantly flickering in the dimly lit secret room, and the giant snake statues guarding on both sides have also become the best support for the two. In the duel of transfiguration, they collided with each other and dismantled a 71-8 fall. Nearly half of the magic power in Ivan's body has been consumed, and he can't help but become anxious. Tom Riddle is very cautious and always keeps a distance with him, not giving him any chance to get close. The special nature of the Horcrux makes it difficult to destroy. Only the ring of fierce fire that can be used once in Ivan's hand and the basilisk fangs he carries with him can work. And using both of them requires a right time. After all, Tom Riddle is not a living target. Stay in place and let him burn. He needs to create an opportunity before the magic is exhausted. What's the matter? Do you only have this strength? After some temptation, Tom Riddle gradually figured out Ivan's level of strength. He found that the previous level of curse, Ivan could not release at will, so he sneered. Continue to say. What about your bloodline magic? You got the method of fusion bloodline from me at the beginning, don't tell me, you don't have the guts to try it after such a long time. In that case, let me do it first. Tom Riddle had a gloomy smile on the corner of his mouth, and a large black fog continuously poured out from his body, like a black wave, which was photographed right away. Fear, despair, pain, various negative emotions permeated the dimly lit room, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop a lot. Ivan tried hard to drive these negative emotions out of his mind. At the same time, he finally understood what the black fog was summoned by Voldemort, who had possessed Kino last school year. That was the blood magic that the other party possessed.